Basketball scientist, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Wade is very strong, but it is useless. The Knicks slowed down their pace at the end of the season, tying the Atlanta Hawks in wins and ranking third. Kellyan reverted to his old ways and gave a large number of young players in the team a rest. At the end of the season, they achieved a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, and the painful death of 50 wins also gave up the third place in the Eastern Conference. This behavior was also questioned by some people, who felt that Kellyan's behavior at the end of the season was somewhat disrespectful to the fans. He rested the Hawks, which was at least justified. After all, the Hawks made it to the second round of the playoffs at least every year, and even made it to the finals in 2 seasons. Objectively, the physical consumption was greater than that of many opponents who went home early to fish, and the Knicks still had a lot of players on rookie contracts, all of whom were young and energetic. It was really unnecessary to give them such a rest. In the mouths of extreme fans, Kellyan's 50 wins at the right time became a black spot. Some people led the rhythm online, saying that he only valued his own record and ignored the interests of the fans. Finally, Huo Kingshu and his group of Kellyan fans fought back. It's as if it's easy for the Knicks to achieve a 50% win rate. It's as if 50 wins is not an honor for the Knicks. It's really like a little help is a big help. It's not good to prepare for the playoffs in advance. No one really thinks that the Knicks are strong enough to overcome various objective unfavorable factors and make a difference in the playoffs. Before the season, if you told me that this Knicks team could make it to the top 4 in the East, I would die of laughter. As for Kellyan himself, he chose to fall back to the 4th place in the East. In addition to the habitual rest, another reason was that the Cavaliers basically locked in the 1st place in the East. Compared with the Magic team, which is a natural nemesis of the Knicks, the Cavaliers are a little easier to deal with. The Heat, led by Wade, ranked 5th. The Magician has made up his mind to rebuild in the summer. His goal is to bring at least an all-star partner to Wade. But now James is undecided. Bosh belongs to New York. Stoudemire has injury risks, and Boozer has some system players. Maybe the easiest one is Joe Johnson, who looks at everything for money. The Celtics sent Pierce away in the offseason in exchange for Captain Brand, who had a knee injury, and 2 first-round picks, and 2 first-round swap rights from the Clippers. From now on, it's a big profit. Brand, who came out of injury this season, averaged 16 plus 11 per game. Although his singles ability has declined significantly, he is still an above-average inside player overall, and his defensive performance is also very solid. Because the Clippers did not advance to the playoffs this season, the first-round pick was exchanged for a lottery pick, which also gave the team more room for operation. Joe's Bobcats trust veterans this season and made the playoffs for the first time in team history under the leadership of a group of old boys. However, facing the powerful Magic, it may not be easy for the Bobcats to move forward. The Bobcats are old and coquettish, while the Bulls are newborn calves, are not afraid of tigers. The lineup of Rose, Crawford, Luol Deng, Terrence Thomas, and Noah, with outside attack and inside collection, is very suitable for tough battles. They have a chance to create some trouble for the Cavaliers. At the same time, because Chicago itself is a relatively large bull market in the history of the Bulls, they are also likely to become big buyers in the summer of 2010. In the West, the defending champion Lakers continue to top the list, and they will face the young guards Trail Blazers in the 1st round. This is not good news for the Lakers. For the Lakers, a more embarrassing record is that they have only won 1 game as a guest at the Rose Garden in the past 3 seasons. The Yellow Mamba always plays against the Black Mamba. The Mavericks are ranked 2nd in the West, and they will continue to stage the Bulls and Horses war with the Spurs in the 1st round. The Thunder, who are most likely to cause trouble for the Lakers, ranked 3rd. Their opponent is the Denver Nuggets, and Durant will have to endure Anthony's sharpness. The last matchup is the Suns versus the Jazz. In terms of star quality, the Suns are obviously more dazzling than the Jazz, but it is normal for the Jazz to complete a comeback as an underdog, and this team is easily underestimated. From the distribution of playoff matchups, it can also be seen that the West is much stronger than the East. In the four Western Conference matchups, none of them can be judged in advance, while in the East, the Cavaliers, Magic, Hawks, and Knicks are likely to be the winners. The regular season data Kings were selected, and Durant won the scoring title for the first time with 30.1 points. In the next 10 years, the players who will get involved in the scoring title, except for Anthony, are only the Thunder's three youngsters and Curry. James ranked second with 29.7 points, and Anthony ranked third with 28.2 points. Howard, as expected, won the rebounding and blocking titles with 13.2 rebounds and 2.8 blocks. At the same time, he is also the top candidate for DPOY. The fact that Howard won these three awards saved the value of these three awards. If Camby won them again, DPOY would be a shame in the future. Love ranked 10th with an average of 10.7 rebounds per game, which is not bad. Nash once again won the assists king, averaging 11 times per game, and Aaron and Paul ranked second and third respectively. Paul also won the steals king with an average of 2.9 steals per game. Curry averaged 26.1 points, 6.6 assists, and 1.9 steals per game this season, ranking 6th in the scoring list, 8th in the assists list, and 3rd in the steals list. His overall performance is absolutely outstanding. At the same time, Curry made 264 3-pointers in the regular season this season in only 73 games, ranking 2nd in history, second only to Ray Allen's 269. Even if he plays 2 more games, he can break Ray's record. Now fans use messy to describe him, which is not a sarcasm, but a sincere compliment. On April 22nd, the Knicks announced the 13-man roster for the playoffs. PG, Curry, Holiday, Sun USG, Matthews, Hyde, McGrady SF, Gallinari, Alexander PF, Love, Jeffries C, O'Neal, DeAndre Jordan. Dorsey. The Knicks have many versatile players, which allows Kalyan to make more changes on the court. Sun Yu is basically a revolutionary brick, moving wherever he is needed. McGrady is similar, mainly serving as a small forward substitute, but sometimes he also swings to the 4 position. Alexander averaged 2.7 minutes per game in the regular season, which can be ignored, but in training, he usually plays the 4 position. The disadvantage is that the age structure of the lineup is unreasonable. The age groups of Knicks players are clearly divided. 2/3 of the players have rookie contracts, or have been in the league for less than 3 years. Curry, Holiday, Matthews, Love, Jordan, Sun Yu, Gallinari, Alexander, Dorsey. Those who have entered the retirement state include O'Neal and McGrady. Only Hyde and Jeffries, 2 marginal players, are considered to be in their prime. This is also the focus of Heat head coach Spoelstra. On April 24th, the playoffs kicked off. In the first day of the game, the defending champion Lakers were the first to appear and defeated the Trail Blazers 109-87, which made a good start for the team's defense. The problem of the Trail Blazers is that they are too young. McMillan, as a coach who came out of the same period as Kalyan, does not have as many changes in style as Kalyan. He taught the young people of the Trail Blazers to play in the right way, but also suppressed their nature. The biggest disadvantage of this Lakers team is slow, but the Blazers, as the young guards, did not speed up and fought a positional battle with the Lakers. They really asked for trouble. In another game, the Hawks beat the Celtics 111-107 at home. Joe Johnson scored 27 points efficiently and continued to work hard to get a huge contract in the summer. Paul scored 23 points and 10 assists, proving that he could still lead the Hawks forward. After leaving Kalyan, the G1 between the Knicks and the Heat was placed on the second day after the start of the playoffs. The pre-match warm-up was very thorough, and reporters interviewed both sides. I envy the Heat for having Wade, a super scorer. His breakthrough ability is the best among active players. He has extremely strong destructive power and will cause considerable trouble to our defensive system. Kalyan expressed his appreciation for Wade. In my eyes, he is the top 3 player in the league. The team of the top 3 players in the league can only rank 5th in the East, and the subtext is that the other players of the Heat are not strong enough. The actual situation is not much different. Gibson, Helm, and James Jones can be considered qualified starters, but they are not at the average level of the starting lineups in various positions in the league. Eddie Curry has obvious shortcomings and cannot support the team's inside line at all. The starting strength of this Heat team is average, and the substitute lineup is even worse. Released devilish training has not squeezed out any talents during this period. The only one who can be named is Joel Anthony. Their only chance of winning may be that Wade opens unparalleled. At 7:30 in the evening, there is still half an hour before the game starts, but Madison Square Garden is already full. New York fans have not had the opportunity to watch the playoffs for 5 years. They are very enthusiastic about this game. Even though the ticket price is sky high, it is still sold out. This also makes Kellyanne a little emotional. The Knicks are simply a goose that lays golden eggs. After finishing the warm-up, the players returned to the locker room for the final adjustment. The big screen on the scene played the team's highlights this season. Curry and Jordan had a strong presence and constantly aroused the cheers of the fans. In the locker room, Kellyanne was directing the enthusiasm of the players. Using the World Cup as an analogy, the regular season games are just the qualifiers and group matches. When we come to the playoffs, we really enter the knockout stage. From now on, the word tolerance will no longer exist. We must strive for victory in every game. This is not a drill. In the regular season, everyone helped me keep the record of 50 wins. I have a hunch that I can continue to lead everyone to the second round in the playoffs. After all, I have never failed in the first round in my entire coaching career. What's more, our regular season ranking is higher than the Heat, and we have the home advantage. The Heat are strong. They have Wade, but the Heat are not that strong because they only have one Wade. My basketball philosophy has always had a saying, the game is for 5 people. I believe you can win. Here we go. Chapter 377. N9 vs. Lubu. After the extremely contrasting home and away team appearance ceremony, the game was about to begin. The starting lineups of both teams remained unchanged. Kellyanne considered using Holiday as a starter, as it would be easier for him to keep up with Wade, but after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up the idea. Players from both teams had already stepped onto the court. The Knicks asked Gallinari to jump the ball with Eddie Curry. Although he was at a disadvantage in height, the Italian still managed to get the ball into Love's hands with his quick bounce speed, and the Knicks launched their first wave of offense. While the Heat were still not firmly established, the Knicks played D'Antoni's signature V-shaped offense, with Gallinari and Matthews in the bottom corners on both sides, and O'Neal and Love on the left and right of the free throw line. As soon as Curry waved his hand, O'Neal immediately stepped up to cover Curry. The Sharks' huge body blocked Gibson tightly. Curry dribbled the ball into the paint, singled out Eddie Curry, and shook off his opponent with a fake move, easily scoring with a layup. The entire offensive process was very smooth, and even Helm and Wade didn't have any chance to make up for the defense. After the ball went in, the audience, led by DJ, gave a warm cheer to celebrate the first score in the playoffs. The players on the court were not affected at all and quickly returned to defense. The 5 of them ran to the backcourt together. The Heat attacked. After several passes, Wade broke into the inside line, attracted 2 defenders, bounced off the ground, and passed the ball to Helm next to him. The latter didn't hesitate at all, and jumped up to shoot. A hand flew towards him, and blocked Helm's ball fiercely. Curry on the outside picked up the ball and rushed forward. Gibson was unable to catch up. Curry adjusted his pace and easily dunked and scored. Well done. On the way back to defense, Curry also pointed to Matthews, who had just sent a block. Although the latter failed to stop Wade's breakthrough, the subsequent block was indeed very beautiful. Wade brought the ball across half court and raised his hand to make a 3 gesture. His teammates immediately understood. Gibson, Jones and Helm immediately pulled to the left. Eddie Curry pulled out of the restricted area and blocked Matthews. After Wade broke away from Matthews' defense, he came to the right alone and looked at O'Neal, who was defending. He changed direction without mercy and rushed into the restricted area from the baseline. When he stepped into the 3-second zone, he suddenly jumped up and passed O'Neal's body in the air. He flicked the basketball in his hand with one hand and hit the backboard into the basket. Wade's movements were very stretched, and watching him play was a different kind of enjoyment. The Knicks attacked, and Wade defended Curry himself. The Knicks adopted the island tactics. Curry stood in the bottom corner and passed the ball. Gallinari singled out James Jones and used the advantage of confrontation to force his way into the inside. While dunking the ball into the basket, he also caused a foul by Hadlum, who was defending. "Come on." Gallinari, who was dragged to the ground by inertia, shouted loudly, and then Curry hurried over and pulled Gallinari up. The Italian cannon made the free throw, and the Knicks had a clear advantage at the beginning. Gibson held Curry with his left hand to protect the basketball. After half court, Wade ran out to catch the ball. Standing outside the right arc 3-point line, facing Matthews' defense, he first made a fake move to the left, then pulled the ball back fiercely, stepped to the right, stood up and made a jump shot. Although Matthews was not shaken away, he still couldn't keep up with Wade's speed. When he just jumped sideways to Wade's hand, the ball had already been flicked out of Wade's hand. Swish. The basketball passed through the net, and Matthews shook his head helplessly. In this round of the series, he was destined to become a background board. Looking back, the Knicks used the same trick again. Curry was smoking in the bottom corner, and Wade was holding an ashtray beside him. Matthews chased Gibson to the inside, attracted the defense, and passed the ball to O'Neal. The Sharks scored the first goal and Eddie Curry was fouled. Wade was speechless about Eddie Curry's foul. Fortunately, the Shark missed the free throw and the Knicks did not continue to widen the score. But in the next round, Gibson tried a pull-up jump shot after a pick and roll, but unfortunately missed. Love grabbed the rebound, sent a quarterback pass, and assisted Curry to score. 11:4. The Heat had a bad start, and Wade had to shoulder more offensive burdens. He used his excellent explosive power to break into the inside, simplified the three-step layup into two steps, created a time difference, and scored a low layup. Wade played this ball very beautifully, and it also boosted the morale of the Heat a little. In the next round, the team finally made a successful defense. With the help of the pick and roll, Love got a chance to play against a smaller team. After attracting Wade's help defense, he passed the ball to Matthews, who missed the open three-pointer. Hadlum protected the rebound. Looking back, Wade played a pick and roll with Hadlum, attracted a double team, and passed the ball. Hadlum shot from the free throw line, which is his best, but still failed to hit. This also made the CCTV commentary seat, which obviously tended to the Knicks side, couldn't help but sigh that Wade was isolated and helpless. Fans may hope that the Knicks can win, but from my point of view, I hope that someone from the Heat can stand up and help Wade. It's really uncomfortable to watch this 5-on-5. Looking back, with the little space brought by O'Neal's pick and roll, Curry quickly shot and hit his first three-pointer of the game, directly stopping the Heat. 14:6. From the perspective of later generations, Spoelstra can be regarded as a famous coach. With the Big Three, he was able to reach the finals 4 times and win the championship twice. After the Big Three disintegrated, the Heat fell into the middle-class trap under Pat Riley's operation, but he was still able to lead the team to the finals. If there was no Kenyan, he would have the most solid staff among the head coaches of the same period. But whether it is the limitation of his own ability or the current situation of Pat Riley's power in hand, it is destined that Spoelstra is far behind Kenyan in team building ability. The depth of the Heat's lineup is obviously insufficient. After returning from the timeout, they only replaced James Jones and Eddie Curry with Daryl Wright and Joel Anthony. The Knicks also made substitutions. O'Neal was replaced by Jordan, and the team faced the strongest lineup. As soon as he came on the court, Joel Anthony had a chance to score. Wade's sharp breakthrough and pass gave him an opportunity to shoot in the penalty area. As a result, Gallinari quickly came to make up for the defense and took a foul to destroy the Heat's attack this time. In the pre-match training, the coaching staff pointed out Joel Anthony when analyzing the Heat. This is a mediocre inside player with almost zero offensive ability and only average defensive effect. However, he was able to score high in Pat Riley's evaluation criteria and thus get a lot of playing time. In the defense just now, the Knicks also consciously let him go on the defensive end and invested more resources in Wade. Joel Anthony missed 2 free throws, and Love protected the backcourt rebounds. This time, the Heat quickly returned to defense and did not give the Knicks a chance. to play a fast break. Falling into a positional battle, Wright and Joe Lanthony's defense was much better than James Jones and Eddie Curry, who were substituted out, and Hadlum successfully defended Love's face-to-face singles. The substitutions and adjustments of both sides strengthened the defense and reduced the threat of offense to a certain extent. In this situation, Wade, a striker who had experienced the baptism of the big scene in the finals, showed a more stable state than Curry and Gallinari, and even completed a magical 1-on-4 in the game, and hit a cool pull-up layup. The Knicks side is a case of everyone adding fuel to the fire, and the East is not bright in the West. Always maintain a double-digit lead. It was not until the end of the first quarter that the Heat used the shark-cutting tactic and focused on Jordan and fouled him, narrowing the score difference to 7 points. Anyway, the lineup is at a disadvantage, and the Heat are least lacking in fouls. In the first quarter, Wade played 12 minutes, scored 7 of 12 shots, and scored 17 points. He was completely a blood-sea Heat. In the second quarter, Wade continued to play and was not going to rest. But due to the decline in physical fitness, and Kenyon arranged Sun Yu and Holiday to double-team him, the Flash's offensive efficiency dropped sharply, and he only hit 1 goal in 6 shots in the first half of the game. The Knicks defended well, but without Curry, the team's offense failed to open up the situation. In the regular season, when Curry was injured and rested, Holiday and Love played well together, but in the playoffs, the two playoff virgins failed to withstand the pressure and their offensive efficiency plummeted. Fortunately, the score difference was slowly pulled to double digits. The situation was favorable for the Knicks. In addition to Wade, only Gibson and Daryl Wright of the Heat could hit some shots piecemeal. In the second half of the second quarter, Kenyon took back the main lineup and prepared to exert his strength. But Spoelstra used the same old trick again, using the hack-a-shack tactics to slow down the Knicks' pace of opening the score, constantly sending O'Neal to the free throw line. Once upon a time, the Heat were also victims of the hack-a-shack tactics and were disgusted many times. Times have changed, and it is their turn to use this trick. They can't wait to shout "it smells so good." The Heat use the hack-a-shack tactic to not only slow down the Knicks' offensive edge and disrupt the Knicks' offensive rhythm, but also to help Wade get rest time on the court and recover his physical strength. But it is obvious that Wade was at a peak of physical strength at this time, and a short rest was not enough to quickly recover. Although O'Neal's hit rate of 3 out of 10 free throws made the Heat's hack-a-shack tactic achieve the desired effect, the efficiency of its own offense was not guaranteed, and the score difference did not narrow. At the end of the half, the Knicks led the Heat by 11.67:56. When the players of both sides left the court, Kenyon smiled and high-fived the players one by one. Although the score difference was not big, the Knicks had already controlled the rhythm of the game. If they continued to play, it would only be a matter of time before they won. During the halftime break, Kenyon praised the performance of the young players, including Sun Yu and Holiday's defense against Wade. In the early part of the second quarter, in terms of lineup, the Knicks should be lower horse against middle horse, but Sun Yu and Holiday restricted Wade very well, which was a pleasant surprise. Especially Sun Yu, who has first-class lateral mobility among players of the same height, coupled with good defensive awareness and excellent wingspan, just happens to be suitable for defending Wade, which Kenyon did not expect. The 15 minutes of halftime passed quickly, and the players of both teams returned to the court after a short break. The Heat's lineup at the beginning of the third quarter was Gibson, Wade, Daryl Wright, Hadlum and Eddie Curry. Wright, who has better physical talent and is more comprehensive, replaced James Jones, who has more accurate outside shooting. The Knicks lineup is Curry, Holiday, Gallinari, Love and Jordan. Kenyon plans to give Holiday and Sun Yu more time in this round of the series. The Heat attacked first, and Wade still held the ball. After playing pick and roll with Hadlum, his teammates' positions were relatively rigid, so he had to quickly shoot long two-pointers, which were not surprisingly missed. Forcing Wade to finish with a mid-range shot that he is not good at is also the dominant idea on the Knicks' defense. Holiday crossed the half court with the ball, pretending to pass it to Love, who was pulled high, but he quickly passed Gibson after Gibson's mechanical defensive action, and threw the ball high into the air in the face of Eddie Curry's help defense. DeAndre Jordan jumped up and completed an alley-oop dunk. Beautiful. Holiday's breakthrough was so alert. Yang Jian praised. This rookie guard, who started during Curry's concussion, suddenly opened up his Renandu meridians, found the right way to play a role in the game, and pushed down the rookie wall in front of him. In this shot, neither Curry nor Love had the ball, but their role in the offensive end cannot be ignored. Watching the replay, we can see that Wade and Halm's defensive focus was on them from beginning to end. They didn't take care of others at all. Yang Yi pointed out the key to this round of offense. When the Heat attacked, Eddie Curry still occupied the low post to ask for the ball, occupying the C position of the team's offensive tactics. Wade's breakthrough route was blocked, so he could only pass the ball to the little shark with a little helplessness. The latter held the ball and singled out Jordan, causing Jordan to foul. Jordan immediately put on the innocent expression of Liu Huangshu. Frankly speaking, his harmless appearance is more suitable for playing Liu Benny than Yu Hui. Love immediately hugged Jordan and didn't give him the opportunity to complain to the referee. Anyway, that guy can't make a free throw. Love's curse had a significant effect. Eddie Curry missed 2 free throws. Jordan protected the backcourt rebounds and shouted at the Heat players. Facing Gibson's defense, Holiday continued to break through resolutely this time, causing physical contact and falling to the ground to shoot, causing Gibson to foul. Spoelstra helplessly spread his hands and then complained that the referee blew the home whistle. But to be honest, today's scale is nothing in the playoffs, right? Moreover, the Heat's frequent hacking of the Shark itself is a bit bad, and it is easy to be targeted by the referee. Holiday had a beautiful breakthrough, but missed 2 free throws. He felt embarrassed when he returned to defense. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Flash is useless. The hairy man shows off his power. Holiday missed 2 free throws. Wade grabbed the rebound and quickly advanced to the front court. Facing Holiday's defense, his posture suddenly changed, and almost no one saw clearly that he turned sideways and rushed to Holiday's right side. Wade, too fast. Yang Jian blurted out. Holiday stepped to the side, stepped with his left foot, and blocked Wade's momentum. Wade paused, connected a smooth turn, then jumped up, raised his hand and shot, and the ball almost reached the basket without an arc. Puff. The ball rubbed strongly through the net and made a quick sound. At Ash% and Wade sprayed trash talk at Holiday. In fact, Holiday's defense on this ball was already very good, but his opponent was Wade. His offensive threat. Looking at the history of the NBA, no defender dared to say that he could defend him. Wade tried to stimulate Holiday with trash talk, or Curry stood up for his little brother, but he more or less underestimated the tactical quality of the Knicks players. After the pick and roll, Curry rushed in low. Wade and Halm quickly blocked all the routes. Curry suddenly paused, turned around and jumped up. Wade jumped up sideways and blocked the shot. Curry's eyes flashed with cunning, but his raised hand shrank back, and his low hand passed between Wade and Halm. Love magically appeared under the right basket, steadily caught the ball from Curry, and easily jumped up to hit the ball into the basket. Good shot. Killian waved his hands vigorously, which meant that Love was not Stoudemire. Otherwise Curry's assist would be enough to be included in his career highlights. Eddie Curry pulled out of the restricted area to screen for Wade, and the Knicks double-teamed Wade without hesitation, forcing the Flash to pass the ball. The little shark did not have the ability to handle the ball in the high position, and the pass to Gibson was intercepted by Curry, and the Knicks counter-attacked again. Curry dribbled past Gibson like a butterfly through flowers, tied upright and Wade's defense, and then passed the ball to Gallinari, who came in from behind. Wade jumped up again to make up for the defense, but it was too late. Gallinari solidly completed the dunk. Yes, backquote. The whole audience burst into thunderous cheers, and Gallinari also returned the trash talk Wade had just said to Holiday to Wade. This dunk more or less hit the morale of the Heat, including Wade. Although the two teams, one ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference and the other ranked 5th in the Eastern Conference, should have been the two closest teams in the 4 duels, and major media and experts also believed that the Knicks had many weaknesses, and the Heat were not without opportunities. But in the 30 minutes of the game, the two teams were not teams of the same level, and the gap was very obvious. Compared to the Knicks, the Heat have too few players who can handle the ball. In fact, Daryl Wright's performance as a substitute was not bad. I can only say that in the second round of the game, Spoelstra should give this young player more playing time. Then he should mobilize as many players as possible to participate in this battle. Otherwise, the trend of the series will be like this game, and the Knicks will easily take it away. After 3 quarters, the difference between the two sides widened to 23 points. Yang Jian almost sentenced the Heat to death. He did not believe that Keyan's team would be reversed by the opponent by 23 points. The development of the game in the fourth quarter was basically the same as Yang Jian's guess. Wade insisted on playing and was still able to play the role of a lone hero on the offensive end, but he could not outlast the Knicks' more strong strength. After struggling to maintain half a quarter, Wade's physical strength declined seriously, and he could no longer attack on the court, so he was replaced by Spoelstra. Replacing Wade meant that the Heat had given up. The fans at the scene were celebrating the team's first playoff victory in many years. Curry and others on the bench also had fun on the sidelines. This is the second time that Coach Keyan has led a team that has not entered the playoffs for many years and had a terrible record last season to return to the playoffs and get its first win. With his current resume, looking at the current league, he can be ranked third after Phil Jackson and Popovich. Yang Jian's statement is more or less conservative. Apart from anything else, Keyan's current salary of $23 million, twice that of Phil Jackson, is enough to prove his ability. At least in the eyes of those who pay salaries, he may be better than Phil Jackson. Almost no one thinks that Keyan is not worthy of this salary. The final score was fixed at 115-98. The Knicks won at home, making the whole of Madison a sea of celebration after the game. In the post-match interview, Curry was warmly welcomed by reporters. In this game, Curry transformed into Nash. His 22 points were average for him, but his 12 assists were really eye-catching. He was also very efficient, shooting 9 out of 16, which was highly productive and efficient. I can change the game by scoring, but if my teammates are in a better position than me, I'm also happy to pass the ball. The key is that the team can win. Facing the reporters' questions, Curry was very modest. This is the first time that the New York Knicks have won in the playoffs in 6 years. What do you want to say to New York fans? For the next 6 years, we will win in the playoffs every year. Being able to join the team he most wants to join and play under the best head coach in the league. At this moment, Curry has no other extravagant wishes. In the press conference after the game, Keyan emphasized Wade's threat more and asked the players not to take it lightly. In the G2 game, the Heat will definitely fight back more fiercely. Time flies by. There are games in the first round of the playoffs every day. The Knicks' victory only dominated the headlines for most of the day, giving way to the Magic vs. Bobcats and Mavericks vs. Spurs the next day. And just one day later, on April 27th, the Knicks and Heat's game 2 also started. Because the Knicks won a hearty victory in the first game, the ticket price of Madison for this game has gone up a level. However, even so, it still can't stop New Yorkers' enthusiasm for watching the game. At a certain moment, Keyan really wanted to tell Darlin, "Give me shares of the Knicks, I don't want to buy the team and be the boss." The progress of the game did not disappoint the fans present. Today, after losing the first game, the Heat players ushered in a strong rebound. Gibson, Daryl Wright and other shooters have more or less regained their touch, so that Wade's breakthrough passes were not wasted. The Heat's overall 3-point shooting rate has risen sharply, but compared with the efficiency of the first game, Wade's performance has declined. On the one hand, it is because the Knicks' defense is more targeted. Compared with Matthews, Sunyu and Holiday are more suitable for Wade. On the other hand, it is because Wade himself fought too hard in the G1 game, so his physical strength has not yet fully recovered. Wade's firepower output is the basic plate for the Heat to compete with the Knicks. He was restricted in this regard, and the Heat fell into a passive situation. They really couldn't beat the Knicks. The key is that no one expected that Sun Yu, who had been sprayed for a season as a relationship household, would achieve a good defensive effect against Wade. In this game, Wade faced Sun Yu 12 times on the offensive end and only scored 4 goals. This efficiency is really low. Later, Sun Yu himself became more and more confident, and when he got the opportunity, he also broke his first playoff scoring by stealing. In the whole game, Sun Yu played for 26 minutes, scored 5 points, 4 rebounds and 2 assists, and showed his best performance since joining the Knicks. It also made many black fans who thought he would soon come back to play in the CBA shut up. In the G1 game, Curry switched to Nash mode. In this game, he was himself again, firing from the outside, hitting 6 3-pointers in a single quarter, scoring a game-high 32 points, helping the Knicks win 114-103, leading 2-0. With a score of 2-0, Killian went to Miami, but he was quite busy on the 29th. There were still 20 days before Wang Lefan's due date, and it was during the playoffs. After obtaining Wang Lefan's consent, Killian sent Wang Lefan to the hospital in advance to be on the safe side. "Don't worry, you coach well, and it's best to win a championship to welcome your daughter lying on the hospital bed," Wang Lefan said to Killian happily. Completely entering the pregnancy state, her emotions have stabilized a lot, and she still has the mind to joke with Killian. "I came to the hospital as soon as I came back from Miami. If there is anything, please contact me at any time," Killian asked. In order to welcome the birth of his daughter, he was prepared to miss a coaching game. "I know. Mom and Dad are here. Don't worry." Not only Zeldin IAO, Killian even borrowed a nutritionist from Darlan's medical team to take care of Wang Lefan's condition. "It's really everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." "Yes, Killian. Don't worry, we are watching over it," Zeldin IAO also said. Before, the two elders were a little unhappy to see the scandal between Killian and Chin Kaelin. But now seeing the lingering look of the couple, it is not difficult to guess that it was just a misunderstanding. Then he explained a few more words, and Killian went out to say hello to the doctor before leaving the hospital. On April 30th, the Game 3 between the Heat and the Knicks was staged on time at the American Airlines Center in Miami. In the away game, the Knicks players did not show any ups and downs. Facing the enthusiastic greetings of Miami fans, Curry, Gallinari and others played very stably and even slightly exceeded their performance. But the Heat also changed their powerlessness in the away game and played more destructive basketball in Miami, frequently using more intense physical confrontations to disrupt the rhythm of the Knicks players. In this case, the referee's whistle scale largely determines the direction of the game. Obviously, whether it is the big score of 2-0 or the home advantage that the Heat should have obtained, it is destined that the Heat is the side that is more favored by the referee in this game. Wade returned to 2006 and switched to the hairy man mode. He went to the free throw line 21 times in a single game, hit 19 goals, and scored a high score of 41 points in the whole game, helping the Heat to win back a city. Chapter 379 Internal Conflict 3 was very unfavorable to the Knicks. In the post-match interview, Killian unexpectedly did not blame the referee, but commented that his players did not perform well enough. "When we return to the hotel, we will watch the video of the Eastern Conference Finals last season to learn how the Magic defeated the Cleveland Cavaliers in adversity." The Eastern Conference Finals of the 2008-09 season was the darkest series in recent years. The referee almost wore the Cavaliers jersey to referee the game, and even popularized the basketball rule of not blocking from behind to many fans who did not understand basketball. Killian mentioned this round of the series, not only to satire, but also to give a shot of prevention. After all, if the Knicks beat the Heat and advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals, they will most likely go to the Quicken Loan Center to face the Cavaliers. I hope some people will not go too far by then. When it comes to YYGQ, Killian is a professional. Not only did he spray the referee of this game, but he also dragged fans of other teams into the water. In the forum after the game, many neutral fans came to support Killian. However, Killian received support from outsiders, but was warned within the team. Darlan's assistant Jimmy White called Kellyanne and made it clear that he did not want him to make any more controversial remarks, especially about James. At this time point, anyone can see that Kellyanne is preparing for the Eastern Conference semifinals in advance. Darlan is also worried that Kellyanne's repeated provocations will damage the relationship between the team and James, making the Kellyanne plus James plan that he has been planning for many years fall through. LeBron is not a person who cares about every penny. On the contrary, the best way to conquer such a person is to make him feel your strength, just like playing games and getting equipment. Kellyanne said to Jimmy White, "In the current situation, we have at least 60% chance of winning. LeBron's joining. Mr. Dolan does not want to cause trouble. Kimmy, the Knicks' goal has never been limited to this season," Jimmy White advised. In China, there is a saying that goes, if you don't clean up your own house, how can you clean up the world? Any success is accumulated by little. If you don't fight for victory now, why do you think LeBron can change everything? Jimmy White's words stimulated Kellyanne. He had worked so hard for a season to bring the team to today's situation, but was suddenly defined as an unimportant season. What kind of words are these? Okay, I respect the culture of your country, but I still want to tell you that this is what Mr. Darlan meant. For the future of the team, be rational, Kimmy. After hanging up the phone, Kellyanne took a few deep breaths before he couldn't help but utter a few swear words. He knew the coldness of the city of New York. After all, this was a team that Ewing had to buy tickets to watch the game, and he didn't plan to become a New York celebrity. But when he personally experienced his efforts being ignored, Kellyanne still felt a little sad from the heart. On May 2nd, a day later, the Heat and the Knicks started Game 4. For the Heat fans who came to the American Airlines Center to watch the game, this game was definitely not a good one. Although the Heat never fell behind the Knicks by more than 10 points, from the first minute of the game, the Heat never had a 1-minute lead, and until the end of the game, they were suppressed by the Knicks throughout the game, until they lost the game. As the series progressed, both teams gradually figured out what the other team could offer. Compared with the Heat putting all the pressure on Wade, the Knicks had stronger overall strength, more tactics to play, and firmly controlled the situation. Spoelstra changed his tactics many times, tried a small lineup with Halm as the center, and simply let Wade play as a point guard, with Jones and Wright as two shooters, but none of them achieved good results. In the final analysis, the Heat, like the Knicks, set their goal early on in the summer of 2010. In order to free up the most salary space, they also sacrificed the depth of the lineup. In recent years, they have been collecting contracts that expire in 10 years, and they are only willing to give players contracts that expire in 10 years. The limitations in recruiting are very obvious. The Knicks also have a problem with the depth of the lineup, but Kellyanne filled this gap through various benefits of the rookie contract. The Heat do not have the vision to select such a capable rookie. Although Wade played for 42 minutes, he was at full strength and scored 35 points, 9 rebounds and 6 assists. The Knicks relied on the strength of the team to beat the Heat 112-104, leading the series 3-1. At the end of the game, Spoelstra looked at the court with a trace of unwillingness. The Knicks are not so strong that they cannot be defeated. With a balanced lineup, he dare not say that he can win Kellyanne steadily. At least he will not let him win so easily. But now, it is not a fair duel at all. Losing the series with the Knicks may mean that the Heat will be out of the competition for James to join. After all, if you want to make a lot of money, you can go to New York. If you want fame, you can stay in the Cavaliers. What does the Heat have? Wade, this good brother? Maybe a more practical goal is Chris Bosh. Pat really thought about it, and then he was a little distressed. Compared to the ambiguous James, Bosh is probably more looking forward to going to New York. I'm very happy to receive the honor of Rookie of the Year. This is an honor that you only have the opportunity to receive in a lifetime. Fortunately, I have no regrets. For this honor, I need to thank my parents and my family. They gave me a lot of support when I was in trouble. I have to thank my teammates. All of them are supporting and helping me in their own way. The person I need to thank the most is Kimmy. If possible, I would like to be your Messi forever. Curry thanked a lot of people, and the most impressive thing was his confession to Kellyanne. If there are few Joshi watching NBA, they can cut out the CP video of Kellyanne and Curry in minutes and call it Yan, CP. However, Kellyanne did not appear at the press conference for Curry's award. His due date is approaching. Except for training and competitions, Kellyanne has stayed in the hospital almost all the time. This is also the most homely time for Kellyanne during the playoffs, since the two have been dating. I really want to see what your reaction will be when you see Irene for the first time. Wang Lifan joked, I wonder if you will cry. After consultation between Kellyanne and Wang Lifan, they named their daughter Kaylin, and the English name Irene, which was also approved by the elders. She should be excited. It's not like she's getting married. Why are you crying? Kellyanne denied it immediately, and then said, do you want me to go in with you when you give birth? No. Wang Lifan said firmly, I will fight this battle, and you will have troubles after giving birth. Even though the family has hired a nutritionist, a nanny, and a nurse, taking care of a newborn is still not an easy task, and Kellyanne has done enough psychological preparation. On May 5th, the Knicks and the Heat started the Game 5 matchup at Madison Square Garden. In the eyes of many people, this will also be the last matchup of this series. The Knicks will solve their opponents neatly at home, sweeping the Heat, and entering the Western Conference semifinals. Nearly 20,000 Knicks fans poured into Madison, and the stadium became a sea of blue. Fans hoped to witness the team's victory on the spot and sweep away the haze of the past many years. However, after the game started, the Heat, who were fighting a last-ditch battle, took the lead. Wade issued a promise of 48 minutes without rest before the game, indicating his determination to do his best in the next series and create trouble for the Knicks, which greatly encouraged the morale of his teammates on the Heat. Fortunately, compared with the past two games in which the Heat used the home whistle to lead the Heat forward, the Knicks at least did not suffer a loss in terms of the penalty scale. After returning to Madison, Wade did not blow the whistle as soon as he broke into the penalty area, and Curry would not be fouled just because he scored the ball and was violated by the cylinder. The Knicks played steadily and gradually caught up with the score. The Heat tried their best, and Wade was determined not to leave the court to rest. Kellyanne also increased Curry's playing time, using strength to overcome strength. The more all or nothing the game is, the more it is time for Curry to prove his leadership qualities. Having just won the honor of Best Rookie, Curry is full of fighting spirit. Facing the decisive battle with Wade, he didn't even call for a pick and roll. After advancing to the front court, he challenged Wade alone, used a fake worship move to shake off the Flash's defense, stepped back and hit a three-pointer, helping the team to overtake the score. Curry's current strength is certainly not as good as Wade, but Curry plays in a better system. Curry has better teammates beside him, and Kellyanne has designed better tactics for Curry to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. These are treatments that Wade cannot enjoy. The defects of the Heat's overall lineup turned Wade's output into empty cuts, Wade's efforts into vain, and Wade's persistence into garbage time, leaving only the image of a lone hero. Curry quickly advanced to the front court. He stopped. Was he going to shoot? Unbelievable. This was a very clever pass. Curry got rid of Wade's defense and rushed into the penalty area. Halm came up to help defend. Curry passed the ball to Gallinari, who cut in from the left. Gallinari made a layup, and the referee blew the whistle, blew a foul on Joel Anthony. Spoelstra called a timeout. If Gallinari made the free throw, the Knicks would lead the Heat by 14 points. There were only 3 minutes left in the game, or in other words, there might be only 3 minutes left in the Miami Heat's season. On the sidelines, Kellyanne stood on the sidelines with a smile on his face and kept high-fiving the players who were leaving the court. The game was basically won. Taking advantage of this timeout, Kellyanne replaced Jordan and replaced Alexander. This was to prevent the Heat from using the hack-a-shack tactic in the next minute. When there were 2 minutes left in the game, if the Knicks fouled the player without the ball again, they would get a chance to shoot one free throw. Kellyanne was very particular about the details, but the Heat still insisted on using the fouling tactic, except that the target of their fouls changed from Little Jordan to Sun Yu. Sun Dashan made 3 of 4 free throws, raising his personal data to 7 points, 4 rebounds and 3 assists, and also completely sealed the Heat's coffin. The last 2 minutes completely turned into garbage time. The Knicks players deliberately wasted the time, and it passed quickly. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Heat 111-98, eliminated their opponents with a total score of 4-1, and advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals. In other Eastern Conference series, the Magic swept the Bobcats 4-0, and there was no suspense. In terms of overall strength, the Magic is still a towering figure in the East. As confident as Kellyanne is, he also feels that the Knicks' current strength can play against the Cavaliers, but basically can't touch the Magic. The Cavaliers eliminated the Bulls 4-1. The young Bulls have made it to the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, which is an improvement over last season, and they have won a victory over the Cavaliers. The Hawks fought for 6 games and eliminated the Celtics 4-2. In the Game 6, Joe Johnson made 8 of 8 shots in the final quarter and scored 20 points in a single quarter to help the team conquer the North Shore Garden. In the West, the Lakers eliminated the Trail Blazers 4-1. On the stage of the playoffs, the Trail Blazers are still a little immature. The Mavericks battle ended with the victory of the Mavericks. The Spurs have been in a transition period in recent years. It is not easy to hold the record of 50+ wins for consecutive years, and it is difficult to achieve anything in the playoffs. The Thunder vs. Nuggets series is the most exciting game in the first round. Durant said, "Anthony and I are basically evenly matched, but he has Billups by his side, so he is a little better than me." Westbrook interrupted, "He has Billups by his side, and you have me by your side, Durant. It is because I have you by my side that he is a little better than me." Billups' IQ is higher than Westbrook's. Not only did he contribute 22 + 7 on the offensive end, but he also blinded Westbrook on the defensive end. He could attack as much as he wanted, completely ignoring Durant and Garnett. The Thunder, who were expected to challenge the Lakers, were defeated by the Nuggets and were eliminated in the first round. In the last matchup, the Suns and the Jazz also fought for 7 games and finally won with the home advantage. So far, Sun Yu and Yi Jianlian, 2 Chinese players, have respectively entered the second round of the playoffs with their home teams. Chapter 380 Crash Therapy. Before Irene was born, Kellyanne received a great gift from the league. Because the Knicks' record was not as good as D'Antoni's, he missed the Best Coach award, but unexpectedly won the Best General Manager award. When the news came out, Kellyanne himself was quite surprised. He chose to serve as the general manager concurrently, just to monopolize power to avoid other voices in the team. As a result, his main job did not win the award, but this part-time job overwhelmed other professional general managers and won professional recognition. This is like a screenwriter who wrote a great script to avoid stupid directors from bringing in private goods and directing it himself. As a result, he did not win the best script, but won the best director. I'm still very happy to win a trophy before my daughter was born. Thank you for my daughter's journalist friends who voted for me. Thank you. Kellyanne's acceptance speech was simple and warm, full of happiness, and was described by fans as "I have never seen Kellyanne so gentle." After the press conference, all the Knicks players who had a day off returned to the training hall to warm up. Tomorrow they will go to Cleveland to face the first game of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Hamblin was still there preparing the Bulls' information and analyzing the opponent's offensive and defensive advantages and disadvantages one by one, including the current status of the Cavaliers players, whose 3-point shooting was unstable and whose free throws were a great hidden danger. Hamblin did everything in detail and comprehensively. Unlike Hornacek and Snyder, who will leave the team one day in the future and start their own business, Hamblin has a clearer understanding of his own abilities. He knows that his upper limit may be Pippen in the coaching world, to be Kellyanne's right-hand man and win the championship. So at work, he paid more attention to some more trivial things, to share Kellyanne's pressure. On the training ground, Kellyanne, who has always been loose on the outside and tight on the inside, increased the intensity of training, and even spoke in training classes. After the first round of Game 3, I released a statement at the press conference about the penalty scale of last year's Eastern Conference Finals. Everyone knows about this. What everyone doesn't know is that after I spoke, the team's management had come to me and hoped that I would be lenient with James. Kellyanne couldn't help laughing when he said this. The players all laughed one by one. Kellyanne's complaints about James could be edited into a collection. But I'm just confused. In order to please James, we can't even fight for victory? Kellyanne had already given Jimmy whiteface. If he said his original words, there would probably be a worse impact. To be frank, without James, I'm still a champion coach. I've built the Hawks into a champion team from a poor state. I'm also capable of making you achieve the same achievements as Paul and Joe Johnson, or even higher than them. I don't even remember how many times I've beaten James. Even if he came to New York, he just came to join us. Keep a normal heart and a calm mind. There's nothing to worry about. Cleveland Quicken Loans Arena. Welcome to the NBA 09-10 season, Eastern Conference semifinals, the Cavaliers vs the Knicks at home. After the DJ's exciting shout, the Cleveland crowd's deafening shouts and screams followed. In fact, the team's home color is dark red, so all the fans wore dark red jerseys to cheer for the home team in tonight's game. Because there were many scandals between the Knicks and James, Cleveland fans were not friendly to the Knicks. The abuses came one after another, and some even directly attacked Kellyanne's unborn daughter, which made Kellyanne very angry and determined to make things difficult for the Cleveland crowd. The Cavaliers starting lineup: Mo Williams, Anthony Parker, James, Jamison, O'Neal. The Knicks starting lineup: Curry, Matthews, Gallinari, Love, O'Neal. In the midfield jump ball, amid the roar of Cleveland fans, O'Neal counter-attacked the Sharks and grabbed the first wave of ball rights. The Cavaliers were on offense. James passed the half court with the ball, but did not immediately attack the inside. Instead, he was ready to pass the ball to Buchuan. Curry jumped up instantly and used his body to entangle Buchuan, not giving him an easy chance to shoot. Jamison passed the half court to set a pick and roll for Mo Williams. Love did not choose to switch defense because Buchuan had strong shooting ability, but his physical fitness was average. He could only pull up and shoot jump shots when he got space, and he was not a big threat to break into the restricted area. On the other hand, Jamison had a variety of offensive methods, and if he switched defense, he could easily eat Curry. Taking advantage of the time difference when George Hill was picked and rolled, Buchuan chose a mid-range long two-pointer as expected. Even though Curry could not keep up, he jumped up to defend, and the ball was successfully interfered. The Cavaliers' first wave of offense failed. Love retreated to the restricted area to protect the rebound. Curry passed the half court with the ball, and Buchuan opened his hands and stared at him tightly. When Love came to the front court, Curry handed the ball to Love and then ran around Love without the ball and passed the ball to him. At the moment of passing and cutting, Love hung on half of Buchuan's body, and Curry also grabbed half of his body position, easily past Jamison, and scored a layup. The Cavaliers attacked. 3 players pulled away. James and O'Neal played pick and roll in the middle, which was the simplest and most effective tactic, but it was not very meaningful because O'Neal didn't even follow him, just stayed under the basket and let James shoot from mid-range. O'Neal's defense underestimated James a little too much. At least at the free throw line, James' mid-range shot was accurate. The Knicks attacked. Kellyanne made a gesture on the sidelines. Curry picked and rolled to attract Jamison's defense and passed the ball to Love, who followed behind. Jamison turned around to defend again, and Love had already cut into the basket. O'Neal made up for the defense. Love passed the ball. O'Neal received the ball at the left baseline and dribbled the ball one step. Going around the basket, he turned over and dunked to score. The Cavaliers' offense was still initiated by James. Mo passed the ball to the left and made a 70-degree jump shot from the left, 4-5. The Knicks attacked. Curry broke through and was double-teamed, and the ball was passed to the outside. Gallinari made an open three-pointer from the left, but it missed the basket and Jamison grabbed the rebound. Jamison dribbled directly across half court and forced a strong attack in the face of the basket, but failed to score the ball. In history, Jamison is the most miserable 20,000-point man. Whether he actively sought to join the Cavaliers or joined the Lakers, which showed the F4 in 2012, Jamison's original intention was to cling to the thigh and win a championship ring. But as the game went on, James left. As the game went on, Howard also left. Jamison passively took on the responsibility of scoring at the end of his career and brushed to 20,000 points. Looking back, Curry faked a breakthrough at the top of the restricted area and shot a three-pointer from a long distance, and it hit. This shot was very sudden. Mo passed the ball and was completely unprepared. Compared with Wade, who fights alone, James' teammates are obviously better. The Cavaliers management has tried their best to recruit the best teammates within their capabilities for James, which finally allows James to not have to fight against a team alone. When the Cavaliers attacked, James cooperated with the former #1 power forward in the East. After moving to the 5th position, O'Neal used his footsteps to play with O'Neal and scored a layup. Although Kellyan tried his best to protect O'Neal this season, it must be said that the speed of the Big Shark's degradation still exceeded his expectations. Unless he can hold on against a weak opponent in the interior, it is basically a pit to start at other times. After a few rounds, Kellyan replaced O'Neal with Jordan. As a result, an accident happened just in the first round of his appearance. During a defensive process, Matthews was pushed away by James and lost his center of gravity and just hit Jordan's knee, which directly caused Jordan's injury. The knee is the lifeline of an athlete. If Jordan's knee is really injured, Kellyan will curse his mother. Fortunately, the team doctor's feedback on the examination results was not bad, and Jordan could walk normally, but for safety reasons, the team directly asked Jordan to withdraw from the game. There is no doubt that for the Knicks, Jordan's withdrawal is a big blow. Jordan is the cornerstone of the team's interior defense. On the bench, Jeffries and Dorsey are far from him. In a last resort, Kellyan had to arrange O'Neal to play again, deal with it briefly, and quickly think of a response. The mobility of the Sharks has declined seriously, but at least he has a body shape, a tonnage, and a good defensive position. Facing James, he resolutely squatted under the basket, which was still a bit deterrent. After the first quarter, the Cavaliers led by 6 points at home 30-24. In the second quarter, Kellyan adjusted the rotation lineup. Curry continued to play and led Holiday, Matthews, McGrady, and Jeffries to counterattack. For the first time in his career, McGrady was forced to be reused and played power forward in the second lineup. Not only does he have to defend J.J. Hickson in the interior, but he also has to play the role of organizer plus space point on the offensive end. The Knicks' second lineup focuses on agility. Except for the small forward, the mobility of other positions is obviously stronger than that of the opponent. McGrady crossed the half court with the ball and cooperated with Curry to fake handover, deceiving Hickson, who was not careful in defense. He turned around easily and made a mid-range shot at the free throw line. This set of chic moves made the Chinese fans in front of the TV shout, "My youth is back." He can occasionally show his prowess on the offensive end. On the defensive end, McGrady can basically only do the task of top defense, which is why Kellyan has never used McGrady much. However, J.J. Hickson, as a big brush in Kellyan's eyes, did not disappoint Kellyan. After the pick and roll, he resolutely went down, and the reaction helped the Knicks block James's breakthrough route, forcing James to give him the ball. After receiving the ball, Hickson turned around flexibly, connected with a throw-in, and hit it accurately. He is the type who has great stats, but makes his teammates uncomfortable on the court. When the Knicks were attacking, Holiday used his speed advantage to force his way into the restricted area. After holding the defense, he passed the ball to McGrady outside the 3-second zone. McGrady pretended to throw a shot, but after James' center of gravity was lifted, he pushed the ball to Matthews on the outside with one hand. Nice pass. Look at Matthews hit. Although he is at the power forward position, many of McGrady's techniques are still the movements of an outside player, which makes the Cavaliers' defense feel uneasy. When the Cavaliers were attacking, the Knicks double-teamed James, who took the initiative to pass the ball to Durante West. West received the ball and rushed into the basket, facing Jeffries' long arms, and scored the ball. Without Jordan, McGrady played as a power forward, which was a collapse therapy for the team. One is to bet on the offense and the success rate of the offense. The other is to see whether the 3-on-4 defense after the double team can block the output of other Cavaliers players. In the first 2 rounds, Hickson and West seized their chances respectively, but in the following games, their grasp of opportunities declined. Both of them have their own shortcomings. Hickson plays for statistics and has a clear offensive orientation. West's mid-range and long-range shooting is unstable, and his psychological quality is not good. He showed his timidity in the game and did not dare to shoot from the outside. The Knicks gradually caught up with the score. Mike Brown reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately put Mo Butchen, Jamison and other main players on the court. A man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. This sentence is very appropriate for Mike Brown. After being tortured to death by Kellyanne for many years, Mike Brown's progress is far beyond his previous life. The appearance of Mo Butchen and Jamison can hit the Knicks' defensive weakness. Kellyanne also played the head-on, not the bud to the extreme, replacing McGrady with Gallinari, pushing Matthews to the power forward position, and bombarding the Cavaliers' defense with a faster-paced offense. At the end of the first half, the Cavaliers led the Knicks by 5 points, 62-57. Although the Cavaliers are leading now, but if you look at the scores of both sides, this is a high-scoring game, more like a Knicks game. This shows that the pace is still set by the Knicks. In theory, the Knicks have no one in the interior, and the Cavaliers play one ball after another against the Knicks interior, which is a big advantage, but they just can't slow down, so it depends on the head coach's skills. Zangheli analyzed. Chapter 381. Despair comes first, then hope. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. What Zangheli can see clearly on the sidelines does not mean that Mike Brown on the court can also see clearly. Against a famous coach like Kellyanne, Mike Brown prepared more carefully and accurately picked out the details of each round, but he lacked the initiative to take myself as the main force and lacked the overall view of the whole court. In itself, the Cavaliers, who have the advantage in strength, have the initiative in the game. But Jordan's injury and departure changed the trend of the game to a certain extent. Kellyanne changed the small lineup passively or actively, but Mike Brown allowed the Knicks to slowly bring a fast pace on the court, ignoring the fact that the two starting inside players of the Cavaliers are veterans themselves, and the fast-paced offense and defense transition is not friendly to them. During the halftime break, Kellyanne also praised the team's performance in the first half, and asked O'Neal and Love to attack the inside at the beginning of the second half. Physically, I have the advantage, Kellyanne emphasized. In the 2 games against Cleveland, as long as we steal the next one, we still have a chance, but if we lose the game in G1, frankly speaking, I don't think we can hold on until DeAndre comes back. Kellyanne's words also show his determination to burn our boats and fight to the death. However, this is not chicken soup, but a fact. In the case of Jordan, it is estimated that he needs to rest for 2 games. In the game of G1, if we win the next game, while Mike Brown is not paying attention, Kellyanne can selectively let go of the game in G2, and then decide whether to exert force in G3, or save strength for G4 depending on Jordan's recovery and the development of another matter. But if the game in G1 is lost directly, the Knicks can only rely on prayer to win the series. At the beginning of the second half, Curry followed Kellyanne's suggestion, and passed the ball to Love in the right corner. The latter leaned against Bowen with his back, turned to the right, squeezed his opponent, and took a slow 3-step shot. 62-59. O'Neal was a step too slow to assist. Jamison was unable to hold his position. James helplessly spread his hands. The opponent was the Knicks. He was under a lot of pressure. The Cavaliers attacked. The players spread out. Anthony Parker ran to the right corner and stood still. Mobu passed the ball to the right 70 degrees. James took the ball in the middle to organize the attack. O'Neal came up to cover. O'Neal resolutely defended at the bottom, leaving all the areas above the free throw line to James. James shot a 3-pointer and made it with almost no interference. To be honest, O'Neal's defense was really contemptuous. But he had no choice. He dared to guarantee that, as long as he dared to go to the free throw line, James would pass him like crossing the main road in the morning. There are always talented people in the world, and at this time, James is the hottest star, and he is just yesterday's flower. The defense was not strong, and O'Neal played his value on the offensive end. Curry and Love played pick and roll cooperation, and after containing the defense, the ball was passed to O'Neal. The big shark dunked under the basket and scored, without giving O'Neal who was returning to defense, a chance to foul. The Cavaliers attacked, and O'Neal went to the top line to screen again. O'Neal was chased and played pick and roll, but still didn't come out, and James continued to hit. 67:61. James' mid-range and long-range shots are not stable. When he is accurate, he hits like a string of cannons, but when he is unlucky, he just doesn't shoot. Just when he was a little happy about his touch, there was a problem on the defensive end. The Knicks played a pick and roll between Curry and Gallinari. James was passed by the opponent with a flexible change of direction. When he was defending Curry, it was too late to chase him, so he could only watch Curry shoot and score. This scene reminds people of Iverson shaking Jordan, but Curry shook off to Jordan's successes in a season, and they were Jordan's successes at their peak, which was even more exciting than Iverson. Both sides have good output on the offensive end. The Knicks' offense is both inside and outside, while the Cavaliers rely on James' output and scheduling to support. In the second half of the third quarter, Jamison and O'Neal's physical condition was not good and their performance fluctuated. Kellyan decisively changed the lineup and used a small lineup to play against the Cavaliers' substitute lineup. In fact, with the Cavaliers' lineup structure, they can also use a big 4-small lineup of Mo Butcher, West, Anthony Parker, James, and Virgilio to target the Knicks. But I don't know whether Mike Brown didn't expect it or James was not willing to play the power forward position. The Cavaliers insisted on the conventional lineup and put Hickson on the court. Facing Curry and Holiday's turn to play big, the Cavaliers' operation was almost leading to the death. Watching the Knicks catch up and overtake, it can only be said that knowing people is an important indicator of a head coach, and it is also Kellyan's biggest advantage compared to other coaches in the league. After 3 quarters, the Cavaliers were 4 points behind the Knicks at 85:89. In the last quarter, James went off the court to rest, and Mike Brown kept Mo Butcher and Jamison on the court. The two were the second and third scoring points of the Cavaliers, and they averaged 35 points per game in the regular season. But at the same time, don't forget that the two have never been the ones who can take the lead in the playoffs. Jamison is the player who has played the least in the playoffs in the 20,000 club. Mo Butcher has never performed well in the playoffs except for winning a championship with the Cavaliers in his later years. Mo Butcher and Jamison failed to hold the court, but O'Neal rubbed the last glimmer of glory in his career. He completed 4 singles in the first half of the fourth quarter, put the ball into the basket 3 times, and caused a foul by Virgilio, making 1 of 2 free throws. With O'Neal's response, Love also found his feeling, and the two teamed up to widen the gap to 14 points, successfully forcing James to play. After James came on the court, he also immediately changed the team's status quo. With the main attack point covering, Mo Butcher and Jamison's offensive pressure was greatly reduced, and they were able to hit some shots, but the Cavaliers, who ranked first in the league in defensive efficiency in the regular season, could not find a way to defend the Knicks' offensive routine. Curry performed very well. Through 18 kinds of cooperation with Love, he found opportunities to call out Jamison and O'Neal. As long as James did not come to assist in defense, he would hit them accurately. The score difference was always maintained at double digits. Mike Brown, who was eager for success, replaced O'Neal with Hickson, who had better data and continued to strengthen the offense. Unexpectedly, the team's offensive efficiency did not improve because of Hickson's appearance. The team's defensive system, which was fully equipped, could not cope with Curry, but fell into chaos. This defeat was caught by Kellyan, who chased Hickson's point and hit him, but widened the score difference. In a desperate situation, James and Mo Butcher began to rush to shoot 3-pointers. They were so excited that they scored 3 consecutive shots against people, which made the Knicks sweat. Fortunately, the Knicks' offense was not bad either. Curry continued to perform steadily. After the pick and roll, he passed Jamison and made a layup. He broke through to attract a double team and assisted Love to make a jump shot, which locked the victory 106-114. The Knicks got off to a good start in the away game, and Jordan got some rest time as he wished. After the game, Kellyan walked onto the court and shook hands with Mike Brown. Mike Brown was a little embarrassed that he lost the game in an advantageous position, but he didn't know that under Kellyan's spur, he was much better than the bread in his previous life. 5 players of the Knicks scored in double digits. Curry performed best on the outside, scoring 33 points, 4 rebounds and 7 assists. The most eye-catching player in the inside was O'Neal, who scored 16 points, 10 rebounds and 2 blocks. 4 players of the Cavaliers scored in double digits, and the best player was James, who scored a near triple-double of 37 points, 14 rebounds and 9 assists. But when James' offensive output was almost exchanged by Curry, it was difficult for the Cavaliers to win. In the post-match interview, Curry praised Kenyan to the sky. "We just played according to Kim's tactics. I really enjoy playing under him. Almost every time we took the initiative to call a timeout, he could get to the point. I really didn't expect that we could still win even with DeAndre injured." In comparison, Kenyan was much more low-key. He first praised the players, and then said, "This is just one game. We have to win 4 games to advance. Now is not the time to be happy. Everyone knows that the Cavaliers are the first in the regular season and James is the regular season MVP. In terms of strength, we are the weaker side and we can't be complacent." The reporter asked, "Where do you think the Knicks won today?" "We are not as strong as our opponents, so it's naturally in tactics." Kenyan smiled, "And also my personal mentality. I was swept in the second round of the Eastern Conference last season. Before the series started, I told the players that I hope to avoid this. I'm honored that they sat for me." On the Cavaliers side, Mike Brown took the blame for the loss on himself as expected. "I have to say that after DeAndre was injured, Kemi made adjustments faster than I did and put the game into the rhythm of the Knicks. I need to be responsible for this. If the Knicks lose, Kenyan will take the initiative to take the blame, and New York fans will be able to understand most of the time. But if the Cavaliers lose, Mike Brown will take the responsibility, and the comment section will be full of curse words. The gap between bread and scientists is bigger than the gap between their nicknames. We can lose any game, but we can't lose this one. Damn, I really think LeBron is going to New York. If apologies are useful, why do we need the police? It's really a shame. We won 15 more games than the opponent in the regular season, and the opponent's center was injured at the beginning of the game. We still couldn't win. It's really shameful." The media's reaction was basically the same as Kenyan's. All the news was praising the Knicks and belittling the Cavaliers and Mike Brown. Fans voted online, and 63% of them supported the Knicks to advance. In addition to the fact that there were more fans in New York, many James fans in non-Cleveland areas also turned against the Knicks. If James could not win the honor in the 7th season, not only would he lose face, but the fans would also be embarrassed. In fact, the fact that James left the Cavaliers in 2010 was not that big of a problem. At least 60% of the fans guessed that James would leave the Cavaliers. After all, the team really had no future. It's just that, first of all, a nationwide live broadcast was equivalent to making a scene in front of the husband, slapping the Cavaliers in the face in public. Secondly, and most importantly, he joined Wade and Bosch. At that time, it was a very subversive thing for 3 peak all-stars to keep each other warm. Even in New York under Kenyan's rule, Darlan's current YI plan is just Bosch plus James, and he dare not think about taking down Wade as well. P.S. I had a wisdom tooth extraction surgery at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. Because it was an impacted wisdom tooth, it was quite difficult. The wound was not big, but it was quite deep. After I came back, I went to the clinic and got 3 bottles of intravenous drips. During the period, the anesthesia gradually lost its effect. I was in so much pain that tears almost came out. It was about 12:30 p.m. when the intravenous drip was finished. I couldn't stand it and took an ibuprofen. It took about half an hour to take effect, and the pain reaction was removed by 70%. But because of the wound in the mouth, I can only eat liquid food these days. I eat egg custard at noon and soy milk with a small piece of soft bread at night. I dare not drink too much water. It's really hard to adjust to the coding state when I'm in pain and hungry. Today, I'm still in the state of intravenous drip plus eating liquid food. I heard that the 2nd and 3rd days of wisdom tooth extraction are the most painful periods. I hope I can get through it as soon as possible. I will try my best to update within my ability. If I really can't stand it, I hope everyone will forgive me. Toothache is too tormenting. Chapter 382. Even if Jordan comes, it won't work. May 13th. The Cavaliers and the Knicks continued their Game 2 match at the Quicken Loans Center. Compared to the first game, which more reflected the difference in coaching level between Kellyanne and Mike Brown, the Knicks' weakness in strength was more obvious in the Game 2 match. Obviously, Mike Brown had done enough preparation for the loss in the first game. The Cavaliers made changes and exerted their strength in the game. In contrast, the Knicks were incapable of doing what they wanted. O'Neal, who had a good performance on the offensive end in the last game, was obviously not in good shape in this game, and he didn't even force the Cavaliers to use the hack-a-shack tactic. Kevin Love, the team's second in command, also failed to stand up. It's not that you can say that his contribution is low. At least when cooperating with Curry's offense, Love can form various routines with Curry, but that's all. Whether it's interior defense or personal offense, Love's performance is mediocre. The double-double data of 13 points and 11 rebounds cannot reflect his weakness on the court. Relying solely on outside offense, it is impossible to penetrate the Cavaliers' defense. After all, the defense led by James is the best defensive team in the league in the regular season, and it is really not as bad as many people imagine. 101:86. The Cavaliers won at home, and James and Mike Brown both saved some face. Trapped by the poor performance of his teammates, Curry was taken care of by the Cavaliers on the offensive end, shooting an inefficient 10 of 23 shots and only scored 26 points. The loss of this game was expected by Kellyanne. The G1 game was a one-shot victory for the Knicks in order to strive for the tolerance rate of the next game. The Knicks' hard power, health, and home and away advantages are far behind the Cavaliers. The only two advantages are that Kellyanne's coaching level is obviously better than Brown, and the referee's whistle is still normal. Compared with the previous seasons, there is no brainless support for the Cavaliers. After the end of G2, the two sides moved to Madison. As soon as he returned to New York, Kellyanne couldn't wait to contact the hospital to find out about Jordan's condition. It is expected to take another 5 to 7 days to recover. The expert who closely followed Jordan's injury gave the reply. This result means that Jordan will definitely miss the Game 3 game, and it is unknown whether he can catch up with the Game 4 game. This result is within Kellyanne's expectations, but it is not an ideal result. Without Jordan, the Knicks lack a strong barrier in the interior, and James will hardly encounter too much trouble when he kills 7 in and 7 out of the Knicks' restricted area. Try to let DeAndre return in the Game 4 game, provided that it does not cause too much impact on his future. Kellyanne gave the doctor an instruction and made a retreat decision at the same time, postponing the counter-attack to Game 4. So, in the Game 3 game, Kellyanne almost rotated O'Neal, gave Jeffries and Alexander a lot of playing time, and even let Kevin Love swing to the 5th position and hard top the forward position. First, it is to test the formation and try Love's effect of the 5th position. Second, it is to hope that O'Neal can conserve his energy and show a better performance in the Game 4 game. As for this game, it was another one of strategic abandonment. Of course, subjectively, Kellyanne did not have too many expectations for this game, but to be fair, Curry, Holiday, Gallinari and others did not perform badly in this game. Unlike veterans like O'Neal who selectively exerted their strength, they were able to take this opportunity to accumulate playoff experience, which was invaluable. However, the strength gap between the two sides was visible to the naked eye. No matter how powerful Curry was, he was still a first-year rookie after all, and his teammates were old and young, so it was difficult to compete with the Cavaliers who were determined to win the championship. 98:107. The Knicks lost the game, but the efforts of the young people won the applause of the fans, including the post-match interview. Kellyanne also praised the performance of the young people, and even used a classic statement of James fans in later generations. Looking back on the difficulties we faced at various stages of the season, it can be said that it would be difficult for Jordan to do better. The fake Jordan used his own tricks to delay the reconstruction of the Bobcats again and again. The real Jordan stood up when the Knicks were caught in the water and fire. Before the game of G4, Kellyanne got a permission order from the hospital, and DeAndre Jordan could return in the game of G4, and there was no restriction on playing time. Kellyanne sacrificed the 2 games of G2 and G3 to win the team a chance to fight with the strongest strength. In this game, He finally stopped holding back and directly put DeAndre Jordan into the starting lineup, partnering with Curry, Holiday, Gallinari, and Love. Kellyan wanted to win by surprise, so that Curry or Holiday could use their speed advantage to challenge Anthony Parker, and they could directly use their speed to eat him alive. When defending, Holiday could fight well, and it was not a big problem to block Anthony Parker's outside output. If Parker sat and played inside, there was also DeAndre Jordan waiting for him in the inside. The Cavaliers won 2 games in a row, so naturally they would not make any changes. The team's offense was still led by James, Jamison and Mo Butcher and were secondary attackers, and Anthony Parker and O'Neal were still able to perform their duties most of the time, bringing some surprises to the team from time to time. In this game, the first to bring surprise to the team was Jordan. Compared with Jeffries and O'Neal, Jordan is a completely different style of inside player. As a center who can be invited to participate in the dunk contest, Jordan's dynamic talent is almost full. At the same time, as a newcomer whose talent has just been developed by Kellyan, his tactical execution is also very good. In other words, he does whatever Kellyan asks him to do. However, such a positioning is also suitable for Jordan, whose brain capacity is not enough. Pick and roll, eating cakes, fighting for a bounce, and protecting the frame. Jordan does very mechanical work. Even Jeffries did so in the last game, but the effect is different. Especially on the defensive end, Jordan has the effect of a pillar supporting the sky. His existence also proves that James is afraid of big centers is definitely not a fallacy. Whether it is his own or the opponent's center, it can limit James. In the first quarter, James only scored 5 points, and the Knicks ended with a 5-point lead over the Cavaliers with 27-22. But this is also the greatest achievement that this all-member Knicks can achieve. Even if the G2 and G3 games were sacrificed to prepare for G4, and even if Jordan's return did improve the team's interior defense, there was no way to close the gap between the Knicks and the Cavaliers. In the game, after the Cavaliers increased their defensive strength, fans could see the Knicks players struggle on the offensive end. Holiday, Gallinari and even O'Neal were all overwhelmed on the offensive end, and the team's offense was almost entirely dependent on Curry. Obviously, Curry's immature shoulders were not enough to carry the entire Knicks offensive banner. As the game progressed, fatigue, weakness, and difficulty filled Curry. The Cavaliers firmly controlled the situation of the game. Kellyan tried to change his tactics many times, and even tried to put Love in the center position again, but still couldn't achieve a good effect. In order to clean up the legacy left by his predecessor Thomas, and to free up a huge salary space in the summer, the Knicks lineup structure is too unbalanced, with old and young players, and almost no players in their prime years, which really restricts the team's strength. The Cavaliers themselves are also making their last stand this season. If they lose James in the summer, they will have to rebuild. The lineup they have built is completely aimed at the results of this season, and the intensity they can play is indeed far better than the Knicks. Although their strength cannot match their opponents, fortunately, the fighting spirit of the young players is still there. Whether they are behind by 5 points, 10 points, or 15 points, the team under Kellyan has never given up this game, which may be the last song of Madison this season. The efforts of the players have kept the game from entering garbage time, which can be regarded as comforting the fans. In the 46th minute of the game, the Knicks were 8 points behind 98-106. The distance of 8 points should be a relatively safe distance in the 2-minute game time. However, at this time, Love, who was labeled as a soft egg, stood up and used half of his 8 3-pointers in the entire playoff journey to help the Knicks regain a glimmer of life. Love scored 12 points in a row to help the team tie the score with 26 seconds left. Let the whole Madison fall into madness again. Under the passion, Kellyan repeatedly cooled down the players, signaling them to stay calm in the final defensive round of the game, but the team's defense still had problems. James pretended to jump and ignited Gallinari, then broke into the basket, used his super air suspension to avoid Jordan's defense, and scored on the rebound. Due to the team's overall strength, James did not carry the team throughout the game, and still had the physical strength to complete the difficult attack at the last moment. After this goal, the Knicks had 10 seconds left to attack. Kellyanne wanted the team to start quickly and complete the attack, while the Cavaliers were not stable, but Love misunderstood Kellyanne's meaning, so Kellyanne had to call a timeout and rearrange. This timeout not only adjusted himself, but also gave the opponent a chance to breathe. Considering the physical condition of both sides, Kellyanne directly arranged Curry's tactics of looking for opportunities to shoot 3-pointers. If he could score, it would be the best, directly turning passive into active. If he couldn't score, he would foul at the first time, bet on the opponent's free throws, and leave it to fate. Kellyanne's carefully designed sideline ball tactics successfully helped Curry catch the ball. After Curry caught the ball, he quickly shook out of the space and shot resolutely, but unfortunately missed. However, at this time, Jordan showed his own value. He grabbed the rebound from behind O'Neal with 1-2 and was about to dunk after landing, but was directly dragged by Varejão's shoulders and thrown to the ground. Foul tactics. The Brazilian actor made a very smart choice. Sending Jordan to the free throw line was definitely a very correct decision. But he did not control the strength of the foul, and the horizontal throw might be penalized for a physical foul. If Curry took the technical foul free throw first, Jordan only needed to make one of 2 free throws to drag the game into overtime. If he made both free throws directly, the Knicks would win the game. The fans at the scene created a huge wave of voices to put pressure on the referee, and Kellyanne also turned his back to the referee, closed his eyes, and waited for the final penalty result. Ordinary foul. After watching the video repeatedly, the referee chose to give a lighter sentence. It also almost made the Knicks endless. Under pressure, Jordan missed the first free throw. The fans at the scene sighed, and Kellyanne immediately made a downward gesture to keep the fans quiet. You can also fight for the last glimmer of hope by grabbing rebounds. However, this is just a beautiful fantasy. Jordan intentionally missed the second free throw, but O'Neal protected the key rebound and threw it to the front court in time, exhausting the last time, helping the Cavaliers win the final victory, leading the Knicks 3-1. After the game, the Knicks took the initiative to take responsibility. Kellyanne said at the press conference that he did not arrange the defense against James and thought James would pass the ball. Curry said that the team no longer has the physical strength to play overtime and can only try to end the battle within 48 minutes. Love, the hero at the last moment, also blamed himself for not being able to stand up in the regular time when facing an interview. All members took the initiative to take the blame, which prevented the media from focusing their firepower on Jordan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the title of Jordan missed the key free throw. The Knicks lost by 2 points would make him feel autistic by being scolded by New York fans. After losing 2 home games in a row and falling behind 1-3, the Knicks are actually completely at a disadvantage. It can be said that if the Knicks want to turn the tables, they can only hope for a miracle. Chapter 383. Fate always favors those who are prepared. May 19th, the day after Game 4, the Cavaliers returned to Cleveland with a 3-1 lead, and the Knicks also flew over on the same day. They only had a day and a half of rest before the 5th game on the evening of May 20th. In the eyes of many people, this will also be the last matchup of this series. The Cavaliers will solve their opponents neatly at home, sweep the Knicks, and reach the Eastern Conference Finals for the 2nd consecutive year. Even Kellyanne is powerless in the face of the huge gap in strength. It is already quite difficult to win a game. This is the inner monologue of many people. It is not a disapproval of him, but a judgment based on reality. But competitive sports are certainly a competition of team strength, but the team strength here is not only the strength of the lineup on paper, but also many invisible factors. At least, Kellyanne does not intend to admit defeat, especially when he still has a trump card in his hand and can borrow the east wind. Every game is a new beginning. Maybe we can pray that the goddess of luck is on our side, but I hope you can do it exactly in this way. When luck comes, we are ready. Now is not the time to think about whether we can win, but we should think about what we can bring to the fans with our own hands. We can lose, but we can't be defeated. Despair is a sin. Fight until you die. Compared with the chicken soup master like Rivers, Kellyanne's skills are not in this aspect, but he reads a lot on weekdays. If he can't say those sentences, He will quote classics and Hemingway's famous sayings for himself. Let's cheer up and play a game with the Cavaliers for the last time. Generally speaking, the boss of a team can temper the character of the team. As the Messi handpicked by Kellyan, Curry has a toughness in his bones that does not match his appearance. In the game, his unremitting efforts infected his teammates. Gallinari, Holiday, and Jordan, this Knicks team that fought a desperate battle, burst out with amazing energy. On the other hand, the Cavaliers exposed huge problems in the game. Arrogant, absent-minded, low morale. No one knows what happened to the Cavaliers. You can see all kinds of problems in this Cavaliers team, but you can't see a team that wants to win. According to sources, James' mother had an affair with Derrick West. At the end of the game, the Knicks were already leading by 16 points and had a sure win. Hornacek came over and told Kellyan the information he had just collected. Friend's Mothergate. Kellyan was delighted because the off-court incident that he had included in the game plan finally broke out. Hornacek looked embarrassed, but then nodded. That's fine. This is not difficult to explain. James was a little absent-minded in this game. Hamblin showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he saw hope for a comeback. It may not be that James himself was absent-minded subjectively, but if the matter is true, no one can be unaffected. After all, it involves a close family member. Kellyan's wife gave birth, and his concentration was also greatly affected, but he didn't use this as an excuse. Seeing that there was no hope of winning, Mike Brown replaced the main players in advance. The Knicks, who were still behind in the total score, had no intention of beating the downed dog, and the last few minutes passed quickly and tepidly. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Cavaliers 112-98, tying the total score to 2-3. This is a night worth remembering throughout your career. The most memorable day in a person's life is not the moment of success, but the day when the desire for challenge arises from lamentation and despair, and bravely steps towards this challenge. I'm glad that you can do all this. In the locker room after the game, Kellyan hugged all the players of the team one by one. James's off-court accident is certainly the key to victory or defeat, but in any case, the premise for winning is that the Knicks players themselves do not give up. If they have already hit the board for this season on the psychological level, then at this moment, no matter what happens, this season is over. Fight back, start now. The Knicks were able to win Game 5 at the Quicken Loans Arena and continue this season. Not only did the fans not expect it, but even the Knicks owner Darlin himself did not expect it. Ironically, it was not until the next day that the Knicks officially reopened the team's ticket sales channel to sell tickets for Game 6. However, compared to the jokes made by the Knicks, the rumors about James, West, and Gloria are more popular among fans. The Knicks did not need to use their own media resources to add fuel to the flames. The impact of the incident has fermented to an incredible extent. Almost everyone who pays attention to basketball is discussing this matter. After all, that's James. Kellyan was quite merciful and did not make trouble. If he had made up dozens of dirty jokes and explained them in dozens of episodes like Day and Club did, in explaining the eye mask incident, James' mentality would probably explode. The friend's momgate became more and more intense. West, one of the parties involved, stood up the next day and refuted the rumors on the social platform, denying that the incident had happened. But it basically did not help. Just like Kellyan was exposed to have a secret meeting with a rich and beautiful woman in Toronto not long ago, although he later produced a series of evidence to prove his innocence, everyone still subconsciously labeled him as cheating. At least, Kellyan's public image is not as good as before. James himself kept silent about this matter, but judging from his mood, he was visibly affected. Kellyan was secretly happy and saw the hope of a comeback. A day later, the G6 game was staged as scheduled in Madison. Before the game, security personnel confiscated a large number of signs brought into the venue by fans, which were all slogans mocking the Friends Mom Gate. Jimmy White didn't even let Kellyan make trouble, so how could he let fans destroy the relationship between the team and James? Another dead eunuch. After learning about this, Kellyan imitated Zhao Xingxing's tone and complained. In Kellyan's view, Jimmy White's pursuit of James has exceeded the scale of pursuit and has reached the level of licking dog, which is disgraceful. The fans at the damn Quicken Loans Arena cursed their own family members, but they were not polite. But Jimmy White underestimated the wisdom of the fans. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Some fans wrote slogans on their clothes, some fans wore West's masks, and some fans shouted Gloria loudly when James was shooting free throws. All kinds of strange tricks madly stimulated James's not so tough nerves. Under heavy pressure, James played abnormally again in this game, making 9 of 25 shots and 12 of 16 free throws. Although he also scored a gorgeous data of 32 points, 11 rebounds and 6 assists, his efficiency was not a little lower than usual. On the other hand, in the Knicks team, on the surface, everyone knew what happened to James, but in fact, they all saw the hope of a comeback and their morale was boosted. With the blessing of the home fans, the team played with high morale, successfully defended the home court, and dragged the game into a tiebreaker. The players made great efforts to catch up to 3:3 after falling behind 1:3. There is no doubt that the momentum is on our side. As long as we persist, we can complete the reversal. I have no doubt about this. Do you think LeBron's performance in the past 2 seasons has been substandard? Soon, a reporter asked Kellyanne a sharp question. The original intention of this question was to question the value of the Knicks' victory, which was more or less unfair, but it just happened to hand Kellyanne a knife. Why can't we do a good job in defending James? Kellyanne asked back, I believe LeBron is a very professional player. In the past 2 games, he still went all out for his team. It's just that we also spent a lot of time on defending him, which is the key to our winning 2 games in a row. The Friends Momgate incident is the same as the Young Handsome incident. It is a taboo. If the parties involved do not admit it, no one can mention it. Kellyanne's implication is indeed openly helping to clarify, secretly questioning James' ability, which made the other party unable to find a topic to talk about. Kellyanne was eating James' melon, but just after the press conference ended, he was told by the staff around him, never entered the delivery room. Congratulations, Kimmy. As Kellyanne's oldest friend, Hamblin was the first to congratulate Kellyanne. My daughter is about to be born, and I'm going to be a father. At this moment, Kellyanne had only this thought in his mind, and the little girl who called him dad in his dream. For safety reasons, Hamblin didn't even let Kellyanne drive, but personally sent Kellyanne to the hospital, and talked a lot about the parturi and on the way, completely forgetting that Wang Liffen was a doctor. A large group of people had gathered at the door of the operating room, including Wang Zhaniao who was walking back and forth, Zhao Yun who was nervously wiping tears, and Yuan Yu who closed her eyes and prayed all the time. Kellyanne slowly approached the operating room. He knew that his daughter was inside, and his mood was very complicated. Crack at this time, a nurse came out of the delivery room. She was probably going to get something, but the people waiting at the door quickly surrounded her. The nurse was familiar with this scene. Facing the worried and eager eyes of the family members, she also knew what everyone was most concerned about. Mr. Ken, uncles and aunts. The nurse said politely and considerately, please rest assured, because of the meticulous care during pregnancy, Dr. Wang is in very good health. Our director and deputy director are both experienced obstetricians and gynecologists. I suggest that uncles and aunts go to rest first, and you will be able to see your little princess tomorrow morning. This news was like a tranquilizer, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there was no NBA #1 coach, the director of cardiothoracic surgery at Atlanta Hospital, and the former director of the Office of the Sioux City Sports Bureau. Now everyone just wanted Wang Liffen and Kaylin to be safe. However, the nurse suggested that everyone go to rest first, and they would not listen. It was just that the wait was very difficult. At first, several men walked back and forth to relieve their worries. Later, the 2 old men had no strength left, and only Kellyanne could still stand. Zhao Yun and Yuan Yu both pursed their lips and stared at the door of the delivery room without blinking. As soon as the door was opened, they immediately rushed up to ask, even though the answer they got every time was don't worry, auntie, Dr. Wang is in good condition. Time passed slowly, and the sky became brighter unconsciously. Kellyanne looked at the time, and it was almost 4 o'clock. Wang Liffen entered the delivery room at around 12 o'clock. Although Zhao Yun and Yuan Yu said that it was common to give birth to a baby for a few hours, Kellyanne was still inevitably anxious. Many bloody plots that only appear on TV filled his mind. Just when Kellyanne didn't know how many steps he had taken, the delivery room was pushed open again with a creak, and everyone stood up clattering. Because this time it was not only the nurses who came out, but also the chief professor of obstetrics. The most important thing was that she was holding a transparent basket in her hand, and the basket was Kaylin. Wow wow wow. The loud cry of the baby, accompanied by the morning sun through the window, Kellyanne felt that the world had become beautiful. Coach K, we've got a baby girl. How's never? Kellyanne was so excited that his mouth was dry, but at this critical moment, his biggest concern was his wife. The professor handed the basket to Kellyanne and said, "Mother and daughter are safe. You can go in and see Dr. Wang. In a while, please send the child to the observation room. We need to observe her for 12 hours before handing her over to her family." Everyone walked into the delivery room quietly. Wang Lifan lay quietly on the bed. She should have heard what was said at the door. Zhao Yun felt sorry for her daughter. She took the lead in sitting by the bed and holding Wang Lifan's palm. Tears fell down. Pat, you've worked so hard. It's not hard. Wang Lifan's tone was a little weak, but she kept staring at Kaylin in Kellyanne's arms. Kellyanne took a few steps forward and gently placed the basket on the bed. Wang Lifan's eyes could no longer leave her. She reached in and touched the bundle on her daughter's body. Her tired face was rejuvenated. The news of Wang Lifan's childbirth is good news for Kellyanne, but it is unknown whether it is a benefit or a disadvantage for the Knicks' journey to the playoffs. After all, according to US law, Kellyanne has every reason to ask for leave and miss the final game of G7. If they were really eliminated in the games of G5 and G6, fans would also think that this was a successful season. But when the Friends Momgate broke out and the team saw the hope of winning, everyone was unwilling to accept the non-combat reduction of G7. The same is true for the team owner Darlin. Reaching the Eastern Conference Finals means that the team can earn at least 2 high-priced tickets for 2 games broadcast fees, and higher advertising fees, which is a huge income. Therefore, Darlin personally called Kellyanne, congratulated him, and learned about the specific situation, but in the end he was unable to say that Kellyanne should go to Cleveland. Kellyanne knew Darlin's thoughts very well. Although he felt disgusted, he still called Snyder. "Quinn, tonight, I won't go to the airport to go to Cleveland with you. You will lead the team in the training tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, I will rush to Cleveland and try to participate in the evening game." Chapter 384 Fateful Showdown. During the entire pregnancy, pregnant women are in a state of hormonal disorder, which is also the reason why many women have unstable emotional control during this period. After childbirth, this condition will not be fully recovered in the first time, so postpartum depression is also a very common psychological disease for modern mothers, and they need the company and protection of men even more. However, given the particularity of his work and the critical stage he is in, Kellyanne not only needs to be responsible for his family, but also needs to bear his due responsibilities. Although he had reasons to ask for leave, Kellyanne still decided to go to Cleveland. "I have promised my 7-foot body to the team, and it is difficult to promise you again." Before leaving, Kellyanne said goodbye to Wang Lifan in a humorous and tragic tone, which made her laugh. "What the hell? It's not a battlefield." Wang Lifan couldn't help laughing, then paused and said seriously, "You must win." Of course. Kellyanne promised Wang Lifan to win, but when he personally went to the battlefield of the Quick Loan Center and participated in the G7 game, he found that the difficulty of the game exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it was difficult to judge whether James would stay or leave, or perhaps the Cavaliers themselves had an absolute advantage in strength. In the first 6 games of the entire series, the referees were generally fair in their standards, and even slightly biased towards the Knicks. However, in the G7 game, the referees, who had been loose throughout the series, suddenly tightened their standards and made precise strikes, focusing on the Knicks' DeAndre Jordan, who was responsible for protecting the rim. In just 3 minutes in the first quarter, the Knicks' inside pillar was fouled out. To be fair, the referee's standard adjustment was basically the same for both sides. But compared to the Cavaliers players who were all veterans, the Knicks young players were much more naive when facing such changes, which was reflected in a period of confusion, helplessness, and even fighting during the game. After the first quarter, the score difference reached 15 points, a huge pit. 36:21. This world is not as friendly, considerate and kind as we imagine. On the contrary, if people without power do not try to stand up from the test, then the ruthlessness of reality will one day be like a circling vulture, waiting to gnaw on the parts of us that have become weak and necrotic. During the intermission, Killian did not make too many tactical adjustments, but quoted lines from Cedric Bale to awaken the players' sealed fighting spirit and rationality. It is useless to keep getting angry. If you want to win, you must pass the test in your own way. At the beginning of the second quarter, the adjustment of the lineups of both sides was not large. In a double match point game, no matter who loses this game, it means the end of the entire season, and any reservations are meaningless. The Knicks launched an attack, and Curry controlled the ball across half court. On the periphery of the Cavaliers' defensive position, Mo Butchuan stood in front of him and looked at him coldly. Curry passed the ball to Holiday, who had just run from the other side with a relaxed demeanor. Holiday immediately made a fake move after receiving the ball, pretending to rush inward, but immediately passed the ball to Gallinari, who was standing at a 45-degree angle to the right and left of the three-point line. The Italian did not let the ball stay in his hands after receiving it. With a tremor in his hand, he passed the ball to Curry, who had just run across from the left side. At the moment before Gallinari passed the ball, Curry suddenly adjusted his steps and got rid of Mo Butchuan, who was chasing him closely behind him. He stepped forward with one foot and twisted his other foot in the direction of the direction. His body suddenly turned into a half-side posture. At this moment, the ball was just in his hand. Curry took a breath of air, turned his body completely, faced Mo Butchuan, who was already close to him, bent his body, raised his hands, and slightly put his feet together, a standard shooting action. Several thoughts flashed through Mo Butchuan's mind quickly, and in a flash, Mo Butchuan chose to jump. Then, Curry withdrew his hands, turned sideways, pushed off the ground, accelerated, and a series of actions were completed in one go, and he easily passed by Mo Butchuan. Everything that followed was a natural progression. O'Neal came out to assist in defense, and Curry threw the ball high up, assisting Jordan to complete an alley-oop dunk. Jordan pulled the basket down, and only after the inertia was removed did he fall down, running to Curry, who was standing outside with a serious face and clapping his hands in celebration. "That was a great pass." Jordan laughed. 12 points to go. Curry replied, and immediately stuck to Mo Butchuan. The Cavaliers attacked, passed the ball several times, and it came to James' hands. Gallinari came quickly, and just as Gallinari adjusted his position, James suddenly moved and rushed diagonally along the right side. Gallinari forced his feet to stagger, and his body suddenly stopped. He tried to block with both hands, but still failed to stop James' breakthrough. After dodging Gallinari, James did not speed up, but after attracting Holiday and Love's double team, he turned his body, faced the outside line, and passed the ball. The ball was passed almost parallel, which shows how solid James' passing skills are. Anthony Parker stood there quietly, watching the basketball flying towards him, opened his hand, caught it, stood up, and flicked it out. His movements were smooth and natural. Swish. 39:23. The score difference was widened. "Don't worry. Give them a ball back." Killian clapped his hands loudly on the sidelines and continued to cheer the players. Pick and roll, pass, block again, suddenly breakthrough, pass again, catch the ball, and shoot. Listening to the wonderful sound of basketball and friction, Gallinari's mouth curled up slightly and ran back to the backcourt. The Cavaliers attacked. The ball was passed several times on the outside line and then hoisted into the inside line. Jamison turned flexibly at the corner position, faced the basket, and played a single shot. With a side shot, his body immediately leaned forward to accelerate, and Love, who was defending him, was easily broken through. Jamison, who flashed out of the open space, made a throw, but a hand slapped the ball hard, just when it left his fingertips. Snap. This was the sound of the ball hitting his hand. Wow. This was Jameson's subconscious exclamation. At the first moment, Curry rushed to the ground and tightly protected the ball under himself. Then, Anthony Parker, Imobuchun, James and others pressed over in a scattered manner. The fight for the floor ball also shows that Curry really risked his life today, and he was reckless. The ball belonged to the Knicks. After a remarkable defense, the whole team clapped their hands and encouraged each other. Holiday received the ball, but immediately passed it to Curry, who shook off Imobuchun. Curry swung his body and dribbled to the left. His body, which was moving quickly to the left, suddenly stopped at the moment he received the ball, and he stretched his body. Without any hesitation, he opened his hand and shot. Swish. 39:28. The score difference was reduced to 11 points. The Knicks are eroding the Cavaliers' lead bit by bit. The ball was passed twice on the outside line and then hoisted into the inside line. O'Neal received the ball, and without pausing for half a second, it left his hands again. The ball flew parallel in the air, and a pair of strong hands caught it steadily, and then it kicked off the ground. James, who cut into the restricted area, twisted in the air, held the ball with one hand, and changed a beautiful arc in the air, avoiding the big hand of Jordan, and then shook it lightly, hitting the backboard into the basket 41-28. James jumped heavily under the basket a few times, and then ran out from the inside with murderous intent, constantly waving his arms, and shouting at his teammates to return to defense quickly with all his strength. The game continued. The Knicks, led by Curry, launched a strong counterattack, trying to narrow the gap, and the Cavaliers, after each loss, always beat back the Knicks' counterattack again and again under James's all-out charge, and wonderful goals were presented to the audience again and again. Compared with the loss in the past two games, James found himself in the most crucial G7. The Knicks only fell into a short confusion in the first quarter, and it is possible to end this season with regret. At the end of the first half, the score was 57-45, a score that gave both teams hope, but also seemed powerless. In 2005, due to factional struggles within the Lakers, I resigned from the Lakers and went to Atlanta, Orlando, Milwaukee for interviews, and of course, according to the original plan, Portland. This was the second job hunting experience in my life, which was very valuable, but also made me very regretful, because I had originally planned to go to Istanbul to watch the Champions League final between Liverpool and AC Milan. The attention paid to football in the United States is not very high. Maybe people have a clear understanding of the World Cup, and they are considered to be football experts in the United States. If you let me introduce that game to you, I would say that it is the most classic game in the history of human sports, bar none. You can find countless miraculous factors in that game. The weak defeated the strong, shocking reversal, the victory of spiritual will, and the never say die competitive spirit. As he spoke, Kylian opened the game highlights of Istanbul night on his computer, and through the external speaker, he let the players feel the magnificence of that night from the commentator's impassioned speech. Compared to Kylian's various tricks in the visiting team's locker room, the home team's locker room was a little quiet. Although James regained his form in this game, it must be said that the impact of the friends mom gate still exists, and there is a lack of trust and communication between teammates. Mike Brown can only say dryly, everyone maintained the attitude and passion in the first half, and play more small-scale cooperation. In the third quarter, the Knicks still attacked first. Curry controlled the ball, and came to the front court. James walked forward a little, half-bent and stood there, looking at Curry 2 meters away. Ace versus ace. Curry suddenly raised his left hand, and raised his index finger high. Immediately, Gallinari, who was standing on the right baseline, ran over. James looked back, and glanced at the whole situation, and shouted loudly, "Fill in." However, while James was shouting, Curry moved. Just as Gallinari quickly ran to James' side, Curry found Anthony Parker and cut in. Just as the opponent was about to get close to his body, he suddenly accelerated again, bent his body, and changed direction again, leaping over from the other side of the latter. Parker had no time to think at all, and twisted his body to block. Unexpectedly, Curry stabilized his body again, followed by a step back, causing Parker to stumble and fall to the ground in a panic. James flew over to help defend, missing Gallinari at the top of the arc. The Italian raised his hand and shot a three-pointer. The score difference was reduced to single digits. 57:48. The Cavaliers attacked. James held the ball. The two wings repeatedly ran, pulling the formation. Jamison and O'Neal rotated to do pick and roll. After spending 22 seconds, James broke through the double team of Gallinari and Love, stood up and shot. Ding. The ball hit the inside of the basket and bounced into the basket. Yes. The Quicken Loans center was filled with earth-shaking shouts. It went in again. The score reached double digits again. James raised his right arm and clenched his fist tightly. Don't be affected. Keep attacking. Curry kept waving his arms upward and issued orders to his teammates. It was still James against Curry, relying on appropriate pressure and excellent lateral movement, standing in front of Curry like a rock. Curry did not force it, but passed the ball twice on the outside, and the ball was given to Gallinari. Gallinari did not stop his pace after receiving the ball and took advantage of the momentum to dribble and squeeze into the inside. O'Neal and Anthony Parker were defending, but the Italian's explosive power was amazing. He forced his way in and made a shooting gesture, causing O'Neal to foul. The Italian averaged 15.2 points per game in the regular season, which delighted Knicks fans. In the playoffs, his average score reached 18.9 points per game, completely filling the vacancy of Love. If James was not too tempting, and the team had been planning for many years, it would be more reasonable for the Knicks to pursue one of Wade or Bosh. When the Cavaliers attacked, James once again showed his physical fitness like the creation of heaven and earth. He forced a layup against the defense of Gallinari, Jordan and Love, and caused Love to foul while scoring. He was domineering. In this game, James was also very fierce. Not only did he announce before the game that he would play the full 48 minutes, but he also stood up repeatedly when the Knicks launched a counter-attack and pressed the Knicks' momentum back, fulfilling his promise. In a sense, today's James is a James that Cavaliers fans have never seen. After the free throw, James turned around and performed amazingly on the defensive end. Facing the alley-oop cooperation between Curry and Jordan after the pick and roll, James turned around in a flash, jumped high, and blocked the shot. The speed of the ball is always faster than the speed of people. This is a famous saying in Kenyan's school books. It has two meanings. One is the way of playing. On the court, players should always run around the ball, not the ball running around you. The second is the physical meaning. That is, the speed of your pass is always faster than the speed of people running over. However, James's shot broke the physiological and physical cognition of the human body structure. It is even difficult to imagine how he completed the series of steps of turning, moving, taking off. It is worthy of being the existence on HP, who represents humans to fight tigers, lions, silverback gorillas, and Bolton every summer. The first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. When the team launched the charge again and again, but was repeatedly held up by James, the morale of the Knicks players was slowly worn out. Curry was holding on, Gallinari was holding on, Jordan was holding on, and even Love was holding on. But the psychological persistence and not giving up could not reflect the deep helplessness in their subconscious. After the continuous chicken soup method, the players also developed antibodies, and Cedric Bale, One Ball to Fame, and Glory Road were all powerless. There were still 3 minutes in the game. The score was 107:93, and the outcome was basically determined. Kenyan took the lead in making substitutions, replacing the main players who had played for 38 minutes, 39 minutes or even 40 minutes. It's a pity that this season ended in the Eastern Conference semifinals. We still have a long way to go in the future, but nothing can make you dejected. Hold your heads up and keep working hard as always. In this summer, make yourself stronger and better. This is the direction we are working towards. This is the confidence for us to achieve better results next season. One more thing, after the game, congratulate the opponent, go and shake hands with them one by one, and pay tribute to them. Although it feels painful, they did win fair and square. Guys, you have been successful enough this year. The problem of losing is not you, the responsibility is on me. It is difficult to admit that you are not as good as others, and it is even more difficult to try to congratulate the opponent. The camera recorded Kenyan's passionate speech, and his demeanor was also recognized by the off-court commentator. With a head coach like Kellyanne, the pain will only be temporary. This Knicks team will definitely win the championship. The final score was fixed at 111-99, and the Cavaliers won at home and won the 7th game. I usually don't write in detail about losing series. I gave it to Kobe and Duncan once before, because that was the only series in this book that could well show Kobe's personal ability. Now I give it to Curry and James, which can be regarded as a real shining moment for James. After all, in the future, for a long time, James may be portrayed as a villain. And when will the next James Curry war be? I myself have not calculated. However, unlike many people who stereotype James and think that the prospects and decisions he made in 2010, 2014, and 2018 are simply and crudely mixed up, I personally hold a different view. Grouping, shortcuts, reputation, hometown, business, historical status and other factors have different proportions in his decisions at different times and stages. These factors will also change James' future choices at different time points in this book. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Dong Zuo enters the capital. When it comes to the changes in a man, after having a daughter, Kellyanne can show a very obvious reaction. The World Cup in South Africa? Oh, maybe, my job means I will miss some time to accompany her growing up, so I'm willing to give her more within my ability. Kellyanne stroked his eyes and suddenly understood why Hornacek was willing to refuse his job and stay in Salt Lake City for his daughter's growth and was willing to follow him to New York for his daughter's future. He Wang Lif and smiled unconsciously, and the subconscious worry about having a daughter finally disappeared. On June 25th, the draft was held as scheduled at Madison Square Garden. Kellyanne, who always performed amazingly in the draft, did not even attend, but handed Snyder 3 tips corresponding to the 3 second-round picks in his hand. Wall, Turner, and Favors took their positions, and Cousins and George also joined the Kings and Pacers respectively. In the 2010 NBA second-round draft, the New York Knicks selected Lance Stevenson, who is from the University of Cincinnati. In the 2010 NBA second-round draft, the New York Knicks selected Jeremy Evans, who is from Western Kentucky University. In the 2010 NBA second-round draft, the New York Knicks selected Jeremy Lin, who is from Harvard University. It has to be said that the 2010 NBA draft was really water. Even Kellyanne couldn't find any A-grade goods on Teo Bayo with a low draft pick. When Whiteside was picked by the Kings, Kellyanne studied for a long time before finding Jeremy Evans to fill the vacancy. But the Knicks have too many young players now, and the 3 second-round picks are likely to spend the new season in the NBDL. At the same time, Kellyanne was also planning some transactions in his mind. Again, except for Curry, anyone could be traded. After June 25th, all the media's attention came to James. Different from the situation in his previous life, in the past 1 or 2 years, James' attitude towards the Cavaliers was not as close as expected. Apart from the fantasy of some die-hard fans of the Cavaliers, many James fans were ready to change their vests. As a free agent, it was also James' right to eat and drink for free everywhere. The first place James visited was the New York Knicks. He met with the uniformed team including Kellyanne, Jimmy White, Hamblin, and Snyder. In my tactical blueprint, organizing forwards have always been the top priority. LeBron, you can be the axis in the high post and let Curry and Gallinari run without the ball. The Knicks configuration can also implement the 1-star and 4 shooters tactic at certain times. From a technical style perspective, Curry's #1 shooting in history will make up for your shooting weakness very well, and your excellent physical fitness and comprehensive attributes can also hide his relatively weak confrontation. I believe you will become a great partner. Frankly speaking, the teammates you worked with in Cleveland were either players of very average strength or veterans who are declining in strength. You probably haven't worked with players of the same level as yourself. I'm 100% sure that working with Stephen Curry will allow you to enjoy a different kind of fun in basketball. I believe you can see that compared to Derrick Rose and Dwyane Wade, Curry is the most compatible with you. This will save the new Knicks a lot of trouble in running in. Without you, I can lead the team to win the championship. Without me, you are not without a chance to win the championship. But if you join us, we can win many championships. Between the lines, Kellyanne portrayed how powerful the James Curry duo was. James nodded in approval, but he was a little skeptical. If I join the Knicks, will the team have other big signings, such as Chris Bosh or Ram Stoudemire? In his 7 years of career, he has never touched the championship trophy and has not even entered the finals. James is very eager for the championship and even a little pathological. This is why he doesn't care about some of Kellyanne's pull down and still negotiates with the Knicks in good faith. He knows Kellyanne can bring him a championship. But what he cares about is the championship. To get the championship at the fastest speed and with the greatest certainty. He hopes that in addition to himself, there will be other superstars joining the Knicks. However, Kellyanne's reply disappointed him a little. LeBron, even New York can't support an all-star team. For the sake of salary space and lineup balance, I would rather build a wolf pack led by Stephen Curry and you, rather than 3 lions hunting everywhere to feed a group of sheep. But I hope you can see that Joe Johnson, Paul, Curry, and Love have all become all-stars under my leadership. Players who are recognized by me and follow my methods will have a huge improvement in their careers. James remained silent. Frankly speaking, the prospects described by Kellyanne are indeed very beautiful, but the risks are also huge. After all, there are so many young people in the Knicks. Youth means unlimited possibilities. They may soar to the sky like the Thunder's 3 youngsters, or they may die due to injuries like the Trail Blazers. Can James' situation still withstand waste? Kellyanne does not have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would definitely despise him even more. A player who is only 25 years old has no courage to fight. How weak is this TMD? After eating at the Knicks, James went to Chicago to continue eating, then Miami and Los Angeles. Finally, they returned to Cleveland. The Knicks changed to another restaurant and continued to meet with Bosh, Stoudemire, and Joe Johnson. At the same time, Kellyanne also contacted Tuagwin, Ziongwin, Langwin, and Wangwin to discuss the deal he had planned. Kevin Love, the second in command of the Knicks last season, won the 0910 NBA season's most improved player and was also selected as an Eastern Conference All-Star. Due to his lukewarm performance in the playoffs, he was put on the trading shelf by Kellyanne. In fact, it cannot be said that it was only because of the playoffs that Kellyanne pulled the trigger on the deal. Including the regular season, Love showed that data is greater than effect, and many of the data were obtained under low defensive intensity. Moreover, the god of love is also a bit of a bully. When facing a favorite opponent, he will fight to the death, and he will shrink when facing a strong enemy. Maybe in the future, his data can still evolve, and his trading value can still be improved, but there is no place for this all-star power forward in Kellyanne's team building plan. Aldridge of the Trail Blazers is the inside player Kellyanne wants to trade for the most. This 211 centimeters tall inside player has both height and shooting range. He can play low post singles and can make mid-range straight arm jump shots. Although he is unwilling to do so, his height and tactical awareness allow him to have great rim protection when he swings to the center position, which is perfect for Kellyanne. The only regret is that the Trail Blazers will not trade. Although Kellyanne showed an attitude of picking anyone other than Curry, the reply from the general manager of the Trail Blazers, Orbisi, was, "I won't trade, even if you give me Curry, unless the Knicks put you in the trade." The young team of the Trail Blazers was destroyed by the veterinary team. The rookie big three that were once favored, Alden and Roy, fell one after another. Instead, Aldridge, who was the most low-key, carried the team into the playoffs under extremely difficult circumstances last season and became the cornerstone of the team. Young plus durable plus top offensive skills. As long as the Trail Blazers manager is not stupid, he will definitely not send Aldridge away. Although they don't want to send Aldridge away, the Trail Blazers are still very interested in Holiday, Jordan and Matthews, and they want to talk to Kellyanne about the price of the two. Kellyanne did not refuse directly, but said that they would discuss it in detail after dealing with the free agent market. If plan A doesn't work, then plan B. Kellyanne contacted the Grizzlies and tried to negotiate with Gasol, but Wallace's reaction was more firm than that of Olbasi. No talk. The Knicks and the Grizzlies completed 2 transactions last season, which is mutually beneficial and the relationship should be good. But no matter how good the relationship is, the Grizzlies will not become the Knicks youth training team. It took 2 seasons for Gasol to adapt to the rhythm of the NBA and grow into a first-class defensive inside player, and the Knicks want to pick peaches. What a dream. Wallace didn't scold, which was already a face for the Knicks to send Randolph last season. Fuck, an all-star power forward can't even make a move. There are fewer and fewer fools these days. After hanging up the phone, Kellyanne cursed. Huo Kingshu looked a little embarrassed, thinking that the Most Improved Player award was very watered down. Many people who won this award were awesome for a season and got a big contract, and then it was gone. You want to cash out at a high position, but others are not fools. Let's go. Never mind. Let's go home to see our daughter. Kellyanne got up and took Huo Kingshu home. Ever since Kellyanne had a baby, Huo Kingshu became Kaylin's Aunt Kingshu, and she would go to Kellyanne's house to see her little niece whenever she had time. However, it was Aunt Kingshu instead of Aunt Kingshu, provided that Kellyanne recognized her as his sister. I heard from Sister Zuyi that the agent circle seems to say that your attitude in the Knicks is rather arrogant. There won't be anything wrong, right? After getting in the car, Huo Kingshu began to inquire about the news. Unless 3 of them get together, even if none of them come, 2 years is enough to deal with them. Kellyanne had an attitude of selling the first bid for the bidder. I'm negotiating the deal on 2 fronts now, to prevent everything from being broken later. You don't want love, and you can't get Aldridge and Gasol. Who else can you want? Huo Kingshu puffed his lips. Will it not be Griffin? Unless Griffin is out for another year, the Clippers will give him to me. Kellyanne shook his head. It's not surprising that Huo Kingshu made such a guess. After all, it wasn't long since Odin's previous experience, and many people were also speculating whether Griffin would be as fragile as Odin. The matter was of great importance, so Kellyanne didn't tell Huo Kingshu about his next plan in advance. She knew what she could ask and what she couldn't ask, so she took out her phone and continued to browse the news, and then she saw a big news. James posted, I have 1,000 words to say to the people of Cleveland and Ohio. I really love you forever. Thank you for everything here, and there will be more in the future. This tweet first excluded the Cavaliers from the next candidate, which also means that the Cavaliers can prepare their own reconstruction plan in advance, instead of being caught off guard by decision 1. From this perspective, James's approach is much more mature than in his previous life. Although the comment section is inevitably full of scolding, but this is a good ending. I think the Bulls and Clippers are unlikely. It's either Russ or the Heat. Why don't you look forward to it from your tone? Huo Kingshu scolded. Because as a coach, I really want to build a team around Curry. James' arrival will definitely take over the Magpies' nest and will definitely affect my plan. This is why I don't plan to introduce a second star, even though I have enough salary space. Huo Kingshu was a little puzzled. What is the relationship between the second star and James? If James comes alone, I can more or less balance it. But if James and Bosh come together, I'm afraid I really don't have the final say in the locker room. At that time, what tactics the team should implement, what transactions should be made, and what type of players to exchange for, will all be decided by James. Bringing in James is like Dong Zuo entering the capital, and bringing in other stars is like Lu Bu killing Ding Yuan. Huo Kingshu made an analogy. The Knicks are the Han Dynasty. Kellyanne thought about it and nodded. Logically, this is the case. But seeing Huo Kingshu's playful eyes, he could clearly feel that something was wrong. Squeak. When they got home, Kellyanne suddenly braked hard, and the reaction force directly strangled Huo Kingshu in the co-pilot seat. What are you doing? Huo Kingshu said coquettishly, holding her chest and taking a breath. I thought for a while, James is Dong Zuo, Bosh is Lu Bu, and now I'm Zhang Rang who controls the government. You are scolding me as one of the 10 attendants in a roundabout way. How could I? Chapter 386. This transaction. Plus I'm very grateful to the fans of Cleveland for their support and care for me over the past 7 years. This is my hometown. Here, I feel the warmth of my family. I thank all the fans for their support, encouragement, and cooperation with me to overcome difficulties. I want to express my sincerest apologies to those who have always supported and helped me. I love you, forever and ever, but I'm sorry that I can no longer accompany you on this long road of watching the game. I once told the Cavaliers management that, if I made a decision, I would tell them as soon as possible. I'm fulfilling my promise. I decided to bring my talent to the Big Apple City to fight for the championship. I wish the Cleveland Cavaliers all the best in the coming seasons. Everyone can unite and go smoothly, create better and greater results, and usher in a very bright future. On July 1st, before any reporter could find out James' exact decision, James himself posted a video online to announce his movements. Almost at the same time, half of New York went crazy. Various celebration videos were uploaded to the internet. Jay-Z represented New York to welcome James. The best players should come to the best city. The Knicks will be your kingdom. Stephen Smith, American Yankee, expressed his feelings about the Knicks' good fortune. Kami plus King equals championship. We can look forward to the Knicks next season with the greatest expectations. As Kenyan's former disciple and James' good brother, Paul also sent his blessings to James. Kami is definitely a coach who can help you go to the next level. Best wishes to you, brother. Rihanna, a well-known James fan in the Barbados Jarland say by her fans, also said that she would go to Madison to watch the game if she had time next season. People from all walks of life were celebrating wildly, not to mention how excited ordinary fans were. Even before Kenyan had time to react, Madison Company issued a statement that it would hold a signing ceremony at Madison Square Garden on July 9th. Subsequently, Curry Jordan Jr., Holiday and others also tweeted to express their welcome to James and their ambition to compete for the championship next season. On some fan forums, James fans quickly moved into the Knicks zone and took over the Knicks nest, discussing the next reinforcement plan. I'm glad that old BJ came to the Knicks. I don't like the Cavaliers at all. It's all carried by James alone. Every year, they only know how to trade some outdated veterans, and there are never any surprises in the draft. The only difference between James and Kobe is their background. One threatened to not go to the Nets and would not go to the Lakers. The other obeyed the league's rules and went to Cleveland, where rabbits don't shit. The Lakers are a wealthy team, first with O'Neal and then with Gasol, and they pay luxury taxes every year. James' best teammate in the Cavaliers is Emma Bieber. Brother Meng, I'm really happy for James. He can finally play basketball in a good team, and he doesn't need to support his teammates with all his heart. If he doesn't sign and trade with the Cavaliers, the most James can sign is a 5-year, $99 million contract, and if the Cavaliers are willing to cooperate with the sign and trade, the contract can be up to 6 years and $128 million. Assuming a sign and trade, James' contract takes up $21 million in salary space, plus the team's existing contract of $13 million. There is still about $23 million from the salary cap. After deducting 6 virtual base salaries, which account for $5.4 million, the team can offer Bosh or Wade a contract with a starting salary of $17.5 million at most. If Love or Gallinari is sent away in the sign and trade, the team can directly offer a maximum salary to grab another superstar. I hope Kami will work hard and don't miss the opportunity. James chose the Knicks, and the contract was naturally a maximum salary. Kenyan contacted James by phone and agreed to add a player option to the contract, but he was a little hesitant about the trade veto issue and wanted to use a 15% transaction deposit instead. However, Rich Paul, the new agent of James, was very determined to add a trade veto to the contract. After unsuccessful communication, he contacted the team owner Darlin through his own means. Immediately, Jimmy White called and conveyed Darlin's intention that any conditions could be agreed to. Anyway, I still have 2 years left on my contract. Kenyan muttered a few words. Tesla went public on June 29th. Kenyan let go of his Google stock worth more than $160 million and invested heavily in Tesla stock with a total investment of more than $80 million, which means that his shares accounted for nearly 5%. Even if nothing is done in the future, by 2022, this money will become $9.8 billion. After agreeing to Rich Paul to add a trade veto clause to the contract, the next step is to negotiate with the Cavaliers on a sign and trade deal, which is actually the simplest. You know, even in his previous life, Gilbert was as angry as if he had father-killing hatred towards James, but he still took 2 first-round picks and a $16 million trade exception from the Heat to complete the sign and trade with James. Moreover, now, James' handling is much gentler. Although the relationship between the two sides has broken down, it has not become better after all. Gallinari plus Kevin Love plus 2 first-round picks in 2011 and 2013. Faced with Kellyanne's sign and trade request, Cavaliers general manager Danny Ferry's lion-like mouth made Kellyanne speechless instantly. Brother, we are talking about a sign and trade. After the dragon rides on your face, you will be given appropriate compensation. Do you think we are talking about a normal trade with you? Danny, you are simply kidding. I understand your anger after losing LeBron, but I'd better wait for you to calm down before talking. After the voice fell, Kellyanne hung up the phone without saying a word, and then called James again to tell him the result of the negotiation. You don't have to worry. I can guarantee that we will reach a sign and trade agreement with the Cavaliers before July 9th. When talking about July 9th, Kellyanne couldn't help but scold Dolan for being idiot. MD was in a hurry to announce this date, which made his subsequent negotiations passive. James joining the team means that the Knicks have the strength to compete for the championship around James plus Curry next season, and Kellyanne also set his goal directly on the championship. However, the team is mostly young players. Although they have experienced the baptism of the 2009-10 season, compared with the real strong teams, they are still somewhat inexperienced, and they still need Kellyanne's next operation to make some supplements. James' sign and trade was postponed for the time being. Kellyanne continued to contact Timberwolves general manager Can about the trade of Love, and the trade target he was looking at was the Timberwolves' main power forward, Horford. Al Horford, the 3rd pick in the 2007 draft, is a true ball blindness identifier and inside all-purpose oil, with both shooting and passing, and a high post pick and roll weapon. Horford can do all the work that an inside player can do, such as being the axis inside, shooting from the outside, high pick and roll, protecting the rim inside, rebounding, switching defense outside, and each skill is at the level of 70 to 80 points. Simply put, he is a player who can make up for any shortcomings of a team in the inside line, but can't play any long board. And the more embarrassing thing about Horford is that he really wants to play the power forward position, but in the increasingly fast-paced offense and defense system of the NBA, he is not suitable to play the power forward position. Whether it is partnering with Embiid at the end of his peak in history, or partnering with Bynum in the Timberwolves now, his slow speed has been exposed, and he is suitable to play center. After 3 seasons in the league, Horford's average data is about 13+8. It is a bit harsh to say that he is a parallel import, but it is not good to say that he is good. He is lukewarm, and it is visible to the naked eye that he is not very similar to Bynum. Such players are typical trading value is greater than use value. If there is a chance to get Love, the Timberwolves are certainly willing to trade. Whether in terms of strength or fit with Bynum, Love is far higher than Horford. Can made his offer for Al Horford plus Rudy Gay to trade Love. Objectively speaking, this offer is very conscientious. In the case of playing as a substitute for Beasley, Gay averaged 15+6 per game last season, and his singles ability is really top. It's just that the Timberwolves have Beasley, who is more talented, and selected Wesley Johnson, who has super athletic ability, in the 2010 draft, so they are willing to trade Gay. But the Knicks already have 2 small forwards, James and Gallinari, and are relatively not short of this position. He would rather get the Timberwolves' future first-round pick as compensation, and then add some veterans to the wing position, to fill the bench loop. This is not difficult. As a young and capable wing singles player, Gay's trading market is still quite good. The Kings and the Raptors were willing to accept Gay's contract, and give him a draft pick as compensation. After several rounds of negotiations, the deal was quickly reached. The Knicks sent Kevin Love and Jeremy Evans signing rights, and received Al Horford, Carl Landry, Omri Caspi, and the Kings' 11th first-round pick. The Kings sent Landry, Caspi, the 11th first round pick, and the 2nd round pick, and received Rudy Gay and Jeremy Evans signing rights. The Timberwolves sent Al Horford and Rudy Gay, and received Kevin Love, and the Kings 11th second round pick. The Knicks got a more comprehensive inside player who is more suitable for Kenyan's tactics. Al Horford plays center and James plays power forward. The Knicks' speed will be significantly faster than last season. Caspi is a shooter who has the ability to swing to the 4th position. Whether as a substitute for the 3rd position or a space-type 4th position, he can be used. Landry is a very mobile power forward with strong offensive and defensive abilities and front court awareness, and can also bring vitality to the team on the bench. Not to mention that the Kings' 2011 draft pick may bring Leonard or Klay Thompson to the Knicks. Kenyan thinks the Knicks have made a big profit simply by trading one player for 3. Therefore, after the verbal deal was reached, Kenyan immediately leaked the news to Zhu Yi and gave her the deal plan. Great. Zhu Yi recorded the details of the deal and then said, if you were asked to rate the deal yourself, how would you rate it? Knicks, A+ Timberwolves, B+ Kings, B+ win-win. Are you so confident? As an old friend, Kenyan could also truly feel his excitement at this time. It's not a win-win-win situation, it's a win-win-win situation for 6 teams, Kenyan said. Including players like Gay and Horford, I feel that this deal has given us a brighter future. Love going to the Timberwolves. At least it's better than being in the Knicks. Okay, Zhu Yi nodded. If you have any more information, remember to give it to me as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll be the first to know, and you'll be the second to get the news. Kenyan smiled and said. 5 minutes later, Zhu Yi broke the news of the 3-way trade between the Knicks, Timberwolves and Kings before Woj, which immediately sparked heated discussions. Using a second-year all-star power forward to trade for 3 lukewarm newcomers was quite puzzling to the newly joined James fans. There were even voices questioning Kenyan. However, soon the old Nimies taught them a lesson. Before meeting Kenyan, Love was not an all-star power forward. You don't know how much we hoped Love could stand out in the playoffs, but most of the time he disappoints us. Do we still need to question Kenyan's vision for newcomers? The King shoe has been published. It means that Love doesn't quite match the tactics Kenyan designed for James and Curry in the new season. In order to avoid depreciation after a poor performance in the new season, the trigger of the trade was pulled in advance. Because of James and Kenyan's fans, this deal was on the hot search for a long time, and was later replaced by the news that Stoudemire signed with the Nets. The Suns added team options in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years of the contract for the same 5-year maximum salary, which clearly showed that they did not trust Stoudemire's physical condition. After acquiring the Nets, Russian tycoon Prokhorov was ambitious to become the second Abramovich. In order to get a superstar at any cost, he fired the 5-year, $99 million fully guaranteed contract, and brought the little overlord under his command. The Nets selected favors with the 3rd overall pick, and signed Stoudemire in the free market. The Nets, who only achieved 11 wins and 71 losses last season, are expected to sing in the new season. However, the Russians soon used money to tell the fans that what they want is not the serfs singing, but the whole world bowing in front of them. The Nets sent Ryan Anderson, Stephen Graham, the 11th first-round pick, and a $14 million trade exception to the Hawks, and got Joe Johnson, who renewed his contract for 6 years and $126 million. In the blink of an eye, Prokhorov spent $200 million. The Nets lineup instantly became extremely competitive. Joe Johnson and Stoudemire had conflicts when they worked together in the Suns in their early years, but in front of the Russian Rebels, is this a big deal? Don't even mention the 2 of them teaming up. Even if the Suns send Nash over, I can still kill them. At this moment, Kenyan was communicating with Anderson to discuss the signing. Huo Kingshu called to inquire about the situation, and made a bold statement. Having signed the biggest star in the free market, and completed a deal that he thought was perfect, Kenyan was riding with joy. No, why did Woj break the news that you completed a sign and trade with the Cavaliers using Gallinari, Jordan and 2 first-round picks? Is that true, Woj? If I made a deal, wouldn't Zhu Yi know it first? Kenyan smiled, turned on the computer, refreshed the news page, and then froze. Chapter 387. I want to climb to the top step by step. I want to be Zao Gallinari, who was far away in Italy, might still be sleeping soundly, while Jordan, who had just welcomed James on Twitter, had already learned about the trade and said nothing in response to the fans' messages. After just experiencing a season full of surprises, Jordan was helplessly told that he had gotten off the ship. Come with me to Madison. Kellyanne looked at the time and said calmly, I have to do something. Kellyanne said, instead of being Zhang Rang, I'd rather be Zao. I want to turn the Knicks into a battlefield. When he arrived at the door of Madison Company, Kellyanne sighed lightly, then calmed down, and walked in with his head held high. I'm looking for Jimmy White. When he arrived at the office floor, Kellyanne rushed into the office and stretched out his hand to signal the female secretary at the door not to stop him. Kimmy, this is against the rules. You have to make an appointment to see Mr. White. The female secretary tried her best to stop him, but was held away by Huo Kingshu. The giant lolly with a height of 170 centimeters had the advantage in size at this time. Huo Kingshu played the auxiliary, and Kellyanne rushed directly to the office. What's wrong? The noise outside startled Jimmy White inside. He opened the door and saw Kellyanne, who looked angry. I have something urgent to talk to you about. Kellyanne rolled his eyes and said coldly, come in. Jimmy White guessed Kellyanne's purpose, patted his shoulder, and shouted to the secretary outside, Louise, make 2 cups of coffee. Why are you in such a hurry to come to me? Tell me, what's the matter? Did you operate the James sign-and trade? Kellyanne asked without any nonsense. In fact, the answer to this question is very clear. The only company behind the Knicks that can bypass himself as the head coach and general manager and directly connect with the Cavaliers is Madison. Otherwise, the Cavaliers will not recognize it. This is what Mr. Dolan meant. He wants to finalize the contract with LeBron as soon as possible to avoid complications. Louise quickly brought the coffee over. Jimmy White took a sip and continued, I know you don't want to give up Danilo and DeAndre, but that's LBJ. It was James who really fueled the flames. Seeing that Kellyanne's face was still livid, Jimmy White continued, moreover, Danny Ferry promised that if the Cavaliers don't perform well in the middle of the season and decide to give up, they will buy out the contracts of Jameson, Anthony Parker or others. Then we can try to get them to join. Jimmy, you are so good, why don't you be the general manager of the Knicks? Kellyanne asked with a mocking look. With you as the general manager of the Knicks, why do they need me? The Knicks won the championship a long time ago. Mr. Dolan really doesn't know a hero. He let Isaiah Thomas lead the team for so many years, but ignored you, a basketball genius. Kellyanne said sarcastically, why don't you talk to Danny Ferry and put Curry on the sign and trade list so that I can also report to Cleveland? Calm down first, Kimmy. Jimmy White hurriedly stopped Kellyanne from continuing to go crazy. I'm calm enough, otherwise I'm not here to argue with you, but to hand in my resignation report. By the way, this is not LBJ's problem, nor is it the problem of the transaction partner, but you crossed the line. Kellyanne angrily slammed the table. I'm wondering, who gave you the courage to interfere with my work, Fish Liang? This season I led the Knicks to win 57 games, more than the past 3 years combined. When I was the head of the Hawks, the Knicks didn't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. What right do you have to interfere? On the surface, these words were directed at Jimmy White, but in fact, they were already hitting the bull from behind the mountain and attacking Dolan. Jimmy White knew that he had to calm Kellyanne's anger as soon as possible, otherwise if he let him vent his emotions again, it would cause a big mess. Kimmy, Mr. Dolan and I both recognize your work. We all know your contribution to the team. I promise, only this time. Don't say it again. Jimmy White made a promise in time to prevent Kellyanne from continuing to bring up the past to mock him. Do your words work? If Kobe asks for a trade tomorrow, Jordan announces his comeback the day after tomorrow, and Chamberlain announces his resurrection the day after tomorrow, will your words work? Kellyanne continued to pester him. Seeing Kellyanne start to make trouble out of nothing, Jimmy White cursed him in his heart as a madman and simply stopped talking. %#@%. After venting his anger, Kellyanne let out a long breath. and said the last harsh words, "As long as I'm still the head coach of the Knicks, if you dare to interfere in the operation of the team again, I will sign Deronte West. I'm not kidding you." Back in the car, Kellyanne was still furious. He calmed down a bit, then confirmed his look with H.U.O. King Shu, and checked the phone recording just now. When Kellyanne was angry at Jimmy White in the office just now, he was on the phone with H.U.O. King Shu the whole time, and the other party also turned on the phone recording and recorded everything. Although there were some rustling sounds of electricity, Kellyanne's clear and impassioned speech was recorded clearly. The Knicks management is really a piece of crap. H.U.O. King Shu also complained. Think about it the other way around. When they asked me to coach the Knicks, they fired Isaiah Thomas without saying a word. When they heard me say I didn't want to work with him. You should understand the coldness of the Knicks or the city of New York. At this moment, Kellyanne was clear-headed. The Lakers are a family business. Even if there is no internal strife, outsiders are still outsiders after all. The Hawks are a typical product of American management, following the objective laws of the ups and downs of sports, and would rather be a small rich and earn 10 million in peace than take a 1% risk to earn 100 million. The Knicks are a highly entertaining product, pursuing stars, gimmicks, and eye-catching effects, but ignoring the foundation that can really support a team. One day, when someone more valuable than James appears in the league, the Knicks will still abandon James. This is the characteristic of the city of New York. H.U.O. King Shu stopped talking. She could sense that she was not far from moving. In the process of venting to Jimmy White just now, Kellyanne was ridiculing Jimmy White on the surface, but in fact, the attack included Darlin and James' team. This is also the reason why Jimmy White did not say a word later and tried not to expand the conflict. An accidental exposure was a great blow to the Knicks' thriving momentum in the new season. But at the same time, it was in this conversation that Kellyanne also confirmed that James definitely played a crucial promotion in this sign and trade. Jimmy White's statement that the Cavaliers will buy out the contracts of Jameson, Anthony Parker and others explained everything. James has preserved his relationship with his parent team to the greatest extent, maintaining his own image while leaving the Cavaliers with rich reconstruction assets. The Cavaliers have released some old friends to the new team to continue to support James without affecting the overall situation, which is a standard mutual benefit. The last conspiracy theory is that the departure of Gallinari and Jordan has freed up a maximum salary space for the Knicks, and the Knicks are attractive to Wade and Bosh, who have not yet determined their next home. If I can let a James fan in, I lose. In the early morning of July 4th, the recording of the conversation between Kellyanne and Jimmy White was officially uploaded to the internet through an unknown ID, which directly gave New York a thunderclap in its deep sleep. This may be the first time in the history of the league that a dispute between team executives was eavesdropped, and the amount of information revealed was also very shocking. The sign and trade of Gallinari and DeAndre Jordan was carried out by the Knicks management without Kellyanne. Kellyanne was very dissatisfied with this, and even threatened to take Curry to the Cavaliers. Kellyanne madly mocked the Knicks, including but not limited to, "I have won more championships than the Knicks in history. I won the games that the Knicks could not win in 3 years in 1 year. The Knicks don't even have the qualifications to die in my hands." Kellyanne certified the friendly momgate and threatened to sign Deronte West. Fans of other teams happily ate melons, while Knicks fans were divided into two factions. One faction believed that the team must fire Kellyanne immediately, and his remarks were extremely disrespectful to the history of the Knicks. The other faction believed that Kellyanne really pulled the Knicks out of the quagmire, and our management was too stupid. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Support Kellyanne. Fans who hate Kellyanne can only attack his remarks, not his ability. The team management would not blame Kellyanne for this informal speech. After all, they were not in the right. Instead, Kellyanne called again and scolded Jimmy White. "There is not even an anti-eavesdropping device in the office. Are you a pig?" With this recording incident, Kellyanne lost the love of some New York fans, but it was not important, and he also gained a lot. First, it clarified that the stupid operation of signing and trading with Jordan and Gallinari was not led by him. Second, Jimmy White and even Dolan behind him did not interfere in the operation of the team. The verbal promise was recognized by the fans. Third, it was a warning to remind James to be an honest player and not to make trouble. At the same time, the exposure of this incident also enriched Kellyanne's image. He really loves his soldiers like his sons and is really proud of his achievements. He really scolds people without using dirty words, but he is also really weird. He really loves Curry and even wants to take Curry with him when he leaves. After briefly suppressing Darlin and James' actions to touch his rights, Kellyanne began to rethink the team's lineup. In his original plan, Jordan was a pseudo-starter at the center position. He had rebounding and rim protection. His athletic ability was explosive among players of the same size. His ability to catch rebounds was also stable. Gallinari was a very important sixth man. Before Clay entered the league, his ability to shoot from the outside was at the top 3 level. Perhaps only Durant could surpass him. In the winning lineup, Gallinari played at the 3 position, James played at the 4 position, and Horford played at the 5 position. This lineup had great defensive size and good offensive spacing. It was simply too perfect. Damn, thinking of this, Kellyanne was furious. Reorganize the roster. PG, Curry, Holiday, Jeremy Lin, unsigned. SG, Matthews, Lance Stevenson, unsigned. SF, James, Caspi PF, Horford, Landry C, none without mentioning Jeremy Lin and Stevenson who have not signed a contract yet. The Knicks only have 7 players, of which only 2 can play in the interior. At least 2 or 3 new players are needed in the interior, and the wing positions must also be supplemented. Due to the departure of DeAndre Jordan and Danilo Gallinari, the Knicks' salary space has expanded to $20 million. This is enough to support them to sign all-star interior players such as Bosh and Boozer. The former may play the role of Lubu in the subsequent Palace fight and help James to completely seize power, so Kellyanne will never want him. The latter is quite strong, and whoever feeds you is your mother, and his playing style is also in line with Curry. But if Kellyanne puts the imaginary enemy of next season on the Lakers, Mavericks, Nets, and Magic, it is very chaotic to give Boozer a 5-year $90 million contract. Another all-star power forward from the same 03 golden generation is on Kellyanne's signing list. David West, the person who was pitted the most by Kellyanne. In the 2005 draft, Kellyanne intercepted Paul at the 2nd pick, which not only made West lose the best partner in his career, but also made Marvin Williams fall to the 4th pick, so that he joined the Hornets and directly squeezed West's position and playing time. Although Master West still relies on his own efforts to gain a foothold in the league, without the blessing of a top point guard for a long time, West did not play an all-star level performance, and was basically a starter 6th man level. Kellyanne contacted West's agent Schwartz, who immediately expressed regret. "Sorry, we have almost reached an agreement with the Hawks. They are willing to offer a full mid-level contract, and David really wants to work with Paul." After hanging up the phone, Schwartz thought about it and called West to tell him about the Knicks' invitation. As a result, West was excited. The Knicks seem to have no one in the interior. "Can I start in the Knicks? The Hawks have Paul, their destined good friend, and it is indeed wonderful. But after all, the Hawks have Dio, and West feels that he is not a good match for this French fat man. At least he can't clean up his mess like Garnett did." Kimmy didn't say this, but he called me personally and asked for the price directly. "He must be quite serious about you. Is that so?" West hesitated. "If the contract is similar, I would rather play in New York." Unlike other players who covet the prosperity of New York, West wants to go to New York because of the hope of winning the championship. After all, West in history is also a person who can give up $12 million for the championship. Secondly, he wants to play under Kellyanne and get better development. Kellyanne is still very good at cultivating players. Kellyanne originally planned to give West a 3-year middle-class contract, which would be convenient for future operations and would also be beneficial to West's future salary increase. But Schwartz asked for a 4-year full middle-class contract on behalf of West, and he had to tie himself up. Kellyanne hesitated for nothing. 4 years and $32 million. The Knicks signed David West, and a strong reinforcement in the interior. This signing blocked the dream of some fans to introduce the third giant, but it is not common for superstars to form a group these days, and everyone still has to save face. After being snatched from the Hawks, some Hawks fans began to turn against Kellyan, and the good memories of the past were gradually forgotten in the commercial competition. On July 5th, Wade and Bosch announced their cooperation in the Heat. In his previous life, Wade sacrificed for the Heat throughout his career, and he had never even become the highest paid player in the team. In this life, he finally got what he wanted and signed a 6-year $126 million contract, while Bosch signed a 4+1 contract with a player option. It was also on this day that Kellyan continued to make moves and gave 2 contracts. The Knicks signed sharpshooter Korver for 3 years and $15 million, and signed international player Mozgov for 3 years and $10.5 million. These 2 signings are basically filling the hole in exchange for that signing. In the next 10 years, Korver will always be a top 5 outside shooter in the league. Compared with some spot shooters, Korver can shoot quickly after receiving the ball by running without the ball. Compared with the sharpshooter Redick who has the same ability, Korver's defense and confrontation are more than 1 level stronger. Of course, one thing must be admitted, that is, he is unreliable in the playoffs, just like Redick. Mozgov, who is nicknamed Mo Guanfeng by Lakers fans, may be an upgraded version of Jordan in terms of combat effectiveness. Unlike the traditional European big white bear, Mozgov grew up watching Garnett play, which made him not add points to his strength all at once, but maintain good mobility and lateral movement. Whether it is low post defense or assisting in protecting the frame, he has a hand. Although Big Z and O'Neal have shown goodwill to New York through their agents, Kellyan is in a state of party unity and attacking dissidents at this time. He gets angry when he sees someone suspected of being a James party, not to mention that Mozgov is better than these 2 veterans who are declining. After Mozgov joined the Knicks, O'Neal, who had been waiting for the Knicks contract, felt that he had no place in the team in the new season, so he signed a 1+1 contract with a team option with the Nets. At the press conference, the Sharks fired at Kellyan. If I were to describe Kemi in one word, I would use the word tyrant. He likes the feeling of being in control of everything, and likes players to play according to his own ideas, rather than designing tactics for the players. It's very depressing to play under him. Well, it's fine if other people say this, but does O'Neal deserve it? In order to ensure O'Neal's health, Kellyan rested him for nearly 30 games a season. In order to respect O'Neal's superstar status, Kellyan asked Jordan to be his substitute, but the result was a little bit of kindness, a big bit of hatred, and he didn't say anything good about himself. Shaq has 4 championship rings, I only have 2, so he has the right to think that what I say is wrong. I also hope that when I prove that my way can bring more championship rings than Shaq, he can be responsible for his words today like a man, just like Barkley did back then. Also at the press conference for the new players, Kellyan was interviewed by the media and retorted. Kellyan is 31 years old this year and already has 2 championship rings. With his strength, most people would believe that he can win 3 more in the future. But the NBA is really unpredictable. When the OK combination won 3 consecutive championships, no one would have thought that O'Neal would only have the last championship left in the remaining half of his career. Chapter 388, From Proletariat to Bourgeoisie. Woj, Carlos Boozer signed with the Bulls for $90 million for 5 years. With the dust settling on the last all-star player in the free agent market, the drama of the 2010 free agent market has finally come to an end. What remains is for each team to fill in the gaps and complement each other. On the surface, the Knicks, Nets, and Heat became the winners, winning 1-2 all-star players respectively, and building a very competitive lineup around their star players. At the same time, superstars traveling east is also the main theme of this summer. Both all-stars, Stoudemire and Boozer, chose to come from the west to the east to balance the strength of both sides. The Suns and Jazz, who lost their inside pillars, will passively start rebuilding in the new season. And 2 Chinese players, Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu, also changed teams this summer. Yi Jianlian was selected by the Cavaliers in the post-James era and traded back to the East for Hickson, just like scratching a lottery ticket, while Sun Yu, who played a certain performance in the playoffs last season, got a minimum salary contract from the Nets and is expected to get more playing time. On July 9th, the Knicks held a grand welcome ceremony for James at Madison Square Garden. More than 19,000 fans came to Madison to welcome the young emperor. The scale of this welcome ceremony was unprecedented, and Kellyanne and Curry were invited to attend. After James appeared, the host asked, "We all know that you came here to fight for the championship and will not be satisfied with just one championship. LeBron, what do you think?" James smiled and said, "No, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. When he said not 3, Curry, who was not far away, was already laughing. Unlike Curry's open-mindedness, Kellyanne had a drifting expression, as if he was in a daze. The following activities were the same. James explained why he chose the Knicks. "Here is Kimmy, here is my Akron brother Curry, and there are many outstanding young people. I think I can lead them to progress, and with their progress, we will move towards the championship. The most important point is that no basketball teenager does not want to play in the mecca of basketball. This is my childhood dream." James' speech was very contagious, and he stepped on the fans' high points again and again. Instead, when the microphone was given to Kellyanne, Madison had a discordant scene. Because the recording door incident a few days ago offended some fans booed. This scene was really chilling. This is the meritorious coach who led the team out of the quagmire 2 months ago and helped the team return to the playoffs after 6 years. Facing tens of thousands of fans at the scene, Kellyanne stood up calmly, his hands floated upwards, indicating that the boo should be more intense. "What is this?" provoking the fans. The reporters at the scene were even stunned. It is no exaggeration to say that, if tens of thousands of people rioted at the scene, the security forces in the stadium could not even 100% guarantee Kellyanne's personal safety. Fortunately, at this time, most of the fans in the stadium applauded, trying to drown out the boos with applause. After all, the people who attacked Kellyanne were a minority. Whether they were Kellyanne's followers or neutral fans, they did not want to become a joke of the world in such an occasion. After a small storm, Kellyanne finally spoke. "I'm very happy about LeBron's joining. His joining is very helpful to us. LeBron can score, assist, grab rebounds, and help defend. There is nothing he can't do on the court. His skills are as comprehensive as Pippen, and his special abilities are better than Pippen. He can bring us a lot of help." After the voice fell, James took the lead in applauding, and basically all the words were praises. James did not think that Kellyanne was using Pippen to satire him. There is no doubt that James and Gallinari have 2 completely different styles of play. Do you have any idea of changing the team's tactics? Well, our team is not 100% complete yet. The players haven't even practiced together yet. It's a bit difficult for me to tell you the most suitable tactics now. But leave it all to me. I say, he does it. We can be not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Kellyanne imitated James's shaking head and counting action just now, which also caused the fans to laugh. James himself was slightly stunned after saying "I say, he does it," and felt some hostility. He came to New York for Kellyanne, hoping to play well under him and create a Jordan plus Phil Jackson story. Before joining New York, he even called Paul to learn about Kellyanne's situation and tried not to touch the other party's taboos. But from the team's refusal to introduce a third giant, to O'Neal and Big Z being rejected one after another, to this press conference, James felt something was not right. "I hope I'm overthinking." After signing a 5-year, $102 million contract with player options and trade veto power, James has locked his peak time in New York for at least the next 4 years. Wearing the number 23 jersey of the Knicks, James smiled domineeringly. Kellyanne quickly returned to the office after the signing press conference and continued to screen suitable players to join the team, including Jeremy Lin and Lance Stevenson, who have not yet signed. The Knicks already have 12 players, of which only 4 are full-time inside players. Except for Mozgov, the height of the others is less than 2.1 meters. Considering that the Magic are still a big threat in the new season, it is also necessary to prepare more meat shields for Howard. The young inside player Mahinmi, who played for the Spurs last season, has received Kellyanne's attention. The French center later played for the Pacers and was once a very suitable substitute for Gayo Uenealon. In the wild summer of 2016, He received a big contract from the Wizards and later became Darling, lying on the contract for life. The Knicks successfully signed Mahinmi for 2 years and $4 million, with a team option, further improving the team's inside depth. The salary cap is not filled. Can this lineup compete for the championship? When have the generous New Yorkers ever seen a team roster without any garbage contracts? The media questioned Kenyan's operation and felt that it would be unfair to Darlan's IQ if he did not pay tens of millions of luxury taxes. However, this is also a small matter. On July 12, the Knicks reached an early renewal agreement with Horford for 4 years and $44 million. The Dominican became the second player to get a big contract after Durant in 2007. For Horford, who just fell in love with Miss Universe figure, this contract allowed him to get rid of the dilemma of strong woman and weak man. Then, after giving 2 more contracts to Jeremy Lin and Lance Stevenson, the Knicks' summer operation came to an end. PG, Curry, Holiday, Jeremy Lin SG, Matthews, Korver, Lance Stevenson SF, James, Caspi PF, David West, Landry C, Al Horford, Mozgov, Mahinmi. If it were any other coach, James fans would probably curse him if he built this lineup for James, especially because he pretended to reject veterans like O'Neal and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. But Kenyan is different from other coaches. Last season, he led the Knicks, who were clearly divided between the old and the young, and had almost no players in their prime, to the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. He trained undrafted player Matthews into a high-quality 3D. What's wrong with a younger lineup? Moreover, Kenyan and veterans may not necessarily match each other. Compared with the team's lineup last season, the team has eliminated the old O'Neal and McGrady and updated them to James, David West, and Mozgov in their prime years. The improvement in strength is worth tasting. Although the Heat missed the big 3, they recruited Bosh while keeping Wade, forming the team's internal and external dual cores, and the combat power has been significantly improved. At the small forward position, the team signed Mike Miller with a middle-class contract and renewed Halm with a 4-year $20 million contract, retaining the team's soul for the next decade. After a series of operations, the Heat is expected to be a strong rival of the Knicks in the new season. However, Joel Anthony, Ilgauskas, Halm, who will serve as Bosh's partner, seems not so suitable, which may be a problem that troubles the Heat. Another winner in the free agent market is the Nets, which was just acquired by Russian tycoon Prokhorov. The team first selected the 3rd overall pick Favors in the draft, and then successively introduced Joe Johnson, Stoudemire, Sun Yu, O'Neal, McGrady and others in the free agent market. Finally, Josh Howard was retained with a partially guaranteed contract, forming the starting lineup of Harris, Joe Johnson, Josh Howard, Stoudemire, Brook Lopez, and CJ Watson, Sun Yu, McGrady, Ryan Anderson, Favors and others on the bench. According to the media, if Stoudemire can prove himself without Nash, then the Nets will be a strong contender for the championship. Of course, in Kenyan's eyes, this team's lineup highlights an incoordination. Big Luo is a typical traditional center, focusing on low post offense, and also has a mid-range, which is completely incompatible with Stoudemire. Devin Harris is also a point guard who is good at personal offense, and may not be able to comfortably pass the ball to Stoudemire. Plus Josh Howard was not a 3D player in his peak period, but a well-rounded single player with the ball. Let alone now? Maybe this team needs Joe Johnson to organize, to open up the space, and to play singles at critical moments. Compared with the 2 opponents with uncertain prospects, Kenyan is more concerned about 2 teams that have been strong in history, and are now stronger than in history. In the past 2 seasons, the Magic have dominated the Eastern Conference. Although Howard has various flaws, he is still the 2nd best player in the league in Kenyan's eyes, and his destructive power is quite amazing. Compared with the previous life, when Lewis' contract was a disaster, and then the gamble on Carter failed, the Magic now retains Josh Smith, Peja, and Turkoglu to assist Howard, playing a basketball with both offense and defense. In the off-season, they appropriately supplemented the bench, and they may still be the biggest opponent of the Knicks in the new season. The hidden danger of the Magic is Peja's degradation, but Redick, the former NCAA sharpshooter, will take more playing time from Peja in the new season. The Bulls, who have unlimited potential, introduced Boozer in the summer, but compared with the traitor, Thibodeau is the most important signing of the Bulls. This defensive master will forge a tough, hard, iron-blooded, and even somewhat dirty defensive system for the Bulls, and disrupt the offensive rhythm of every opponent through constant confrontation. Compared to the previous life, the Bulls have Jamal Crawford at the second position. Although Crawford, who is strong in offense, but weak in defense, may not be suitable for Thibodeau's system, he is much stronger than Boggins in the previous life, right? After competing in the 2008 Beijing Olympics, and making it through the first round in 2009, Yao Ming's body is almost useless. His knees, ankles, and toes are all irreversible injuries. Basically, it can be said that after fulfilling his contract with the Rockets next season, Yao Ming will officially announce his retirement. Kellyan was tied by his daughter this summer and concentrated on being a full-time dad at home. At most, he occasionally took a break and went to the nearby football field to play football. After you officially retire, would you consider buying an NBA team with me for fun? Kellyan asked. Buying an NBA team was originally in Kellyan's future plan. In fact, if it weren't for his low reputation and insufficient financial resources, he would have wanted to bid for the Nets with the Russians last year. At present, Kellyan feels uncomfortable with his status in the Knicks, and he has the idea of joining forces with others to enter the market in advance. Anyway, Yao Ming will pursue a career in politics in the future, and I will buy back his shares when the time comes. Kellyan's long-term plan is to invest alone, which is why he found Yao Ming to cooperate. You want to buy an NBA team, too? Yao Ming was jealous. After the Rockets selected him in 2002, the team's market value soared from $130 million to $900 million, a full 7 times increase, making a fortune. Think about it. How much money have I made for Esler and Allen? Kellyan said, only after buying a team and mastering the means of production can we truly transform from the proletariat to the bourgeoisie. Yao Ming hesitated. Of course I want to cooperate with you in business, but are you sure you can buy the team? In fact, compared with the price, the qualification for admission is the most important. After all, they can't afford the more expensive Lakers, Knicks, and Bulls, and the Wizards, 76ers, and Celtics with special significance are impossible to give them. The Russians can buy it, why can't we buy it? Kellyan said. The league's years of poor management, the star grouping in the summer of 2010, and the stupid operations of some team management have led to the current league. The capital side is full of anger and collectively exploded in the 2011 labor management negotiation agreement. Although the labor side was forced to make concessions in the end, a considerable amount of capital still withdrew afterwards. The most famous one is that the Hornets were insolvent and were entrusted to the league, which led to the basketball reason that later prevented Paul from going to the Lakers. Because of Kellyan, the Hornets are worse off than in the previous life. The boss is probably going to sell now. Okay, if you say so, I have to prepare cash flow in advance. Yao Ming said. Unlike most of Kellyan's previous investments in the stock market, Yao Ming's assets are more abundant, but they have all been converted into various industries, and converting them into cash requires advanced operations. That's a deal. I've also started looking for target teams in advance. Let's keep in touch. Chapter 389, Zanku Combined, Invincible. Staying in New York for the whole summer, Kellyan is still a frequent visitor to the sports pages. Whether shopping or taking her daughter out, she is often photographed by reporters. So much so that WNBA's top star Candace Parker said sourly in a post-match interview, the media would rather pay attention to what Kimmy bought in the supermarket than give more news to the WNBA. It's not just the United States, it's the same all over the world. Even the women's tennis, which has done the best business development and has the blessing of beauty, needs to suck the blood of men's tennis to strive for higher income. Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova shout equal pay for men and women every day, not to mention other sports, where women's income is far less than that of men. Kellyan's attention is even higher. In addition to the blessing of his own achievements, another part of the reason is that his identity as a Tesla shareholder was exposed by financial news. This is a way for Kellyan to improve his reputation value. The identity of a shareholder of a listed company can better prove his strength than Forbes to calculate how much money he has in his hands, and it will also make it easier for Kellyanne to obtain entry qualifications when acquiring NBA teams in the future. Through Kellyanne's investment, the concepts of Tesla and new energy vehicles were first known to Chinese football fans. In the past, using electricity to drive cars was a novel attempt by technology enthusiasts. In Tesla's operation, perhaps in the near future, cars can really be like electric cars, only needing to be charged, not refueled. However, taking the endorsement fee of Cadillac and becoming a shareholder of Tesla, although the spokesperson did not violate the rules, what he did was really unauthentic. In this regard, Cadillac said, it is ready to change the spokesperson. After losing the endorsement of Cadillac, the new dad Kellyanne has no shortage of opportunities to make money. If he is willing to let Kellyanne appear on camera, some products such as milk powder, diapers, and even some infant health products will come to him. But Kellyanne's attitude is very clear, and he will not use his daughter to make money. This is also a consensus reached by Kellyanne and Wang Lifan, so that Kellyanne can grow up in a carefree environment. Unlike the second generation stars who participated in Where Are We Going, Dad? In later generations, they received too much attention early on, and were evaluated positively or negatively by bored netizens. Fat girl, looks ugly compared to when she was a child. She looks like her dad. She takes the shortcomings of her parents' appearances. September was still sunny in New York. The morning mist slowly dissipated, and the warm sunshine sprinkled down. The Brooklyn Bridge was busy with traffic. James drove his sports car across the bridge. It was past the morning rush hour, and the traffic on the bridge was not as terrible as in the early morning. He drove all the way to the parking lot of Madison Square Garden and parked the car in his exclusive parking space. Before the scheduled holiday was over, James ended his vacation early and returned to New York to prepare for this season in advance. Leaving Cleveland and joining New York meant a big change for James. Although he was parachuted in as the first man in the league, James could feel that Kellyanne appreciated Curry more and could feel Curry's good popularity in the team. Even among the fan group, Curry's popularity was not much worse than his own. This also means that the thousands of favors that James once enjoyed in the Cavaliers may be diluted. But he doesn't care, or to put it more precisely, he can tolerate it. James knows very well that for him now, completing the sublimation from 0 to 1 is much more important than staying in the comfort zone. As long as he can successfully lift the O'Brien Cup at the end of the season, no matter what he loses now, he will win it back twice after the season ends. After coming to the locker room and changing into team uniforms, James brought his private training team to the training hall and met David West, Carl Landry, Lance Stevenson and Jeremy Lin. Before returning to New York for training, James called his new teammates in the Knicks and asked everyone to return to the team for training in advance so that they could welcome the new season in the best condition. His call was responded to by some teammates, but some players could not participate in the training camp organized by James for various reasons. For example, Curry and Mozgov are playing in the World Championships, while Caspi is in his hometown of Israel. As a team leader, there is nothing wrong with this approach. After all, as a member of the management, Kellyanne is not legally allowed to arrange players to train on rest days. James, who is also on the labor side, can do this. However, James was a little bit inconsiderate. First, he did not inform Kellyanne in advance when he organized the training camp, but informed Kellyanne to arrange the training venue at the time, which was a bit out of proportion. Second, although James is a superstar, he has just joined the team this season and has not made any achievements. It is not appropriate for him to be the initiator of the training camp. It is more appropriate to organize it together with a veteran or another leader. Curry. To be honest, if he and Curry come together to organize it, even if Curry is playing in the World Championships with the Dream Team 9, Matthews, Holiday, and other comrades who came to the team with Curry last season will definitely put down their work and return to the team to participate in the training camp. Although his approach was somewhat inappropriate, James' emotional intelligence was still very high. When he met his teammates for the first time, he prepared gifts for everyone. After the training began, James' performance was also meticulous, allowing everyone to see the style of the two-time MVP. As a wing who has played in the league for more than 20 years, James' character can be questioned, but his skills cannot question his self-discipline. Even if he just returned from the off-season, a more dedicated player like West would inevitably have some extra fat on his body, and would inevitably feel tired after a whole training session. Only James, even after 90 minutes of training, practiced shooting. Lance, Jeremy, maybe you will need to improve your shooting ability appropriately. You know how much Kobe values outside shooting ability. This will help you get more playing time. After the training, James also made his own suggestions to Jeremy Lin and Stevenson. Well, I know, I have plans to practice more. Jeremy Lin hurriedly agreed. As a nation, if you want to survive better in this league, finding a good big brother is a shortcut. For Jeremy Lin, if he can hold James's thigh, his hope of staying in the team will be greatly increased, and then he can enter the rotation lineup and have higher goals. Relatively speaking, Stevenson, who has a more perverse personality, cursed after James left. Junior brother has his own style of playing, and he doesn't think he has to change for James and become a pitcher. Time came to late September, and the league officially announced the schedule for the new season. The Knicks were scheduled to start their new season on Halloween, October 31st, and the first opponent was the New Jersey Nets, the future New York City Derby opponent. James plus Curry vs Joe Johnson plus Stoudemire, O'Neal, Sun Yu, and McGrady will fight back in their debut with the Nets. On November 20th, the team will welcome the Lakers, who have won 2 consecutive championships, at home. This will be the first time that the two sides will have a 23 vs 24 game with similar resource allocation. It is also another confrontation between Kenyan, who is in the limelight, and Phil Jackson, who has the most experience. On the evening of December 24th, the Christmas battle, the Knicks will face the challenge of the Miami Heat at home, which is also a duel between the two winners of the off-season. The overall schedule of the Knicks is difficult first and easy later. For a team that has undergone a major change in the summer, this is not a very favorable arrangement, but on the other hand, if they can survive the difficult moments in the early stage, in the second half of the season, it will have a great impression point bonus for the players to impact personal honors. In October, all the players in the Knicks lineup returned to the team, including Curry and Mozgov, who went to Turkey to participate in the World Championships. Kenyan arranged physical examinations for the players, but there was no big belly or overweight. The players mostly ensured a good body shape. Curry, who just won the World Championship with the Dream Team 9, was particularly active. Whether it was the Indiana defeat in 2002 or the Sapporo humiliation in 2006, it was a major blow to American basketball. The Dream Team in 2008 directly assembled the strongest players at the time, which also shows that the ambition of American basketball to regain lost ground is stronger than at any time in history. After winning the championship in 2008, they naturally did not want to lose their hegemony so quickly in 2010. But Kobe and James, who have won the honor of the national team, have no intention of playing in the World Championships, which has made Durant the most unsolvable player under FIBA rules. The young KD shined in Turkey, almost single-handedly, leading the equally young Dream Team to regain the World Championships. It's not enough to taste the taste of the championship yourself, you have to make your teammates happy with you, Stephen. Kenyan said indulgently, lead us to win the championship in the new season, our leader. Of course, I'm ready to defeat KD in the finals. Curry said confidently. The relationship of this wave of Dream Team is very harmonious, including Curry, Eric Gordon, Westbrook, Iguodala, Tyson Chandler and others. On October 5th, the Knicks held a media day, which means the team's new season officially begins. For the Cormac photo, Kenyan selected Curry, Holiday, James, West, and Horford. In the previous life, these 5 players were all all-star level. Curry and James are even the top 10 in history. All 5 were interviewed by the media. In addition to James, everyone is very interested in Horford. After all, he was just Bynum's assistant last season, but Kenyan used love to recruit him and entrusted him with important tasks. Facing the reporters' questioning, Horford smiled and said, I played power forward for the Timberwolves last season. When I came to the Knicks, the boss arranged for me to play center and asked me to strengthen my shooting training. I have been training all the time in the past summer, and I believe that everyone will see my progress in the new season. Curry was interviewed and mentioned his world championship journey again. Participating in the dream team and fighting in the strong team competition has made me improve significantly. I must be stronger than last season. When asked about the feeling of training with James, Curry gave all the topics to Kellyanne. In the coach's tactical system, LeBron and I are adapting to each other quickly. I think we will slowly develop a tacit understanding. After several seasons of ups and downs, James was much more restrained in his first public interview with the Knicks. The championship is our only goal this season, and I don't care about anything else. Kellyanne also regards the championship as his only goal. When the media teased him for spending too little and even failing to fill the salary cap, Kellyanne smiled. If we can finally win the championship, Mr. Dolan can consider adding the money saved to my salary. Good guy. He is not satisfied with the highest salary in the league, and he wants a salary increase. However, when seeing Kellyanne's calm face, the reporter had to admit that this is likely to happen. First, the Knicks make a lot of money. Second, Kellyanne is very valuable. Third, Dolan is very willing to spend money. Winning the championship and renewing Kellyanne's contract with a salary increase is like tying the goose that lays golden eggs to the cash cow for Dolan and lying down and counting money every day. It's time to include the coach's salary in the salary cap. After the meeting, there was an open training class and the training hall was full. Shortly after the World Championships, Kellyanne pulled Curry out of the list of group confrontations, and the other 12 players were divided into 3 groups for group confrontations. In the end, James became the most handsome guy in the game, leading Jeremy Lin, Landry, and Caspi to defeat the other 2 groups and win. After the media open day, the team resumed closed training. According to Kellyanne's usual style, the most important thing to solve in the early stage of the team's reorganization is the team's positional warfare offense. First of all, it should be explained that James is a player who needs to dominate the ball in offense rather than dominate the shooting. When he does not dominate the offense, he can screen people and cut violently. In addition, his unparalleled ability to force fast breaks can make Kellyanne feel that I have never fought such a rich battle in my life. So when Curry and James play pick and roll, they are really feeding poison to the opponent. Another point is that James's off-ball ability is not particularly strong, but he knows how to distribute the ball. In essence, James can reduce the number of shots. In terms of actual play, James's ball is more direct. After launching the offense, and after a quick turn, it can be in Curry's hands. Of course, how to specifically allocate the ball rights between Curry and James still needs to find a balance through continuous actual combat in the regular season. Just talking about the performance in the training camp, Kellyanne can give the team 90 points. No wonder everyone in the Kiddian novels regards James as a villain. It feels like opening a cheat to receive him. At the same time, the strength of the Knicks' outside line is also clear. Korver has increased the proportion of his 3-point shots after going around screens with a hit rate of over 50%. Matthews is more of a fixed point shooter, and compared to last season, the sweet spot has also increased significantly. The performance of Horford, West, and Mozgov guarding the inside line made James feel that he made the right choice to come to the Knicks. A famous coach is a famous coach, and his vision of people is different. With these 3 guarding the inside line, why do we need O'Neal? Why do we need Big Z? Why do we need Paul? This is quite a pity. Chapter 390, The Kin State, will be destroyed by the Chew State. October 10th. After a period of hard training, the Knicks pre-game training camp is finally coming to an end. Today, the team will play the first preseason game. They have a total of 7 preseason games to play. The opponents are mainly the 76ers, Celtics, Cavaliers, Magic and other relatively close opponents. The only long-distance game is to fly to Canada to play the Raptors away. In the first preseason game, the team played against the 76ers at home. Although it was a preseason game, the fanatical fans still filled the entire Madison Square Garden, creating a warm home atmosphere. On the sidelines, there were also some exciting faces, including New York local socialite Kim Kardashian, well-known Jamie Rahana, Hermie and Emma Watson and Victoria's Secret supermodel KK. Kellyanne, who has always been not close to women, was attracted by Emma Watson and looked at her a few more times. Although he is not a die-hard Harry Potter fan, Kellyanne has watched all 8 Harry Potter movies. He watched Emma Watson, who was not beautiful in the first movie, transform into a white swan in the third movie, which amazed everyone. Now she is a beautiful lady. Compared with the starlight outside the court, the game itself is not very good. Kellyanne continued his tradition of training in the preseason. Not only did he hide Curry, but even James only played for 18 minutes. He got 12 points, 5 rebounds and 4 assists, and then went off the court to rest. The Knicks have major lineup change this season, with many new players. Compared with others, Stevenson, who was selected by the team in the second round, is not paid attention to by fans. After all, the team's players who can play the second position include Matthews, Holiday, and Korver, and everyone has their own strengths. However, in this game, Stevenson got the most playing time of 29 minutes in the team. The junior scored 14 points and 4 assists, declaring that he is not just a water dispenser player. His slightly eccentric style is also suitable for the Knicks show. In contrast, Jeremy Lin, although he also got 12 minutes of playing time, performed mediocre, with 2 points and 1 turnover. After the game, he was described by the New York media as another Sun Yu, who entered the Knicks by relying on skin color and connections. This is not only an expression of pessimism about Jeremy Lin, but also an attack on Sun Yu's defection to the Nets. The 76ers were in a mess last season because of Iverson's misfortune. The young point guard Felton and the team even stated that he wanted to leave the team and asked the team not to match the contract offered by the Trail Blazers. Although the team finally forced a 4-year, $28 million contract to keep the new point guard, the conflict between the player and the team will not be repaired in the first place. And the second pick Evan Turner selected by the team in the draft also performed mediocrely. This NCAA McGrady used immediate combat effectiveness and versatility as selling points, but did not perform very well in the game. His athletic ability is average, his 3-point shooting is very bad, and his technical characteristics overlap greatly with the 76ers' current number 1 Andre Iguodala. He is a mini version of Iguodala and has a very poor fit with the team. Strictly speaking, this is a very bad choice. In fact, there is a very big misunderstanding among fans. That is, there are many duds in the second pick. In fact, according to a weighted efficiency ranking change chart made by professional media, the success rate of the second pick in the NBA draft for many years ranks 4th, behind the number 1, number 3 and number 7 picks, which is slightly lower than expected, but not as bad as many people imagine. In other words, the number 8 pick is the pick with the highest probability of being a dud, and its success rate is not only lower than the magical number 13 pick, but even worse than the underestimated number 27 pick. Although it is only a preseason game, seeing the team still feel powerless in the face of the Knicks who are holding back, the 76ers fans are still very desperate and feel that the team's future is dark. In the second game, the Knicks played against the Celtics away. Kellyanne continued to let Curry rest. At the same time, he adjusted the starting lineup and put Korver in the starting lineup to strengthen the outside firepower. James plus Royal salute. This is the simplest and crudest way to bully the weak in the regular season. As the team's 3-point shooter second only to Curry, Korver is likely to be reused by Kellyanne during Curry's rest days to ensure the team's outside firepower. Under Kellyanne's encouragement, Korver made 9 outside shots, 4 3-pointers with a happy face, including a 3+1, helping the team to easily beat the Celtics. In training, Kami helped me design a lot of off-ball running tactics, including the choice of running routes and temporary adjustments of steps, which allowed me to take the initiative to run out of many open opportunities. I have a hunch that when Curry and I play together, the team's outside offensive threat will be amazing. After playing a good game, Korver did not forget to praise Kellyanne. Kellyanne has always attached great importance to outside shooting. Playing under him is like a fish in water for a shooter like Korver. Even if he can't play as a main player, he will be an important member of the team. In the third game, the Knicks visited the Quicken Loan Center to challenge the Cavaliers. It was a bit unexpected for James to go home so soon. Although James left the Cavaliers in a much gentler way compared to his previous life, and even damaged the combat power of his new team, to make up for the Cavaliers, the fans did not recognize this favor. During the pre-match training, they greeted James with crazy boos and insults, which made the little emperor look serious. How much Cleveland loved James in the past, how much Cleveland hates James now. The Cavaliers fans did not forgive James, but the relationship between Kellyanne, Jordan and Gallinari eased because of the outbreak of the recording gate, and now both of them are in the Cavaliers' rebuilding plan. Gallinari is the core player of the Cavaliers this season and the main offensive point, which may not be a bad thing for the two. In this game, Curry ushered in his preseason debut. In the short playing time, Curry overseeked cooperation with James, and both of them played a little deliberately. In 18 minutes, Curry made 3 of 7 shots, 1 of 3 3-pointers, and 3 of 3 free throws, scoring 10 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, but he also had 3 turnovers, and his performance was not satisfactory. Fortunately, the team's excellent bench strength ensured that a high level of output could be maintained stably in the 48 minutes of the game. Holiday, Korver, and Mozgov contributed double-digit points respectively, helping the Knicks beat the Cavaliers 111-99 away, and win 3 consecutive preseason games. Eating hot pot and singing songs, suddenly we won 3 consecutive games. Compared with the result of victory, what made the fans more happy was that many of the signings that were not optimistic before the season played well in actual combat. Knicks fans fell in love with Kellyanne again, and voted on Kellyanne's Yao Jackson topic not long ago, and 95% of the fans voted in support. Of course, fans' actions are obviously not counted. Kellyanne's 3-year contract has just been fulfilled for more than a year, and the recording scandal just happened not long ago. No matter how anxious the Knicks are, they can't talk to Kellyanne about contract renewal now. On the other hand, Kellyanne's heart knot with the city of New York has already been tied, and it is not so easy to untie it. His so-called Yao Jackson is just a response to the media's doubts about his inability to spend money. After that, the Knicks defeated the Magic and the Pacers, lost to the Heat and the Raptors, and ended the preseason with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. With some reservations, the Knicks showed a strong bench depth. The team's bench lineup advantage can almost catch up with the peak Eagles. This is the biggest highlight of this Knicks, and the hidden danger is that the tacit understanding between the players is not enough. After all, this is the first season after the big change, and they still need to run in with each other. After the preseason, there is still a week before the start of the new season. Kellyanne first gave the players 2 days off, and then resumed normal training. During the training, Kellyanne obviously increased the frequency of his whistle-stopping training, and began to measure the team with higher standards and requirements. Especially Curry, Kellyanne increased the proportion of his ball-holding offense, and Kellyanne indicated that he should be more decisive in shooting 3-pointers when he has the opportunity. Signing LeBron does not mean that we have to sacrifice you. I need you to be determined to be on par with him. Play in a way that you are comfortable with. The greater your offensive threat, the greater the space for your teammates. Steven, I still say that you are messy, and everyone should revolve around you. And it was during these few days of training that the coaching staff discussed the lineup again. Among the starting 5, 4 positions are stable: Horford, West, James, and Curry. They have not yet decided whether to use Matthews, Holiday or Korver as shooting guard. Matthews, who has 3D attributes, performed the most stably. In other words, even if his shooting touch is not good one day, Matthews can still provide stable defense to help the team. In addition, in terms of helping Curry take on more defensive tasks and reducing ball possession on the offensive end, Matthews is also the most suitable. West and Horford both have the ability to handle the ball, and Matthews is very suitable as a ball-free finisher. Korver, who has a full shooter attribute, is the right person to play another one of the Splash Brothers. If he starts, the offensive space of the Knicks may be unique in history. Korver himself does not eat the ball. On the defensive end, Korver is almost at a lower middle level, but for Kellyanne, who prefers offense in his bones, at least in the regular season, he prefers to blow up his opponents on the offensive end. As for Brother Pig, He is the player with the strongest ball holding, defense, and breakthrough abilities among the three, and he also has the highest ceiling in terms of defensive style, except for the number 2 position of Kobe, who is a swingman. Holiday can take all other backcourt players and reduce the pressure on Curry to the greatest extent. On the offensive end, compared with Korver and Matthews who rely more or less on feeding the ball, Holiday can initiate the offense on his own. This is a sweet trouble. The Knicks have strengthened many people who can play. After a long discussion, Kellyanne finally decided to let Holiday play a fake starting position, rest before the official timeout in the first quarter, and then take over Curry's playing time as a backup point guard. First, as early as the draft, he had planned to let Curry and Holiday partner in the backcourt. The two should be complementary in style. Second, the starting position also represents the status of the team, and Holiday is indeed more important than Matthews and Korver. Of course, this is not immutable. In the final analysis, it depends on how the performance is. On October 27th, the first official NBA strength list was announced. The defending champion Lakers ranked first. They retained almost all the main lineup and introduced Blake as the team's backup point guard. Compared with Farmer, Blake is a more stable existence. Compared with the Hawks who won 2 consecutive championships in 2007 and 2008, the Lakers are more ambitious. In order to win 3 consecutive championships again, Jerry Buss did not take the luxury tax seriously. However, in the pursuit of 3 consecutive championships, the lineup is only a part of the factor. The players' hunger for honors, the opponent's research on the Lakers' playing style, the huge losses caused by years of war, and the aging of the Lakers players, etc., will all restrict the team. This season will also be the biggest test for Kobe. With the outstanding performance in the preseason, the Knicks ranked second. In addition to James and Curry, the Knicks still seem to have many soldiers and broad generals, which greatly improved the media's evaluation of them. In the 06-07 season, Kellyanne won the championship in the second year of coaching the Hawks. After a 4-year cycle, he copied his route in the Hawks and the Knicks, bringing the second-placed point guard in the first year and the top superstar in the second year. Although there are only 3 households in Chew, the kin will be destroyed by Chew. It seems to be a very dramatic ending for Kellyanne's team to end the Lakers dynasty. The hidden danger of the Knicks lies in Curry, who is also a point guard produced by Kellyanne. Curry is not as steady as Paul. He is more flexible and his casual style of play has some fluctuations. These fluctuations are acceptable for a playoff team, but not necessarily for a championship team. If Curry is in poor condition, James will have to return to the days of fighting alone in the Cavaliers. The Mavericks ranked 3rd, the Heat ranked 4th, the Magic ranked 5th, and then the Spurs, Thunder, and Nets. As for the Bulls, which Kellyanne is a little shy about, they were ranked 13th. Understand the Bull. October 31st. At 7:30 p.m. US time, Madison was brightly lit and bustling with people. Today is the opening day of the NBA 2010-2011 season, and the Knicks will soon usher in the first game of the season. They will play at home against the future derby opponent Nets. When the players came out, Curry led the way and James was the last. There was no way. This was determined by the status of the arena. Tonight, the Nets starting lineup was Devin Harris, Joe Johnson, Josh Howard, Stoudemire and Brook Lopez. Just looking at the starting lineup, 4 All-Stars plus a high-potential rookie center, it was not inferior to the Knicks. Sitting in the commentary booth on the sidelines were Reggie Miller, Barkley and Kenny Smith. TNT certainly would not miss the Knicks opening game. The three chatted and analyzed. Although they did not reach a consensus on who to favor, they all agreed that this would be a dragon-tiger fight in the East. After a long opening performance, players from both sides came on the court. The referee threw the ball into the air and the game officially began. Stoudemire showed a dunk contest level bounce, flying up like a spring, with an amazing speed, higher than Horford, and passed the ball to his teammates. Harris received the ball and dribbled it to the front court, passed it to Joe Johnson, and immediately started running. Josh Howard cuts to the inside, attracting James' defense, and runs out from the left side after a circle under the basket, and sets an off-ball screen with Stoudemire. Horford fills in for Josh Howard, leaving the inside to James. Joe Johnson passes the ball directly to Stoudemire who cuts to the right. The little bully squeezes James to receive the ball, sprints at full speed facing the basket, and jumps with both feet. It's too late for West to make up for the defense, so he doesn't force himself to jump and become a background board. Stoudemire stretches out his body completely and dunks into the basket with his right hand. 0-2. The defense of this ball seems to be a problem with James. Chapter 391. Data completely sealed by the opponent's strength. Curry crossed the half court with the ball and came to the sideline. He passed the ball to James at the top of the arc. With the help of Horford's high quality pick and roll, James got the space to speed up. He stepped out and was level with Stoudemire, who was switching defense. The terrible thing was that he was still accelerating. With 3 steps, James figure pulled out a crescent moon and dunked the ball into the basket in an unstoppable posture. In front of him was Lopez, who did not jump at all. In the commentary booth, Barkley held his head with both hands and leaned back, his mouth opened into an O shape. Smith shouted, "A wonderful dunk. James' first point in the Knicks. There is no way to be more perfect. Kimmy can let go of the loss of Gallinari and Jordan." What the fans saw was James' explosive dunks, while Kellyanne appreciated the team's extreme space distribution and Horford's solid pick and roll. Josh Howard used to be a player who relied on defense to get to the top. He was slightly thin, but had strong mobility. However, such a flexible small forward was tightly hung by Horford's pick and roll. The Nets were on offense, and Harris still passed the ball to Joe Johnson. The modern Joe played against Holiday, with obvious advantages in height and strength. Joe Johnson faced the basket and posed a 3-threat posture. After taking a step, he broke through on the right side, but Holiday predicted and followed accurately. He protected the ball with his back to the basket, leaned against Holiday, and turned to shoot at the baseline. His movements were very smooth, but Holiday's judgment was very accurate, and he jumped up to interfere, and the ball went out of the basket. Horford grabbed the rebound and passed it to Curry to stabilize it. Bringing it to the front court, he passed the ball to James again, and then started to run without the ball. Devin Harris became famous for defending Parker in the 2006 playoffs. After joining the Nets, he took on more offensive tasks, and his defensive involvement declined. However, with the addition of strong reinforcement this season, he regained his focus on the defensive end. Even though West's off-ball screen quality was good, he still flexibly bypassed it. Curry didn't receive the pass in the first lap, so he went around, and Horford made the second block. He had a good timing for the pick and roll. Curry ran out of the open space at 45 degrees. James' pass was delivered at this time. Curry received the ball and stopped and shot in the middle. The shot was very fast and clean. This was the first direct offensive cooperation between James and Curry. It was a bit cumbersome for James, but he also understood that he had to accept it. Every coach has his own tactical style. James was eager to cooperate with Kellyanne, so he naturally had a certain expectation and acceptance of his routine of complicating simple problems. When the Nets attacked, Stoudemire actively stepped forward to set a pick and roll for Harris, and then caught the ball, trying to replicate his offensive cooperation with Nash, but Harris was not Nash. His passing awareness and technique were far inferior, and neither Harris nor Stoudemire were stable in mid-range and long-range shots. After the pick and roll, the Knicks resolutely shrank, and Stoudemire's subsequent attack on the basket was not smooth. James jumped high to protect the backcourt rebounds, and took advantage of the Nets players' slow return to defense to force a fast break. In terms of impact on the counter-attack end, James is second in history, and no one dares to say he is first. Josh Howard didn't believe in evil and planned to knock him down with the ball. As a result, he was dragged forward while holding James' hand, but he still couldn't stop James. When he fell to the ground, James, who had freed his hands, twisted his body and scored the ball. In fact, if Josh Howard's foul fell on other people, it would most likely be called a physical foul, but who made the foul target James? Sometimes, the referee took special care of him, but sometimes, some malicious fouls fell on him, and they were indeed raised high and fell lightly. After the free throw, the score came to 7-2. The Nets' offense is still chaotic. Joe Johnson took the ball to the low post and backed up Holiday. After attracting James to make up for the defense, he passed the ball to the bottom corner. Josh Howard missed the three-pointer from the bottom corner. Curry then started a pick and roll with West, assisting the latter to hit a mid-range shot from the free throw line. Stoudemire pulled to the corner to receive the ball, faced the basket, and forced West and Horford, pushed Horford away, and forced the ball into the goal, causing the opponent to foul, showing his personal ability, but relying on such a magical shot to score points is tiring. The Knicks attacked, taking advantage of Curry and James's containment. Holiday went crazy raiding, forced his way into the Nets basket, pulled the lever to avoid Lopez's defense, and scored a layup. It felt like everyone on the court could attack the Knicks. The Nets players were a little confused. Avery Johnson couldn't sit still. He stood up and came to the sidelines, shouting, "Hold on, slow down and play position, take your time, don't rush." The peak period of the young general's coaching was in the Mavericks. He relied on a super Lanoop to play his few offensive tactics. Now it's Ski singles with the ball, Josh Howard singles with the ball, Harris singles with the ball, Jason Terry singles with the ball, Stackhouse singles with the ball. He was able to lead the Mavericks to the finals. One reason was that he really injected the concept of defense into an offensive team, and the other reason was that the Mavericks Lanoop was too strong. When he came to the Nets, his offensive routine was still the same. Joe Johnson and Stoudemire played pick and roll to try to create mismatch opportunities. But don't forget that Stoudemire is only unstoppable in singles facing the frame, and the gap is still obvious compared to Nowitzki's all-around killer. His mid-range and long-range shots can punish some opponents who leave him open, but he can't be used as a conventional weapon to constantly threaten opponents. Joe Johnson's strengths are stability, big heart, and comprehensive skills, but his mediocre physical condition means that he has to spend more energy than others to complete a score. If you ask him to be both a father and a mother, and to be a bloodsy for a whole game or even a whole season, that would be difficult for him. Of course, as long as Stoudemire and Joe Johnson don't meet any weird coaches, there is no problem in ensuring a considerable firepower output. The real terrible problem of the Nets lies in the incoordination of the Lanoop. Lopez, the center, is a typical traditional center. He pays attention to low post singles after getting into position. He is strong in offense and weak in defense like Stoudemire, but with a different offensive rhythm. Josh Howard, the small forward, was a first-class sniper in his peak period, and he was also good at back-to-back shooting. He was never good at outside shooting. He had no way to open up space for Stoudemire and Joe Johnson. Devin Harris, the point guard. Well, there is no need to hold a meeting for him. At least it can be seen that he is trying to make changes to adapt to his two all-star teammates. In other words, Joe Johnson and Stoudemire's offense is mostly to challenge the Knicks' defense system with their personal abilities. Killian said, even if Nash joins the Nets, he can destroy them together. This is really not bragging. The gap between the two teams is really huge. This gap is not only reflected in the Lanoop, but also in the soft power of the management. After the first quarter, the Knicks led 32-20. The Nets' offense was terrible, relying on high pick and roll and the personal abilities of the two stars. Joe Johnson's touch was average today, and only Stoudemire's strong play had some advantages, but it was also very hard. The referee gave them 8 free throws, otherwise they would have fallen behind more. In the second quarter, Killian sent Holiday, Korver, Matthews, Caspi, and Horford to form a Lanoop of 1 big and 4 small players, sacrificing defense to maintain a wide offensive space. The Nets sent Sun Yu, Daniels, McGrady, Favors, and O'Neal. In terms of popularity alone, the Nets even have some advantages. Favors is a very promising third pick, similar to Bodig, and is the third pick pass line recognized by fans in later generations. McGrady and O'Neal still have strength in the eyes of some sentimentalists, and poor performance is purely the coach's idiot. As a result, they were quickly beaten, and the gap between the two teams' substitute lineups was even greater than the starting Lanoop. Killian is the most friendly coach to young people and grassroots players in the league. There are countless young people who have been discovered and emerged by him, but at the same time, he is also the least superstitious coach in the league. Unless they are very suitable for his own style of play, or veterans with some personal feelings, others are not in Killian's eyes. In response to the Nets' overall average shooting Lanoop, Killian arranged a 1-2-2 zone defense to limit O'Neal from receiving the ball. Holiday led the defense in the middle. Matthews and Horford were at the bottom line, controlling the rebounds, and the other two also shrank to the vicinity of the restricted area, mainly defending against breakthroughs and interfering with shots. Although the players in this lineup are not tall, they are still good at confrontation. The key is that the Nets lineup has no absolute single strengths, and the three-point shooting is also average. O'Neal was not able to wait for the Knicks contract in time during the off-season, and he still had the face to attack Killian. As a result, he was taught a lesson in the opening game, and he even lost the ability to play Boban. The big shark felt ashamed and forcibly pulled Holiday from the air to the ground in a defense, and was directly expelled. Fortunately, Holiday's landing posture was well protected, and he did not fall badly. But even so, Killian still replaced Holiday brother for inspection, and gave Jeremy Lin playing time. The score difference reached more than 20 points. The Knicks shooters shot more and more, and the Nets showed a trend of collapse, which also surprised the commentators on the sidelines. The strength gap between the two sides may not be so big, but there is still a gap between the champion coach and the runner-up coach. Kenny Smith said. Kimmy insisted on not signing an all-star center for a reason. Perhaps a more balanced lineup is more conducive to winning than pure star power, especially when you already have James and Stephen Curry. Reggie Miller directly lifted Curry to the position of a giant. Let's talk about Al Horford. His current data is average, 4 points, 6 rebounds and 1 assist, but he has left a deep impression on me both offensively and defensively. Whether he plays with the main lineup or stays in the substitute lineup, he can find his position on the court. I have never found such a player, Barkley said from his own perspective. He also performed well in the Timberwolves, but it is normal for him to perform better when he meets a more suitable coach. Kenny Smith muttered, and then exclaimed, "Wow. Horford has renewed his contract with the Knicks, 4 years and $44 million. This contract is suitable for an inside player who averages 12 points and 9 rebounds per game, but if this inside player is both offensive and defensive, has outstanding support ability, and can be the axis in the offensive system, it is definitely a high quality contract." At the end of the first half, the score was 73-47. The Knicks had opened up the gap to 26 points, and the game had basically lost suspense. The third quarter was still one-sided. In the Knicks debut, they faced a strong enemy again. James wanted to play a relatively beautiful data, but facing the Nets, who were in a state of collapse, James didn't want to play after 2 or 3. After all, Holiday had just been knocked down not long ago, and the little emperor was afraid of being forcibly pulled down by the opponent, who lost red eyes. If you don't brush points, you brush assists. James focused on organization and occasionally played singles. With a big lead, the Knicks outside artillery, except Curry, collectively had a convulsion, with a super high shooting rate. The score difference quickly widened to 35 points, and it completely entered garbage time. After 3 quarters, James's debut data remained at 24 points, 7 rebounds and 6 assists, which was completely sealed by the opponent's strength. Curry's data was even more dismal, with 16 points, 5 assists and 1 steal. Killian even had the urge to let Curry go up in the last quarter to brush data. In the final quarter, both sides sent out all substitutes to compete. The 5 players of the Knicks were Jeremy Lin, Matthews, Stevenson, Landry, and Mozgov. Except for Mahinmi, the other 12 players of the team played. The 5 players on the court, except for Matthews who had seen big scenes and was relatively martial, were either Jeremy Lin, who was eager to prove himself, or Stevenson and Landry, who were crazy about the show, or Mozgov, who was honest and unambiguous in eating cakes. Each one was more ruthless than the other. Especially Stevenson. This guy is obviously not very efficient, and his performance is not the best, but he has the strongest presence. After completing the breakthrough and assisting Mozgov to lay up, the celebration action was very inciting. When defending, he would look at the opponent with some provocative eyes. In one defense, he even had a direct conflict with McGrady and sprayed trash talk with each other. A second-round pick who just entered the league dared to confront McGrady head-on and was not stage frightened at all. Such a player is also very popular. In the end, the Knicks beat the Nets by 48 points with a score of 143-95. The first game of the season was a massacre. After the game, many Nets players returned to the locker room without congratulating their opponents. Avery Johnson shook hands with Kenyon with a gloomy face and turned away without saying a word. Throughout the game, the Knicks played relatively evenly. The starting players all clocked in for 3 quarters, 2.5 quarters. Holiday was even replaced after playing for a few minutes in the second quarter. Naturally, there were no good statistics. 5 players on the team scored in double digits. In addition to James and Curry, who scored 40 points together, West, Korver, and Mozgov contributed double-digit points respectively. Horford and Caspi also contributed 9 points respectively, almost reaching double digits. At the press conference after the game, reporters asked Kenyon to comment on the game. The players met the coaching staff's pre-match requirements and played very well. The big win over our opponents in the show gave us a good start to the new season, but we should not be proud of it. The Nets have gone through team trades and roster rebuilding, which is not easy for the team to get through. I don't think we are on the same starting line. The 48 points difference created the record for the largest difference since the season opener. What do you think? I'm happy for my team's good performance. As for the opponent's performance, I won't comment. Although they are future rivals in the same city, Kenyon still saved face for the Nets and didn't say anything too ostentatious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. I haven't even tried hard yet, and you fell down. The first game of the new season made big news. Fans who originally thought that Kenyon and James might not be able to achieve 1+1, 2 when they joined forces were relieved. The forum was full of "I haven't even tried hard yet, and you fell down." Objectively speaking, although the Knicks won by 48 points in this game, they really didn't fight to the death. Especially Curry, he really held back. With the fighting power shown by the Knicks in the 7 preseason games and the opening game, the New York fans who had some emotions towards Kenyon knelt on the ground again and sang conquer, and no longer had the previous resistance. In all walks of life, if one's ability really reaches the top 10 or even the top 5 in the world, the impact of things outside the court is really not that big. Benzema broke out the underage prostitution scandal, but Real Madrid, a club that pays the most attention to the image of players, didn't use him honestly, and even the club endorsed him and did image public relations. Wang Meng had conflicts with teammates, team leaders and other leaders. The short track speed skating team banned her for 3 months and 6 months in spring, summer and autumn, and she will definitely be released to compete in winter. In the second game, the Knicks came to Atlanta to challenge the Hawks. This was obviously a gimmick deliberately arranged by the league. Kenyon has a deep relationship with the Hawks, and local fans regard Kenyon as a legend. But in the summer operation, the Knicks snatched West from the Hawks, causing some Hawks fans to have a grudge against him, and the team management encountered great controversy after losing Garnett and Joe Johnson in succession, and had to use a 2-year $14 million contract to keep Anderson, who originally wanted to join Kenyon, as a small revenge. Kenyon left, Garnett left, and Joe Johnson left, and Paul got his wish and became the only official designated leader of the Atlanta Hawks. The starting players standing beside him include Shannon Brown, Batum, Dio, and Anderson. In addition to Dio, he hardened all the substitutes of the team 2 years ago into the main force. Of course, the strength of this group of players is still good. Batum averaged 13 points, 6 rebounds and 5 assists last season, and is a very good all-around small forward. Shannon Brown started this season and scored 11 points in the team's opening game. His explosive style of play is also very popular with fans. With a qualified leader, a high-quality contract, and an excellent coach, the Hawks have stayed in the position that Ressler hopes the team will be in. Relying on the market that Kenyon led the team in the past few years, they have reaped the dividends. They don't need to spend a lot of money to rack their brains to strengthen the lineup. stabilize a playoff spot, or try to impact the second round, and then prepare for next year's draft. For the boss, this model is much better than keeping Kellyan with a high salary and renewing the contracts of Garnett and Joe Johnson. Anyway, the legacy left by Kellyan is enough for the team to live for at least 5 to 10 years, provided that they can keep Paul. Frankly speaking, for Paul, his experience has changed too much from his previous life. In his previous life, when he was in the Hornets, he didn't even make it to the Western Conference Finals, let alone the championship. After Paul's rookie contract bonus, the Hornets' operations were disastrous every year, and he even suffered a 58-point defeat in the playoffs. So in 2011, he pushed for a trade and came to the Clippers, and then began to wander the NBA. Now in the Hawks, in addition to MVP and FMVP, Paul has got everything he can get. Best rookie, championship, all NBA first team, all defensive first team, assist king, steals king, all-star starter, maximum salary contract. After the strong teammates around him left one by one, his position as the Hawks king became more and more stable. What is certain is that Paul will never need to be like James in his life, tossing around for a championship ring in the middle and late stages of his career. It is foreseeable that, if Paul is willing to one man, one city, after the current maximum salary contract ends, he can still get the next maximum salary contract. What is uncertain is whether Paul is willing to stay in the Hawks for the rest of his life and work hard to break through the first round every season. Just talking about Kellyan's understanding of Paul, he is the type who I want it all. He said, if it's not to beat the Warriors, there's no point in me coming to the Rockets. When negotiating a contract, it must be $160 million for 4 years, not a penny less. The difference between the Knicks and the Hawks in season goals and team building ideas was reflected in the game. If Kellyan led the team, he could help the team to take advantage of the rookie bonus and buy at low prices to enrich the lineup, while D'Antoni, even if he is also a first-line coach in the league today, can't turn the tide when the lineup is crushed. Compared with the opening game, the Hawks' resistance was a little tougher. Facing Curry, who was favored by Kellyan, Paul handed in a quasi-double-double of 30+9 to defend his title of the league's first point guard. The more the opponent resisted, the more excited Curry was. In this game, Curry's offensive desire and shooting feel improved. He made 9 of 18 shots, 3 of 8 3-pointers, and scored 25 points and 4 assists, which quickly gave the Knicks fans a reassurance. James' performance was still stable. He handed over 22 points, 7 rebounds and 4 assists in the first 3 quarters, helping the team lead by 21 points. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Curry led the team to defeat the Hawks. James clocked out in 3 quarters. He was a little uncomfortable sitting on the bench. You may have to slowly adapt to this situation in the future. Because of the strength of the Knicks, it may be normal to defeat the opponent within 3 quarters. Kellyan said to James. That's the best. James' expression was a little playful. Compared with the average of 40 minutes per game in the Cavaliers, the workload in the Knicks was reduced by a quarter. This feeling is really special. But think about it carefully. The Cavaliers were suppressed by the Hawks that year. Wasn't it that, when he was not on the court, his teammates could never beat the Hawks' substitutes? Even after Curry left the court, the Knicks took the initiative and the score continued to widen. Until the last 3 minutes, Kellyan gave face to his old club. The Knicks players almost watched the Hawks steal points and narrowed the gap to within 30 points, 91-117. The Knicks took a victory from the Phillips Center. Hawks fans were in mixed emotions. If you say Kellyan is good, West, who he stole from the team, is very strong. If you say he is bad, Kellyan really directed the players to let the game go at the last moment of this game. That night, the Knicks flew back to New York on a special plane and ushered in the first back-to-back of the season, facing the Toronto Raptors. In the summer free agent market, the Raptors lost Bosh, and the Heat signed Bosh without any chips in history, which did not give the Raptors any chips. The team once again passively entered a reconstruction. Fortunately, DeRozan, the dunker selected by the team in 2009, worked hard to improve himself all summer. He averaged 18.5 points in 2 games in the new season, proving that he is not just a dunker, and Lewis, who took over the position of team boss, continued to perform steadily, scoring 20 plus into consecutive games. Although the Raptors suffered 2 consecutive losses in the past 2 games, their performance was actually pretty good. In any case, it is much more promising than when Carter left. The strength gap between the two sides was very obvious. Kellyan had no presence on the sidelines. The team's few conventional tactics were enough to defeat the Raptors and won another big victory with 126:100. James clocked in for 3 quarters for the 3rd consecutive game, but he learned to be smart and exerted his strength in the first 3 quarters, scoring 27 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists and 2 blocks, and his basic data was slightly better. Curry played well in this game, playing 31 minutes and scoring 19 points and 8 assists. It is undeniable that no matter how Kellyan encouraged Curry to be himself and shoot at his own pace, James joining still affected Curry's offensive choices on the court. This is not what James subjectively wants to see, but his influence has more or less suppressed the mentality of the team's young people. In the first 3 games, the Knicks have already won their opponents by 100 points, which directly set a new NBA record. Moreover, from the scene, the team has not exerted its strength yet, and the New York media has blown the team up. In China, fans on the forum proposed a creative proposal, asking Yao Ming to sign with the Knicks after his contract with the Rockets expires next year, and strive to win a championship ring at the end of his career. To be honest, this proposal is a bit embarrassing. Yao Ming is the league's top star after all. If he can still play, it is understandable that he would hug a thigh for a championship ring and try not to leave any regrets. But he is very clear about his condition. The doctor's original words were, "If you play one more game, you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Sign a contract, then don't play a game, or even participate in training, and finally get a ring that Yao Ming himself is embarrassed to put at home." Athlete Yao Ming can only do this. As for his future, Yao Ming has no plan to be a coach. He plans to manage himself well and do some business, such as buying a team with Kellyan, then organize some activities that are beneficial to Chinese basketball. If there is an opportunity, he may consider entering politics. On November 5th, the Knicks welcomed their first Western Conference opponent of the season, the Los Angeles Clippers, a newly rising traffic team this season. Griffin proved in his second season that he would not be the second option. He quickly showed his talent in front of the fans at the Staples Center, with explosive dunks, top-level running and jumping in the same position, and first-class control skills at the power forward position. Except for not being able to help the team win, Griffin did everything. Even the Los Angeles media shouted the slogan, "The number 1 pick is the number 1 pick, and Griffin is the number 1 pick in 2009. Although this is a bit exaggerated, Griffin's popularity is indeed not covered. When he dunked Horford to the ground in Madison, the fans at the scene even applauded. But apart from the purely talent-based face-to-frame offense, the steal fast break after gambling defense, and the second offense after forcibly grabbing the front court rebound by using his own bounce, Griffin's scoring methods are not outstanding. His static confrontation could not stand up to Horford and West, who had stable lower limb strength. This resulted in him playing lively and having better statistics, but with low efficiency. On the contrary, Pierce on the outside, when facing James, used his 3 threat of fake moves to create a lot of trouble for the Little Emperor. The Clippers used 2 first-round picks plus 2 swaps to get Pierce. They are eager for some results, not just hoping to play badly and level up with Griffin. Objectively speaking, the Western Conference teams are indeed more pragmatic on the road to reconstruction. In this game, Pierce made 15 of 28 shots and scored an amazing 41 points, helping the Clippers to stalemate with the Knicks all the way. It also forced the Knicks to increase their defensive intensity in the 4th quarter, scoring 35:20 in a single quarter and taking the game away in one wave. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Clippers 110:90. James, whose playing time finally exceeded 35 minutes, scored 37 points, 8 assists and 5 rebounds, scoring 30 plus for the first time this season. Curry scored 27 points and 12 assists, made 5 of 7 3-pointers, and cooperated with James on the offensive end many times, which made the Madison fans even more excited. Chapter 393, Really IQ Beat. In the first 4 games of the season, the Knicks won all of them with an unstoppable momentum, winning each game by at least 20 points. This kind of dominance is rare in the league, and is the first time in the team's history. The media attributed all this to Kenyon and James, believing that the two belonged to the Knicks' Phil Jackson plus Jordan. When interviewed by a TV station, James also said that he was not worried about the decline in personal data. "I chose to come to New York because I wanted to play under Kimmy. He is the best coach I have ever worked with. Playing in a good team will help me enjoy basketball more." Compared with his previous life, James' image is much better. If the Knicks win the championship this season, with the hype of the New York media, James has the hope of surpassing Kobe with 1 championship. This is the magic of New York. Following the Knicks in the rankings are the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls. Both teams have achieved a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. The Heat's loss was due to the Bulls. Rose played 26.7 points and 7.2 assists. Although the efficiency is average, it is based on the overall poor offense of the Bulls, which requires Rose to carry a lot of ball rights. Boozer, the key signing in the summer transfer window, currently averages 14.7 points per game. He is not used to the pick and roll system, and Thibodeau needs to find a way to activate him. On November 8th, the Knicks came to the Capitol to face the Wizards, which is a double sword of Wall and Arenas. Putting aside the adverse effects of the gun gate, just talking about Arenas' playing style and strength. If he can recover to his peak state before the injury, he and Wall are still a pair of backcourt partners who can be in sync. After all, Wall has extremely strong physical fitness and can push fast breaks, break through, defend, organize, and pass the ball, but he can't shoot, and Arenas is one of the strongest 3-point shooters before Curry entered the league. But when the season started, the effect of the two people's joint attack was not ideal. Wall's physical talent may be second only to Westbrook and Rose among point guards, but he may have been used to crushing since he was a child, and he has not tempered his comprehensive technical ability. On the offensive end, he only has the ability to break through and pass the ball, and his core strength is still a bit behind. He has no shooting ability, no running without the ball, and no tacit understanding with his teammates. As for Arenas, the gun gate did not ruin him, but his knee injury caused by long-term unscientific training has taken away Arenas' explosive power. With the remaining 3 years and $63 million contract, Arenas' role can be ignored. In this game, James' shooting touch was not good. 9 of 23 shots, all 3 shots from the outside were missed, 7 of 8 free throws, and 25 points, 8 rebounds and 4 assists. But even so, the Wizards still failed to create any threat to the Knicks. Lost 91-110. 5-2-0. In addition to James, the other outside players of the Knicks had excellent touch and beat the Wizards throughout the game. Curry frequently played with his opponent in the matchup with Wall, 6 of 11 shots from beyond the 3-point line, and scored 31 points and 4 assists. Holiday also got 15 points and 2 assists whilst wrangling Arenas. West also performed well on the team, making 6 of 10 shots, 4 of 4 free throws, and 16 points and 10 rebounds. West's steady mid-range shots can really kill people. The Knicks have an excellent record, defeating opponents by a large margin in every game, and can also give the substitute players enough time to train. Most players are satisfied with the current situation, except for Matthews, who lost his starting position. Last season, he averaged 32.5 minutes per game, and was the team's starting player. This season, he only played 23.2 minutes, and became a substitute, averaging 6.4 points, 3.2 rebounds, 1.7 assists, and 0.8 steals per game. His performance has not actually declined too much. His defense is online and his 3-point shooting rate is 36.2%. It is mainly because Holiday can share Curry's pressure on both offense and defense. The Knicks' formidable dominance since the new season is inseparable from the starting lineup's 17.6 points per 100 possessions. This data is historical. Because he was an undrafted player, Matthews only signed a 2-year contract last year, which means that this season is his contract year. If he has to play as a substitute all the time, his contract may go down. In addition, Korver may also take away some of his playing time, so Matthews is under great pressure. In sharp contrast to the Knicks is the Nets, their opening opponent. In the first 5 games of the season, the Nets had 1 win and 4 losses, a dismal start. Head coach Avery Johnson has also been questioned by the media, accusing him of not being able to put the team together. To be honest, Avery Johnson's ability is average on the one hand, and the Nets lineup is indeed a mess. If Kenyan is in charge, he will definitely find a way to replace Lopez, Harris, and Josh Howard, and replace them with a point guard like Hinrich and Felton, plus a small forward like Battier, and promote the 3rd overall pick Favors to start. Snake Man has good athletic talent and great defensive discipline. He can eat cakes, clean up Stoudemire's ass, and develop mid-range shots. After the game with the Wizards, the Knicks had no time to rest. The next day, they started their first Western expedition of the season. The opponent was the Phoenix Suns, which Nash was struggling to support. Speaking of Nash, his situation was similar to Paul's. His teammates who could play left one after another, and those who stayed with him were former substitutes or players given up by other teams. He was even more unlucky than Paul. The substitutes that Kenyan left for the Hawks at least had potential, and they knew which direction to develop under his polishing. As for the players of the Suns, Nash couldn't lead them. In itself, Paul was limited by his height, and he was not able to stand up continuously when the stars needed to play singles in the tense moments. He was not as good as Nash in this respect, but his more stable style of play and strong execution ability could support a team better than Nash, and his physical advantage could also ensure that he could help the team on both offense and defense. As for Nash, his age was there. Since the next day, the Suns had to challenge the powerful Thunder team in a back-to-back away game. Kenyan arranged a general attack at the beginning of the game, requiring Holiday to entangle Nash desperately on the defensive end, and whoever Nash defended on the offensive end would launch the attack, so as to exhaust Nash's physical strength as soon as possible. Kenyan's targeting of Nash was very vicious, almost hitting the Suns 7 inches accurately. Holiday, who has a strong body, defensive skills, and flexible footwork, is the nemesis of small guards like Nash. Even if he launches a pick and roll, Nash can't break through Holiday and can only choose to pass the ball or force a backward jump shot. But for Nash, who is already old, this is simply not sustainable. On the offensive end, Kenyan's strategy of arranging players to name Nash may be a bit redundant, because in the Suns team, Nash and Hickson are both defensive loopholes. To put it bluntly, they are full of flaws. Curry clocked in for 3 quarters and still scored 34 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, 30 plus for 2 consecutive games. His recent hit rate and scoring efficiency have been significantly improved. James intended to save his strength for the back-to-back game against the Thunder. He focused on organization on offense, making 9 of 17 shots, 2 of 3 free throws, and 20 points. But he exerted his strength on the defensive end, grabbing 12 rebounds in one breath, and 9 assists, almost completing a triple-double. West, Horford, and Matthews also scored in double digits. Even with considerable effort, the Knicks still easily beat the Suns by 38 points with a score of 127-89, winning 6 consecutive victories. This Knicks team is a bit scary. Gentry was convinced at the post-match press conference, their strength is like the US military, leading the world in all aspects of land, sea and air. Good man. What he said is a bit of moral kidnapping. Kenyan must lose a game to justify the military power of other countries, right? Talking about the topic of the 6-game winning streak, Kenyan was also somewhat proud. It must feel great to win, but we can't take it lightly. Challenges may come anytime and anywhere. The next game against the Thunder will not be so easy, especially since we are playing back-to-back. One day passed in a flash. On the evening of December 11th, the Chesapeake Energy Arena was packed. At the entrance ceremony of the Knicks players, the fanatical Oklahoma City fans booed loudly. The Knicks' current terrifying fighting power made them feel afraid, and they could only create a more extreme home atmosphere through their own efforts. The Thunder's home atmosphere is comparable to that of the Jazz. Kenyan has played in the finals twice, so there is definitely nothing to be afraid of in such a small scene. He even had the leisure to joke with Hornacek beside him. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the technical table to shake hands with Brooks. When he returned to his seat, the players from both sides stood on the court. The Knicks continued with their usual starting lineup, with Curry, Holiday, James, West, and Horford all on the court. Brooks did not make any temporary changes to the lineup and sent Westbrook, Sefolosha, Durant, Ibaka and Garnett. In the offseason, Mike Miller moved to the Miami Heat, and the Thunder used a 4-year, $24 million contract to dig up defensive wing Sefolosha, another former member of Kenyan who was released by the Hawks because of his contract. Compared with the previous life, the Thunder is stronger on paper, but it is hard to say how strong it is in reality. Garnett was forced to play center, and his performance was acceptable, but he no longer had the style of the MVP of the year. Even as Westbrook's role on the offensive end became more and more important, his shooting rights were constantly declining. This passive blue-collar status made Garnett very unhappy, and it was also a bomb in the team. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and threw the basketball into the air, and the game officially began. Garnett helped the team win the ball. Westbrook rushed to the front court immediately and used his excellent explosive power to forcefully break through Holiday, but West came back in time to interfere with Westbrook's forced shot. James grabbed the rebound and passed it to Curry, who ran forward immediately, and the Knicks launched an offense-defense transition. Brooks emphasized the issue of retreat before the game. The Thunder players were very focused and retreated to the backcourt in time. Curry did not find an opportunity, and the team switched to positional offense. Curry and James played pick and roll. James hung on Westbrook and then violently cut. Curry passed the ball to James, who was coming down, and then he returned to the top of the arc. With the help of West's cover, he ran to a 45-degree angle. James compressed the Thunder's defense and passed the ball. Curry received the ball and shot a three-pointer, and the basketball bounced into the basket. The round changed. The Thunder attacked. Westbrook dribbled to the front court, raised his right hand to direct his teammates to run, and Holiday blocked him in front of him, ready to fight. Durant faced James, and the offense was very difficult. The Thunder needed Westbrook to step up and take more offense. Westbrook did not call for a pick and roll, but took a small step and started directly, trying to use his speed to go to the right and pass Holiday. Holiday's defensive thinking and emotions adjusted his pace in advance, moved sideways, and blocked Westbrook's breakthrough path sideways, but Westbrook was the most talented point guard in history after all. He stopped and started quickly, using his strength advantage to forcibly bounce off Holiday's defense and forcefully rushed into the inside. Horford stood in the position of assisting defense in advance and blocked Westbrook in front of him. Westbrook could not continue to go deep into the penalty area. After stopping the ball, he found Ibaka, who was cutting in the air. The latter turned around and completed a dunk under the basket and also caused West to foul. 14 years ago, Ibaka had the reputation of medical insurance card on the Thunder's defensive end, and his physical fitness was also at the level of a flying beast. Ibaka made the free throw, and both sides scored one at the beginning. The Knicks' offense was still Westbrook's full concentration on defending Curry. Curry smiled, waved to Horford, passed the ball to his teammate, and then ran over to cooperate with Horford. The two consecutive changes of steps disrupted Westbrook's defense rhythm, and he easily cut into the basket. Facing Ibaka's defense, he played a time difference and scored on the rebound. From launching the offense to running away from the opponent, from cutting into the basket to scoring on the rebound, it is almost impossible to see Curry forcibly use his body, but even so, the fluency of this ball is still amazing. Really IQ beat. Chapter 394 The Talent Team's Game Style. The Thunder attacked. Durant received the ball at the top of the arc, and with the help of Garnett's pick and roll, he dodged James' defense and forced a shot against Horford's switch defense, hitting the target accurately. 5:5. With height, long arms, strong athletic ability, and excellent shooting touch, Durant's personal offense can be summed up in 2 words: unsolvable. The Thunder has developed the talents of several young masters to the extreme, while the Knicks are more particular about letting players play according to the correct ideas. James held the ball and singled out Durant, using his physical advantage to force his way into the inside, attracting the defense, and then passing the ball to the outside in time. Curry received the ball First opened up Cephalosha's defense, and then passed it to Holiday, who was completely left alone after Durant also rushed over to defend. Holiday even had time to pat the ball, to adjust his rhythm and shoot steadily. Swish. Holiday is not good at 3-pointers, but if you dare to let him go, he can make the shot. Otherwise, even if he has top defense and a breakthrough, he would never be able to start in Kenyan's team. Westbrook crossed the half court with the ball and used Garnett's pick and roll to shake off Holiday's defense. His zombie jump shot was interfered by Horford, but Ibaka grabbed the front court rebound again and made a tip in without landing, which once again mobilized the enthusiasm of the fans on the scene. If you lose another rebound, get off me. This was the second backcourt rebound, lost at the beginning of the game. Kenyan was a little unhappy and shouted to the inside line in the court. In the NBA, not being able to defend against opponents is a problem of ability, but not being able to hold the position and being repeatedly hit by rebounds is either a problem of attitude or a clear tactical flaw. Kenyan cursed on the sidelines, and the attitude of the Knicks players was immediately lifted. James advanced to the front court, used West's fake screen, took a step before the free throw line, changed direction to the left, and forced his way into the penalty area. After attracting the defense, he passed the ball from behind and gently sent the ball back. This pass was so concealed that Ibaka didn't see what was going on, and the ball had already left his hand. Curry followed up with an empty cut, took a 3-step layup, and got rid of Cephalosha by running without the ball, and scored easily. 10:7. Cephalosha's defense was very good, but Curry's extremely fast shooting speed and stable hit rate made him choose a lesser of two evils strategy in the process of defense, focusing on strangling Curry's outside shooting. If Curry cuts into the inside, he relies on Ibaka and Garnett's help defense. But the Knicks are not the same as last season. They still have James as the starting point of the offense to amplify Curry's off-ball threat. Durant went to the right 3-point line to receive the ball with his back to the basket, turned around and challenged James, forced a step outside, and was blocked by James's breakthrough path, and then simply took a backward jump shot, which hit the inner edge of the basket and bounced out. James grabbed the rebound and immediately launched a counter-attack, breaking up the Thunder's defensive formation like a horse trampling on a camp. Curry received the ball on the left and dribbled one step to shake off Westbrook, who was scattered, lowered his center of gravity, and rushed past him with the ball like a wolf, quickly making a layup and scoring. Durant went to the right again to receive the ball and play James. He took the ball to 45 degrees and attracted Holiday to double team him. The ball was passed to Westbrook on the outside. This was a great opportunity, but Westbrook missed the open 3-pointer and Horford grabbed the rebound. The Knicks had 4 players running down the court and counter-attacked. Curry dribbled the ball across half court. When everyone thought he would pass the ball, he suddenly shot a 3-pointer from the left. Westbrook retreated too far back and wanted to get into position to protect the rim first. He saw Curry's shot and rushed out to interfere with the shot, but he was too slow. The 3-pointer went into the net. 15:7. CCTV broadcast this game live. Chinese fans were so happy to see that the Knicks could beat the Thunder. Although Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu's development in the NBA was not smooth after Yao Ming was injured, everyone still had a home team with Kenyan. And Kenyan's team is much more popular than the Rockets in terms of playing style. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brooks made a substitution adjustment, replacing Cephalosha with James Harden and offering the strongest Thunder. As a rookie in 2009, Harden's brilliance is far less than Curry, who made the third team of the All-NBA team in his rookie season, and Griffin, who shocked the league with his explosive performance after a year of injury. Looking at the data alone, there are even some suspicions of parallel imports, but if you are a fan who pays attention to the Thunder's games, you can still see the obvious improvement of this third overall pick. With Dewey and the 2 youngsters who eat a lot of ball rights, Harden's presence can lubricate the team's overly rigid offensive style and bring obvious changes. After coming on the court, Harden did not disappoint Brooks. He received the ball and challenged Curry in the left corner and made a quick stop jump shot. The Knicks attacked, and Curry played pick and roll with James again. He took the ball to the right and attracted Durant to switch defense and passed the ball to the middle. James held the ball and forced Westbrook away. He jumped up with the ball and wanted to dunk with one hand. Ibaka jumped up from the side and pressed the basketball accurately with his left hand, blocking James' dunk. Garnett retreated to get the basketball and passed it to Westbrook, who had already accelerated. The latter received the ball and rushed down the court. When approaching Holiday, he forcibly adjusted his pace, used the rhythm change to pass the opponent with a European step, jumped high, and slammed the ball into the basket with both hands. 15-11. What is talent? Brooks leaned back slightly, his eyes were sharp. After Harden came on the court, the Thunder wanted to gain momentum. James, who had reserved some strength in the last game against the Suns, took the ball again and led the team's offense. He faked facing the basket, broke through the middle, forced Durant's defense, took 3 steps quickly, and dunked with one hand. Ibaka made up for the defense under the basket, but jumped a little too slow and didn't block the ball. There was physical contact between the two, and the referee called a foul on Ibaka. James also made the free throw. 18-11. In terms of talent, James is the one who represents humans to fight beasts, robots, and aliens on the forum. The Knicks' offensive performance was pretty good, but on the defensive end, they really couldn't hold back the Thunder's talented basketball. There is a saying that one force defeats 10 skills, which is very suitable to describe the first quarter of the game. No matter how well the Knicks' defensive formation is arranged, you can't resist Westbrook's ability to charge and jump, and he can kill in one step. You can't defend Durant's mid-range and long-range accuracy, and he can still shoot, even if he is blocked in the face. Selecting 3 MVPs in 3 years, this is not something a human can do. It is precisely because of Presti's more magical vision that many people will rank Kellyan's draft vision second in the future. In other words, Kellyan at least has a template. Popovich also discovered a large number of potential newcomers at a low draft pick, and Presti's vision and luck are unique. 32:37. After the first quarter, the Thunder team was 5 points behind at home. Although the team still has a leading advantage, Kellyan did not feel relaxed because of this. During the intermission, his expression was a little solemn, and he specifically told the substitute players to try their best to play to their advantage. The Thunder team's relative weakness is the substitute lineup. The reason why the construction of the bench lineup was ignored is very simple, because the Thunder's young players can play for more than 40 minutes. Before they encountered the Jones fracture, including Durant, they were all physical monsters. In the second quarter, Kellyan sent Stevenson, Korver, Matthews, Caspi, and Mozgov. The 5 Thunder players, Maynard, Harden, Peterson, Collison, Kostick. Kellyan chose to trust Stevenson instead of Jeremy Lin, just to use his people crazy attribute to drive the rhythm of the game. At the beginning, the junior brother dribbled the ball from the right 70 degrees to the middle and played a pick and roll with Caspi. The latter took the ball after the pick and roll and shot a 3-pointer directly, but failed to hit. The Thunder attacked. Collison pulled out to cover Harden and was then left empty on the periphery. Caspi and Matthews double-teamed Harden together, covering the big beard tightly. However, Deng used his unique skill of bumping into Caspi's hand and then made a shot without looking for the edge, which successfully caused Caspi to foul. The Israeli turned around and waved his hands, looking helpless. He had never seen a foul like this. Harden is Jordan on the 1-point line. No, it should be said that Harden's dominance at the free throw line far exceeds Jordan's dominance over basketball. There are endless things like meat sandwich, arm clamping, and shrimp shots. In order to limit Harden's fouls, the league has introduced various targeted adjustments, but the result is that other imitators of foul-making masters have been restricted one by one, and only Harden has remained standing. Just like the International Table Tennis Federation, in order to break the monopoly of Chinese table tennis, it has changed the scoring rules, the size of the ball, the glue and rubber, and changed it over and over again, but Chinese table tennis is still invincible. The Empire Destroyer Dragon, the Empire Absolute Tiger, and the People's Artist can always win various honors, but the table tennis of Japan and South Korea has been gradually killed by the rule changes. Harden made both free throws, helping the team narrow the gap. Stevens took the ball to the right, faced Maynard's defense, and created some space, forced his way into the paint, attracted Kostick to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to Mozgov, who received the ball and faked a pass to Collison, jumped up in one step, and scored a two-handed dunk 34:39. The Thunder attacked and then exchanged to a double-team defense, defending the penalty area. Harden challenged Stevenson, dribbled under his crotch and changed direction, and successfully broke through on the right. Matthews retreated and double-teamed Harden near the penalty area with Mozgov, who passed the ball to Peterson in the right corner. Peterson's three-pointer missed, and Mozgov protected the backcourt rebound. The Knicks fell into a positional battle again, and after the formation was pulled apart, they still passed the ball to Mozgov. The Russian received the ball in the low post, and turned to the middle, leaned against Kostick, and jumped up, and missed the right-handed throw. Peterson retracted and protected the rebound. Killian felt that there was some trouble. The strategy of the Thunder bench was that Harden led the offense, and the others fought for defense. After giving the main players some rest time, they continued to Westbrook's wings, Westbrook's wings, Westbrook's wings, Durant's swings. The Thunder attacked, and Harden launched a pick and roll with Kostick, tied up the defense, and then passed the ball. After all, the latter was once the main inside player of the Nets. His hands were much better than Collison. He took 3 steps to the basket and scored a layup. Killian directly replaced James and replaced Caspi, letting James lead the team to lead the offense. His adjustment was fast, accurate, and ruthless. James came on the court and directly activated the Royal Salute group. Korver received the ball and shot from a fixed point, hitting a three-pointer steadily. Looking back, James and Matthews doubled Harden on the line, forcing the opponent to make a pass error. Harden, whose brain was short-circuited, grabbed James' fans and ignored that he was the last defender and was called for a technical foul. Korver executed the technical foul free throws and made both free throws. Before the Thunder could recover from the blow, James's aggressive breakthrough caused Collison to foul again, directly forcing Brooks to put Westbrook and Durant back on the court. James made both free throws, and the score came to 36:43. The main players returned, and the Thunder's offense was still led by Harden. Harden and Durant played pick and roll. Matthews couldn't catch up, and was caught by Harden's quick stop jump shot. James took the ball to the front court, forced into the inside, disrupted the Thunder's defense, and passed the ball to Stevenson. The latter clicked on Harden, and no-look passed the ball to Mozgov. The Russian easily scored on the rebound without any defense. The junior brother who delivered a wonderful assist immediately began to show off, staying in the place where he passed the ball, and started dancing awkwardly. Even after Mozgov high-fived him, he still looked at the Thunder players with provocative eyes, and then slowly returned to defense. The Thunder attacked. Westbrook singled out Stevenson, zombie jump shot, and scored another one. Having 3 future MVPs is really amazing. Chapter 395 Who can stop the Knicks? In the middle of the second quarter, the main lineups of both sides returned and continued the hand-to-hand battle. Since joining the team last season, Garnett's running in with the young players of the Thunder has not been smooth. The Wolf King, who holds 2 MVP and 2 FMVP, is used as a blue-collar worker in Oklahoma City, and is forced to take the center position that he is unwilling to play in his career. However, whenever he encounters a tough battle, the Wolf King can still play the role of a mainstay. For example, in this game, after the second quarter, Garnett began to play in the interior. First, he took advantage of the opportunity after the pick and roll to make a mid-range jump shot or kill to the basket to score singles. On the defensive end, he was able to use his own experience and position to take care of the work of protecting the frame and switching defense to the greatest extent, and interfered with the shots of James and Curry one after another. The Thunder took the opportunity to launch a counter-attack, and the score difference was quickly narrowed. Killian stood up, pressed down with both hands, and shouted to the players, "Keep the rhythm, take it slow." After hearing this, Curry slowed down, controlled the ball at the top of the arc, and killed the offensive time. There were 10 seconds left in the shot clock. Curry dribbled the ball between his legs and went to the left. West pulled out from the low post and ran to the middle to attract defense. Horford was still at 70 degrees on the right side. The other two were at the baseline. There were multiple mismatches on the court. Durant, who was closest, did not dare to let go of James to double team. Curry brought the ball to 45 degrees and made a beautiful front body change of direction to shake Westbrook, trying to attract Ibaka at the baseline to double team him, but Medicare did not double team him, but only covered the restricted area with his heightened wingspan. Curry moved to the middle, blocked Westbrook behind him, and did not give the opponent a chance to make up for the defense. He leaned back and shot in a strange posture, hitting accurately. 55:52. Looking back, Durant pulled to the middle to play pick and roll with Westbrook. Westbrook broke through on the right. James switched defense. Westbrook passed the ball to the middle. Curry defended Durant closely and desperately hit Durant's lower body. Durant made a shuffle, connected his hands to hold the ball, then jumped up and threw a mid-range shot. Sure. At %, on the way back to defense, Durant faced Curry and taunted him with the trash talk, which meant that a short guy like Curry was defending him and overestimating his abilities. The two had just worked together in the dream team, so they had some camaraderie. But Durant has never had a high EQ, and he would make some shocking remarks from time to time. Fans call it true temperament. The Knicks attacked. James broke through with the ball, was double teamed near the penalty area, and passed the ball to the outside. Curry received the ball on the left baseline. Ibaka let go of West to make up for the defense, but was hit by Curry's back-to-back shot. Curry passed the ball to West, who scored a mid-range shot. 57:54. Curry, who completed the assist, looked at Durant and shook his head back and forth as a response to what he had just said. In the next round of defense, the Knicks suddenly changed their defensive tactics. After Durant received the ball, James and Curry chose to double team, leaving Holiday alone on the weak side to defend too. Seeing this, Durant did not hesitate at all, pulled the ball sideways, broke through James' defense from the right, and passed the ball to Harden, who was left open. Holiday barely followed the first pass, but after Harden passed the ball directly to Westbrook without stopping the ball, the Thunder team transmitted a completely open space. Facing the open space, Westbrook shot decisively, and the basketball hit the front of the basket and bounced to the side. A sigh of disappointment rang out in the arena. Horford overpowered Garnett, protected the rebound, and passed the ball to James without stopping. The Knicks team immediately switched from defense to offense, rushing to the front court like a tide. Facing the Knicks' surging offensive, the Thunder's retreat was in chaos. James rushed all the way to the basket, attracting many defenders to pass the ball out. Curry, who followed up in the back row, took the ball and shot, and made a three-pointer. 54:60. Back and forth. 6 points in total. This is the strength gap between the two teams' point guards. Before the Knicks players started to celebrate, Garnett quickly served the ball from the baseline. Westbrook received the ball and advanced at high speed, leading the whole court with amazing impact, completing an exaggerated 1-on-9 and directly breaking into the basket and sending the ball into the basket. Although Kenyon looked down on Westbrook and thought that his muscles armed his brain, it must be said that this physical talent, looking at the history of the NBA, no PG can match it. Fortunately, the Thunder is strong on the offensive end, and they can't do anything to the Knicks on the defensive end. After repelling the Thunder's counterattack, the Knicks maintained their lead until the end of the halftime. 60:66. During the halftime break, Kenyon made tactical adjustments. Korver replaced Holiday as a starting player, forming a bankrupt version of the Splash Brothers with Curry, taking advantage of Westbrook's weak off-ball defensive ability, while James, as the core organizer and dealer, was used by Kenyon as Dream Chaser Green. There are many benefits to this adjustment. In addition to maximizing Curry's firepower, James can properly save his energy, exert his strength in the transition period, and continue the team's output. The appropriate staggered playing time of Holiday and Curry is also conducive to the offensive and defensive strength of the team's point guard position in the transition period. When Brooks saw that the Knicks starting lineup in the second half did not have Holiday, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Westbrook scored 11 points and 3 assists in the first half, the data was not bad, but his hit rate was only 4 of 12 shots, which was quite average. Holiday's defense obviously made Westbrook very uncomfortable. Although Korver is a top shooter in the league, his defense can only be said to be below average. The breakthrough against Westbrook is useless. Even after the opening, Kobe found an open position by running without the ball and assisted Horford to score at the basket after attracting the defense, but Brooks still didn't take it to heart. The Thunder's king bomb is not in defense, but in offense. Looking back, Curry faced Westbrook and retreated directly to one step outside the free throw line, giving Westbrook 1.5 steps of space. This distance was a bit embarrassing. Westbrook wanted to use his own confrontation to bully Curry, but he didn't expect Curry to be unguarded. After adjusting the rhythm, Westbrook was ready to shoot, but saw Korver coming to defend, and then passed the ball to Sefolosha. The Swiss Army knife didn't expect that this ball would fall into his hands. After receiving the ball, he shot hastily and missed. Westbrook should have shot this ball. CCTV's Yoga, who was responsible for the commentary, was anxious for him. Garnett walked towards his little brother and reminded him that he must respond when the opponent adopts such a defense. Curry crossed the half court with the ball and passed it to James at the top of the arc and then ran towards him. James passed the ball to Curry's running route, then took a step sideways to block Westbrook, who was chasing him and was directly knocked to the ground. Beep. Mobile pick and roll. This time, it was Kellyan and James' turn to be dissatisfied. The two spread their hands almost at the same time and expressed their dissatisfaction to the referee. But the two's actions of pressuring the referee caught Westbrook's attention and aroused his anger. Westbrook faced James and spitted trash talk provocatively. James turned his head to look at him and began to fight back. The two seemingly tough muscular men bumped their heads together and sprayed trash talk at each other. They each received a technical foul and were pulled apart by their teammates. Westbrook is getting carried away. Keep making a fuss about this and get him angry. During the timeout, Kellyan directed the players. After the timeout, Korver and Durant successively executed technical foul free throws and hit them, and the Thunder had the ball. Garnett passed the ball to Westbrook from the sideline. Curry and James immediately launched a double team attack, using their size advantage to block Westbrook's angle to the strong side. Westbrook, who was a little angry, did not pass the ball to Ibaka, who came to respond, but forced dribbling himself, pushing Curry away with his left hand and passing the ball to Durant after opening up space. Such a simple and rough way to break the double team is eye-opening. Durant made a pull-up shot from the outside and Curry's mouth guard fell off. He complained loudly to the referee, but was quickly pulled back by Korver. Beep. Although the penalty for the previous ball was obviously missed, the authority of the referee was unquestionable. Curry's action of dropping his mouth guard caused him a technical foul. Durant executed the second technical foul and made the free throw, helping the team score 4 points in a row. 64-68. After encountering an unfair penalty in the next round of offense, Curry took the ball from James and attacked with the ball. James cooperated well in the pick and roll, then cut to the basket, received Curry's pass, stared at Garnett's defense, and forced a layup, causing the opponent to foul. Westbrook was completely out of position when defending the pick and roll, allowing James to receive the ball so easily at the basket. The fans on the sidelines may not see these, but Westbrook's various bad habits in playing the damage to the team cannot be reflected in the data. The referee's well-timed black whistle disrupted Kellyan's plot to teasing Westbrook, but the Knicks players' overall better tactical literacy and execution made the team's offense still quite guaranteed, while the Thunder still relied on individual ability to play. Durant was really strong. Westbrook was really fierce. Ibaka and Garnett could also play their roles, and the only weakness was that Harden had not yet grown into the super sixth man he later became. Halfway through the third quarter, Kellyan replaced Korver with Holiday and replaced West and Horford with Matthews and Mozgov, pushing James to the power forward position. Compared with the starting lineup, this lineup on the field is more mobile and has a wider offensive space, but the interior defense is obviously problematic. Mozgov's top defense and assist defense capabilities can only be considered qualified. James assists in the interior defense, so Durant can eat Caspi at will. James is against Durant, and the interior is against Ibaka, and the hardness is completely unable to keep up. But back to the game, it was the Knicks who fully utilized their own characteristics. Curry and Casper's superb shooting ability helped James empty the Knicks' restricted area, and the team's offense was booming. On the other hand, on the Thunder side, Ibaka received basketball training relatively late, and the weakness of his single technical characteristics was exposed. In addition to an open jump shot, Ibaka has no stable scoring method. Even if he can suppress Caspi stably in the confrontation, his finishing skills under the basket are very rough, and some chances are not easy to grasp. Although there are differences in their own values, in Kayan's opinion, Ibaka and Batia have some similarities. Define them as qualified starters and excellent role players, then their advantages are very prominent and distinct. But if they are expected to be the third in command, in addition to defense, they also need to provide certain offensive capabilities, then this team will hardly achieve great things. The transition period of the Thunder's three youngsters is usually the stage where the Thunder takes away the opponent in one wave. However, Durant cannot score as he pleases against James, and Westbrook is still high yield and low efficiency, and the Thunder's offense is greatly hindered. At the end of the third quarter, the Knicks replaced Curry and Caspi with Matthews and Horford, further improving the defensive intensity, and the Thunder's offense encountered a tougher block. With an equally impressive talent tree plus orderly scheduling plus a significantly deeper rotation lineup, the Knicks expanded their lead in the third quarter and expanded the score difference to 13 points in one go. After 3 quarters, the score was 81-94. When the red light came on, the Chesapeake Energy Arena was quiet. This score difference put the Thunder in a very passive position. If the score difference cannot be reduced to single digits as soon as possible at the beginning of the fourth quarter, the morale of the players will become more and more impatient as time goes by. Brooks decisively changed his lineup in the fourth quarter, leaving Harden and Durant on the court to launch a counter-attack. Kayan also chose dead grass James. He directly sent out a lineup of Curry, Matthews, James, West, and Mozgov, which was both offensive and defensive, and it was clear that he wanted to take advantage of this period to choke the Thunder to death. Durant was missing the all-star level Westbrook in kilograms, and Harden had not yet completed his leveling, and the strength of the Knicks lineup was not much different from the starting lineup. A battle ended with the Knicks widening the gap to more than 20 points within 3 minutes. In desperation, Brooks called a timeout and then got Westbrook, making a last-ditch effort, but still returned in vain. In the end, at the end of the game, the Knicks defeated the Thunder 124-107 away from home, extending their winning streak to 7 games. Throughout the game, Curry scored 31 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds and 2 steals, and James also had a quasi-triple-double performance of 27 points, 8 rebounds and 9 assists. The two teamed up to contribute a shot. On the Thunder side, Durant also scored 30 points, 6 rebounds and 3 assists, and Westbrook scored 28 points, but he only hit 9 of 25 shots in the game, which is indeed a low efficiency. Especially in such a strong dialogue, the tolerance rate of both sides is very low. The New York Knicks have won 7 consecutive games, and the opponents of this winning streak include 2 strong teams, the Nets and the Thunder. And in these 7 games, the team's winning points difference in each game exceeded 15 points. The gold content of this winning streak is really high. At present, it can be said that the Knicks and James have formed a very good chemical reaction, and it is difficult to predict how good their results will be. Yoga said with emotion. It is not uncommon to have a winning streak at the beginning, but it is rare to play as domineering as the Knicks. After the back-to-back Western expedition, the Knicks returned to New York and won 2 days of rest. Kayan gave the whole team a day off to let the players rest. On November 14th, the Knicks played against the Bobcats, the last in the league, at home. Last season, the Bobcats enjoyed the veteran bonus and made the playoffs for the first time in team history. However, in the playoffs, they were almost killed by the Magic and failed to win the first playoff win in team history. During the offseason, Mr. Joe thought again and again and gave up the idea of renewing the contract with the veteran to ensure the record. The Bobcats fell into chaos again. Augustine and Gerald Henderson could not replace the vacancies left by Henry Miller and Lagavulin. The Bobcats' strength was greatly reduced. Since the start of the new season, they have 1 win and 6 losses. It is very likely to be another bad season. In this game, almost no one is optimistic. that the Bobcats will win, including Kellyan. If this game was not just at the beginning of the season, Kellyan would even consider rotating Curry. After the game started, after a short stalemate, it was basically a one-sided situation. When he was in the Hawks, Kellyan often used actual combat to practice tactics. Sometimes he lost the game by wasting, and was even called a whole life by fans. Now with James in his hand, Kellyan has nothing to be afraid of even if he is doing an experiment, and he can also cater to the psychology of Knicks fans who pursue excitement. Throughout the game, the score difference was around 15 points. The Bobcats had no ability to narrow the disadvantage to within 10 points. As long as the score difference reached 20 plus, the Knicks players would play and then narrow the score difference. The final score was fixed at 116:101. The Knicks won 8 consecutive games and got the best start in team history. Curry was arranged to brush the data in the second half of the game, forcing his personal score to 21 points. James was more conscious and scored 24 points early, so Kellyan didn't have to worry about it. Who can stop the Knicks? This is the news headline of ESPN Sports Edition on November 15th. At present, the Knicks have become the focus of the league. Chapter 396 Labor Management Negotiations. December 16th. The Knicks flew to Memphis to prepare for the away game against the Grizzlies. The two teams interacted frequently last season and each took what it needed. The Knicks brought in Gallinari through a series of operations. Last season, the team's third master and the second scorer in the playoffs were also an important part of the team's reconstruction plan. Sending Randolph away also freed up a lot of salary space for the operation of the summer free agent market. The Grizzlies got Randolph and Wilson Chandler. Together with Gasol, they directly created a very combative forward combination. The team also signed the Celtics defensive stalwart Tony Allen in the free agent market. Relying on strong perimeter defense, teacher Tony even squeezed Mayo to the bench. There is no doubt that the tough Grizzlies are a big stumbling block for the Knicks to continue their winning streak. The top defender Tony Allen on the perimeter is entangled with Curry, and Gasol is standing inside, which has a great restriction on James' attack on the frame. On the offensive end, the Grizzlies focused on Randolph, a tough guy who lost himself in New York and found his playing feeling again in the Grizzlies. Gasol can not only help fill in the position on the defensive end, but also provide support on the offensive end, have mid-range jump shots, and occasionally be able to eat small ones, which is a perfect match for Randolph. The game was not surprising. The Knicks relied on a deeper bench to gain a slight lead. The Grizzlies, who saw the hope of ending the Knicks, really did not give up an inch and bit the score tightly. The two sides entangled all the way to the fourth quarter. Kellyan used the trump card of leaving Tony Allen empty, defending 5 against 4 on the defensive end, and completely leaving Tony Allen on the outside. This move had a miraculous effect. Under heavy pressure, Tony Allen made 0 of 3 shots from the outside, and could not digest the large space given to him by the Knicks at all, which also made the Knicks' defensive strategy of strangling others more determined. The Grizzlies only had Randolph as their strong attacking point, and this kind of attacking was not what they were good at. Being targeted, they were a little confused. In the end, the Knicks scored a single quarter net score of 28:17 in the final quarter and defeated the Grizzlies by 13 points, 104:91. For the first time in the season, the net score was overwhelmed by less than 15 points. I'm very fortunate that the Grizzlies are a Western team. If I meet such an opponent in the playoffs, even if I can beat them, I will be skinned. In the post-match interview, Kellyan gave the Grizzlies a very high evaluation. After a fierce battle, the Knicks returned to New York that night. Kellyan gave the players a holiday on the 17th and announced that Curry would miss the game against the Pacers the next day because of ankle discomfort. Curry, who was announced to be injured, pretended to be injured at the airport and asked Aisha, who came to pick him up, to help him walk around, which also made his teammates laugh. Curry's personality is not like Howard's, who always talks about happiness, but his personality is indeed more optimistic, and he has a good relationship with his teammates. What's rare is that Wang Liffen also came to pick him up at the airport today. After Kaylin's condition gradually stabilized and she could leave her mother appropriately, Wang Lifan's burden on his shoulders was slightly lighter and his complexion was much better. That day, a big news broke out in the league. The NBA Players Union began to collect all NBA players' authorization certificates to cancel the union's representative qualifications and dissolve the Players Union, preparing to use this to threaten the bosses to reach a new version of the labor agreement with the Players Union as soon as possible. This measure was described by the media as a doomsday weapon. If authorized by the Players Union can be dissolved. Dissolving the union will make the players lose all union protection. According to US law, players can use the Antitrust Monopoly Act to sue team owners and challenge the league's various salary restrictions and player trading restrictions. All along, the progress of new labor negotiations has not been very smooth. From March 2009 to now, the employers representing the owners of each team have repeatedly put pressure on David Stern, the president of the league, to adjust the income ratio between the two sides. Stern also told the players that due to the financial crisis, the current labor capital clauses will be adjusted after they expire in 2 years, which was also resisted by the players. However, before this, fans and the media believed that the dagger-drawing attitude of both sides was just a gesture and it would not lead to a lose-lose situation. But after the players' union issued a declaration this time, the relationship between the two sides may enter a white-hot stage. The deterioration of the global economy, the serious losses of the teams, and the collective influx of superstars into big cities are important reasons for the collective pressure from the owners of NBA teams. Under the financial crisis, the main business of many NBA team owners has fallen into trouble. According to the financial reports made by Ernst & Young for NBA teams, only 9 of the 30 NBA teams are currently profitable, not considering the growth of market value. Finally, as James, Bosh, Stoudemire, Joe Johnson, and Boozer all flowed into big cities, the market of the team without the star player will only be worse. And the operation will definitely fall into greater trouble. Yao Ming, who has made up his mind to retire in 2011, can just avoid this vortex, but after all, he has the intention of cooperating with Kaylan to buy a new team. Yao Ming still had a conversation with Kaylan to discuss the prospects of investing in the team. With our financial resources, we can only buy at a low price at this time. If the NBA really becomes a business where even pigs can make money, do you think the league will let us enter the market? Kaylan asked back. It's like two people buying a team, and the one who takes over must be a poorly managed team that has been losing money for years. It is a team that is unable to make ends meet and is weak. It's impossible that Darlin would sell the Knicks, the rooster that lays golden eggs, to them for no reason. As for the problem of this labor management negotiation, the root cause is not the share ratio, but the previous broadcast contract was signed too little, and the plate was not expanded. When the new broadcast contract came into effect in 2016, everything was different. The players can get a raise, the bosses can make money, and only O'Neal was left in the commentary booth saying aggrievedly, "I have adopted 200 million princes throughout my career, and Gobert's contract is 200 million. On November 18th, the Knicks, who had won 9 consecutive games at the start, faced the Eastern Conference powerhouse Pacers at home. Curry, who was injured at the airport, watched from the sidelines, and sat on the sidelines with Asher eating popcorn. And Wang Lifan, who had not appeared in Madison for a long time, also appeared on the sidelines and witnessed James lead the team to victory with his first 40-plus game of the season. In the 2010 draft, the Pacers selected George, who is tall, has long arms and excellent defense. George's joining greatly improved the defensive strength of the Pacers wing. With Al Jefferson and Hibbert in the interior, the Pacers lineup is actually quite good. If they grow to their peak, they will even be able to restrain James. But now, George can't be watched, Hibbert can't be stopped, and Al Jefferson is a colander in the interior. The Pacers were almost broken up by James. Culver, who replaced Curry as the starter, was the second hero of the Knicks in this game. In the whole game, he made 5 of 10 shots from the outside, 3 of 3 serves, and scored 18 points. While supporting James in the outside firepower, he also opened up space for James' breakthrough. Coming to the Knicks, James cooperated with Curry and Culver two truly top shooters, and felt much better than with Mo Butchon and Zerbiak in the Cavaliers. The only regret is that his data is not as good as before, which has an adverse effect on his impact on the 3 consecutive MVPs. But the Knicks won 10 games in a row at the start of the season, 9 of which were big wins over their opponents. If they can make a big breakthrough in the regular season record, coupled with their strong public relations power, they still have a good chance to complete the MVP 3 consecutive times that Jordan has not completed. Since the Knicks will face the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers at home on November 20th. Curry's absence from the game on the 18th inevitably made fans a little worried that Curry was really injured and would miss this focus battle. And Curry, who was addicted to acting, really pretended to be injured in front of the media. After the game with the Grizzlies, I found that my ankle was a little sore. I'm not sure whether I can catch up with the game the day after tomorrow. I subjectively hope that I can play by then. Is this a smoke bomb or a trick on the fans' mentality? Unlike the Knicks' 10-game winning streak at the start of the season, the defending champion Lakers' dominance this season has loosened. At the start of the season, they only achieved a record of 7 wins and 3 losses. The biggest problem of the team is slowness. Fisher, Kobe, and Artest are all heavy tanks in their respective positions. How can they defend against a small and agile guard like Curry with their footwork? But before the game, Phil Jackson took the initiative to provoke Kellyan. We are going to pour cold water on the Knicks' plan to win the championship. Kellyan and Phil Jackson have always had a bad relationship, but this is the first time Phil Jackson has publicly provoked him. To some extent, he was also shocked by Kellyan and James' joint efforts. After all, the Linoop disadvantage of the strongest enemy will no longer exist. And Kellyan's reply was even more tough. Phil Jackson knows that he will definitely not be able to beat me if the Linoop is basically equal. The two met in the 2008 finals, and the Hawks won at that time, so there is nothing wrong with Kellyan's words. As I said, you have been beaten by a monkey. In the pre-game training, Madison booed when Kobe shot. Last season, everyone deliberately respected Kobe, but this season, James is here, and Madison strongly supports James, so naturally he has to draw a clear line with his opponents, including but not limited to Kobe, Durant, Howard, etc. I have been stuck in writing for the past few days, so the number of updated words is a bit small, please forgive me. Chapter 397, Fighting the Defending Champion. On the court, after Gasol successfully jumped the ball, the Knicks players quickly retreated and set up a defensive formation. But the Lakers did not rush to attack. Fisher slowly brought the ball to the front court, and the others took their positions leisurely and steadily. These veterans would not be stupid enough to compete with the Knicks in speed. As usual, Fisher passed the ball to Kobe, who was outside the restricted area on the right side. Kobe stopped the ball for a while, then passed the ball to Gasol, who was stuck in the low position, and then pushed Holiday to the inside line, as close to Gasol as possible. However, Kellyan had anticipated Kobe's movement. West on the weak side moved to the inside line, leaving Odom and Artest to James. Seeing this, Gasol passed the ball to Odom, who was outside the 3-point line. Curry's deterrent defense returned to Fisher's side as soon as Odom passed the ball. Old Fish couldn't find the space to shoot. Seeing that there was not much time left for the offense, he didn't blame anyone. He used his strong body to push Curry's defense and made a long distance throw, but it was not surprising that he missed. Horford was stuck in position. West received the rebound, and without saying a word, he threw it directly to the front court, assisting Curry, who was in the lead, to score a layup. On the way back to defense, Curry also pointed his finger at West, thanking his teammate for the quarterback pass. Fisher passed half court and passed the ball to Kobe. The others pulled away. Kobe faced Holiday in the frame, but after continuous shaking, he couldn't break through Holiday's defense. Holiday accurately blocked Kobe's temptation. Kobe didn't fight anymore. He chose a two-step pull-up jump shot, but missed due to Holiday's interference. The basketball bounced out of the basket, and the restricted area was instantly in chaos. The inside players of both sides squeezed together. Odom grabbed the front court rebound with his height advantage, but his subsequent shot was blocked by James, who came to defend. Holiday got the ball, and the Knicks played a three-line fast break. Holiday assisted James and completed a one-handed gliding slam dunk. Kobe and Oddom's speed declined for their own reasons. The Lakers team was slow. Under the Knicks' intentional targeting, any missed shot and a considerable amount of live ball rebounds could be converted into a fast break. Looking back, the Lakers still played Kobe's suppression of Holiday. Kobe chose to play a single with his back to the basket and force Holiday. Holiday had no choice but to watch the opponent hit the rebound after being knocked away by Kobe. 4:2. The Knicks attacked in a positional battle, and Artest kept his distance from James. The tactics knew that Artest was not easy to deal with, so he played a pick and roll with West to get rid of him. Oddum switched defense, and Artest took a circumvention to West, making it difficult for the tactics to pass back. James forced a breakthrough and entered the basket and attracted Gasol to double team him. The two big men completely blocked the low post, leaving him no space to shoot, and he could only pass the ball to his teammates. When two inside players with both height, wingspan and lateral movement double teamed, James, who had excellent vision, could not find a suitable route to pass the ball. James passed the ball to Curry. Curry received the ball and challenged Fisher. With little time left in the attack, he took a step and made a quick stop jump shot, but the shot missed due to interference. This shot was entirely because James held the ball for too long. When Curry received the ball, there was not much time to reorganize the attack. The Lakers attacked, and Kobe took the initiative to find Gasol to play pick and roll. Facing Horford's switch defense, Kobe paused slightly on the right side, held the ball with his left hand, and switched hands to his right hand under his crotch. Suddenly started to break through the baseline at 50 degrees, passed Horford in one step, and scored a quick layup for 4. Kobe's phase 2 frame explosion has declined seriously, but he can still shake off his opponents when playing small against big, and his skilled skills and smooth movements also save some time. Looking back, Curry played outside the 3-point line, moved sideways after the pick and roll, and completed a 70-degree 3-point shot from the right before Oddum came up to interfere and hit it accurately. The Lakers regained the field. The Lakers continued to play the same tactic in the positional battle. This time Kobe attracted the double team of Horford and Holiday and passed the ball to the middle. Gasol received the ball at the corner without any defense. He stepped on his toes, stretched his arms, and rushed into the penalty area to dunk and score 7-6. No matter how obvious the Lakers' weaknesses are, they are the defending champions after all, and they are definitely not easy to deal with. On the Knicks side, Curry and James played pick and roll, but the Lakers switched defense and handed it over to James to play big against small. James tried to push Fisher away and attack the inside, but in the static confrontation, he was actually pushed by Fisher and his center of gravity was disturbed. He barely shot and was blocked by Gasol. Fortunately, Horford grabbed the front court rebound and scored a tip-in under the basket. The Lakers continued their triangle offense with Gasol as the axis. After 3 passes and 2 guides, the ball came to Artest. The Beast missed the 3-pointer in a wide open position, but he was smart enough to foul Holiday in time, cutting off the Knicks' fast break in its infancy. The Knicks served the ball from the sideline. Curry waved to West after receiving the ball, looking like he was looking for a screen, and suddenly pulled up for a 3-pointer at 80 degrees on the right. He deceived Fisher and shot very suddenly. The latter just stretched out his hand and the ball went in 10-6. Curry's offensive touch exploded. Seeing that the situation was not good, Phil Jackson took the lead in requesting a timeout. After the timeout, the Lakers made a substitution. Fisher was replaced by Blake. Compared with the old Fish, Blake's defense is not very good, but at least he moves a little faster, which is much better than Fisher who can't keep up at all. Blake played well with Roy and the Trail Blazers, but he got tired of his good life and came to the Lakers to be a substitute for Fisher, hoping to get a ring. However, his technical characteristics overlapped a lot with Fisher, and his qualifications and connections in the Lakers were not as good as Fisher's, so his positioning was very awkward. The Lakers could not solve the problem of slow movement of all players, and they could not limit the high conversion rate of rebound fast break of the Knicks. Once Kobe and Gasol's offensive efficiency declined, they were frequently counter-attacked by the Hawks. When the Knicks replaced Holiday with the stronger Matthews, Kobe's back to the basket singles efficiency was also slowly declining. After the first quarter, the Knicks led 41-28. Curry scored 17 points, 1 rebound and 3 assists in a single quarter, and Kobe scored 11 points and 1 rebound. In the second quarter, Killian sent Holiday, Korver, James, Caspi and Mozgov. In the strong dialogue, Killian would adjust James' playing time and let him help organize the offense in the transition period. With James' current physical condition, it is not a big problem for him to play continuously. Moreover, in most other games, James' playing time is much less than that of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Korver and Caspi, 2 shooters, help to open up space. Mozgov is also an inside player with both mobility and hands. James and Holiday's successive breakthroughs have caused a lot of trouble for the Lakers. The Lakers have spent all their money on the starting lineup. The offense of the substitute lineup actually needs Luke Walton to organize, and they really can't stand the Knicks' offense. Seeing that the score difference has been pulled to more than 20 points, the ESPN commentary trio began to analyze the strength of the Knicks again. Whether you admit it or not, LeBron's role on the court is the best in the league. Especially during the regular season, even when the state is not so good, even if the opponent's lineup can play a certain restraining role on him, he can still find his own way to contribute to the team. Kenny Smith attributed all this to James. But LeBron still got Kimmy to achieve such good results. In fact, in my opinion, whether it was the Hawks or the Knicks, Kimmy's team was often able to build a strong bench after the all-in superstars. Helping them have an advantage in most moments of the game is definitely a reflection of their ability. Barkley said, many fans have blamed Kimmy, saying that when he could have formed a big three, he gave up this opportunity and signed more ordinary players to occupy the salary space. Little did they know that it was this operation that ensured the overall strength of the Knicks. For most teams, dual core plus high quality starters is the correct team building idea. Losing a regular season game is nothing for the 2-time champion Lakers. But if the opponent is Killian, Phil Jackson will not surrender so easily. After returning from the timeout, he suffered from all the main players. Killian replaced James with Curry to lead the team. James' departure represents the decline of the Knicks on-court defense, and the Lakers' offense has been liberated to a certain extent. But on the defensive end, even Kobe Bryant himself could not limit Curry. Kobe is no longer the Kobe of 2005. His athletic ability is incomparable to that of the past. Killian even dared to say that Kobe was able to get the first defense last season because of the media's impression and inertia when voting. In terms of contribution on the defensive end, Kobe can only try his best to defend occasionally. Curry, who had been rested for one game, was in full form and scored 28 points in the first half, helping the Knicks lead by 23.73:50. The suspense of the game was not great. On the forum, Lakers fans were already wailing. James is really shameless. After Killian built the system, he just packed up and moved in. The boss tried his best. It's not his fault for the loss. He scored 30 plus in a 1v5 match. Look at his teammates. They are just trash. They can't do anything. Go to hell. Fish is bad at defense. Llama often makes mistakes. Ja's wife is a pure soft B. Artest is a fool. The Zen master is really good, but compared with Killian in team building, it's really hard to admit it. Whether going to the Hawks or New York, they can select a top point guard in the first draft and build a lineup around him. To be honest, I think Curry is better than Paul. I hope that one day, I can see Killian coach Kobe again. I really think that Kobe in the 2005 playoffs was the peak of his personal ability. Due to past grievances, Phil Jackson could not admit defeat, and Killian could not hold back. In the second half of the game, the two sides continued to fight hand to hand, and the Knicks almost beat the Lakers to death. The original focus battle also turned into a massacre. The score difference reached 30 plus and soon went to 40 points. Kobe heading foul on Curry in the middle of the fourth quarter, showing his toughness, which also caused dissatisfaction from Killian on the sidelines, and the two even had a quarrel. No matter who it is, Killian will be unhappy if there is a lethal move against Curry. Killian originally did not intend to save face, and this time he was even more furious. During the timeout, he used words to show his determination. I have the Lakers in my hands. Even Jesus can't stop him. I said. In this game, there is no such thing as gentleness, courtesy, frugality, and humility. You can score as many points as you can. Who dares to relax? You will sit on the bench with me in the future." Seeing that the Knicks did not stop, they really beat them to death. The Lakers' fouls became bigger and bigger, but they somewhat ignored that this was Madison, the home court of the Knicks. The free throws were stopped, and the Knicks had more offensive rounds, and the score difference was constantly widening. The final score was fixed at 145-98, and the Knicks beat the Lakers by 47 points at home. For many Lakers fans, such a painful defeat can be described as a knife cut into the buttocks, an eye-opener. In fact, this is indeed the most painful defeat in the history of the Lakers. After the game, the Lakers, from the coaching staff to the players, all hung their heads and walked quickly into the locker room. No one even expressed courtesy to Kellyan. Chapter 398. When you meet the Knicks, don't fight back, just walk away with a smile. Focus battle, live broadcast across the United States, 23 vs 24. Kellyan reunited with his old team, the first tragedy in the history of the Lakers. If we talk about the most talked about game in the 21st century, the game on November 20th, 2010 is definitely in the top 3. Even the media didn't know how to come up with a title, because all the titles were too eye-catching. You know, in the current strength list, the Knicks and the Lakers are ranked first and second. Almost everyone is optimistic that 23 vs 24 will be staged as scheduled in the finals next year. In the end, it was a 47-point tragedy. In the post-match interview, Kellyan, who is usually quite reserved, was unusually arrogant. "I don't know how long it will take for the Lakers to regain their morale. If this game happened in the finals, I think the remaining games would not have to be played, and the championship could be awarded directly." When asked about the quarrel with Kobe during the game, Kellyan said, "I admit that Kobe is a great player, but I don't like his non-basketball actions. You can't show your competitive spirit by hurting others." It can be seen that this time, he was really angry. Netizens also found the footage of Kellyan and Kobe arguing with each other, and added a talented dubbing, "Dare to touch my son?" to tease Kellyan's preference for Curry. Kellyan stole the show, but James and the 11-game winning streak were suppressed by more popular topics. It was not until 2 days later, when the Knicks defeated the Celtics 114-97 away from home, that everyone focused their attention back on the Knicks' 12-game winning streak. Before this, the longest winning streak at the beginning of the NBA history was 15 games, which was created by the Rockets and the Kings. Now the Knicks are only 3 games away from this record. The Bulls in 1996 suffered their first loss after only winning 5 games at the beginning. After winning the game against the Celtics, Kellyan also talked about the record-breaking issue. "I have always been a playoff-oriented coach. The performance of the team in the playoffs is usually better than that in the regular season. But this season, I think we have the ability to do something in the regular season. Because so far, the Knicks have not yet run in 100% well. My goodness. 12 consecutive wins, and 3 competitors have been defeated along the way, but they say that we haven't run in well yet. This is similar to the Monkey King's pretentious 'I haven't even tried hard, and you fell down.' What's more terrible is that no one is sure to slap Kellyan in the face. After all, the Nets, Thunder, and Lakers, who were highly expected, have all been beaten down by the Knicks, and no one is optimistic that the remaining Magic and Heat can snipe them. Maybe internal conflict? On November 22nd, the Knicks played against the 76ers away. Holiday, who started the game, performed very well, scoring 15 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists and 6 steals, completing 4x4 or 4x5 data, helping the team win 105-91 away, 13-0. Since being promoted to the starting lineup this season, Holiday's performance has been very stable, with breakthroughs on the offensive end. His overall hit rate has exceeded 43%. Although his outside hit rate is only 33%, his shooting frequency has doubled compared to the average of 1.4 times per game last season. On the defensive end, he can greatly relieve the defensive pressure on Curry, which also confirms Kellyan's idea that Curry is not just with Klay Thompson. Let him partner with other guards and they can still complement each other's shortcomings. However, Holiday's promotion indicates that Matthews' status is gradually declining. Although Matthews can still be used when dealing with heavy defenders like Kobe, and Kellyan often arranges him to play as a small forward, as a rare high quality 3D player in the league, Matthews is not satisfied with the current situation. It is normal for young players to have some small emotions, and Kellyan did not take it too seriously. When communicating privately, Kellyan also wanted to promise Matthews that, if he really wanted to leave, he would consider letting him leave, if the situation allowed, and the trading chips were appropriate. In addition to Matthews, there is Stevenson in the team, and Danny Green is still hanging around in the NBDL. If Matthews can be exchanged for a small forward better than Caspi, Kellyan will not worry about having a substitute. Landry is also not getting a chance to play in the Knicks. The Knicks have David West who surrounds Landry in all aspects. Kellyan prefers to push Caspi up in the bench lineup to play the role of a space-type power forward. Doesn't this compress the playing time of the bird? The Knicks have some small moves, and the future derby opponent Nets will have a big problem. Russian tycoon Prokhorov spent a lot of money in the summer and signed Stoudemire and Joe Johnson with high salaries, but the team did not form a team. So far, the team is still fighting alone, relying only on the individual abilities of the stars to achieve a record of 7 wins and 6 losses. Compared with the huge investment, this record can only be described as bleak. So, the Nets heard about the trade, and the target of the trade was none other than Nash, Stoudemire's old partner in the Suns. Nash plus Joe Johnson plus Stoudemire. Prokhorov wants to create a new Sun in New Jersey. For the Suns, it is impossible to hope that the 35-year-old Nash can lead the team to rise again. They are more than happy to exchange some chips for reconstruction and send Nash to the championship. It is rumored that they plan to ask the Nets for this season's 3rd pick favors. The 3rd pick for a 35-year-old veteran sounds ridiculous. But when it comes to Prokhorov plus Beliking, everything sounds very reasonable. On November 23rd, the Knicks returned to Madison to face the Utah Jazz, who were in the rebuilding period. The Jazz lost more than just Boozer in the summer. Korver left, Oka was old, and the team's problems had a concentrated outbreak. Although Hayward, whose style of play is somewhat similar to Ginobili, was obtained in the draft, the outside talent was strengthened to a certain extent, and Millsap and Kalfas, 2 inside substitutes, were gradually able to support the players, but compared with the good situation in previous years, the Jazz is now in a weak period. Before the start of this game, Kellyan found James and discussed some rotation issues, but was sternly rejected by the latter. In addition to the championship, James also has the ambition to impact the 3 consecutive MVPs. In addition to seeking a breakthrough in the record, personal data cannot be too bad. If it was Curry, he would most likely accept Kellyan's arrangement. Even if he did not accept it, Kellyan would not arrange for him to play. But James, he is gifted anyway, with a strong will. After weighing the pros and cons, Kellyan still defaulted to James continuing to play. However, James' performance in this game was not good, or the Jazz has always been James's enemy. So far in his career, James has only won once at the Energy Solutions Center. The Knicks led by 20 points all the way, and still led by 18 points with 3 minutes left in the game, and it seemed that they had a sure win. However, in the next 2 minutes, the Jazz played with an iron-blooded spirit. Millsap made 3 3-pointers in 28 seconds, and completed a tip-in at the basket, and Aaron hit a 3-pointer in the subsequent game. The Jazz played a 14:2 attack wave, narrowed the gap to 6 points in one go, and forced the Knicks' main players back to the court. This kind of scene was the first time in Kellyan's coaching experience. Although the Knicks finally won the game with a 7-point lead and extended their winning streak to 14 games, Kellyan still tortured all the players in the locker room after the game. I don't know what you think, but as for me, I want to make some achievements this season. I think we can have a good start. Can we fight for 73 wins? What do you think? This was the first time that Kellyan showed his ambition, which also excited the players including James and Curry. After all, everyone wants to leave a name in history, and James is very confident that, if the team wins 73 games, he will definitely be able to lock in 3 consecutive MVPs. In the post-match interview, Kellyan also expressed his respect for the Jazz's insistence on not giving up the game. The Jazz's game temperament is worth learning from. After winning 14 consecutive games, the Knicks are only one game away from the record of 15 consecutive wins at the start. And their next opponent, the official record holder, is the Houston Rockets. On the special plane to Houston, Huo Kingshu chatted in Kellyan's office and asked him about his views on the next schedule. "You want to ask who the Knicks will lose to?" Kellyan looked at Huo Kingshu and said angrily. Huo Kingshu smiled awkwardly. "You are the coach. You must know the team's weaknesses and natural enemies. Even if you know, I can't tell you." Kellyan said. "Anyway, breaking the record is certain. After the Rockets, the Knicks' next opponent is the Portland Trail Blazers." Kellyan can now proudly say, "You are a bidder." The Knicks' record-breaking battle coincided with the China Derby. CCTV directly arranged Yoga and Zhang Heli to comment on the scene at the Toyota Center, and Yao Ming, who was injured, also appeared in the audience with his wife Lily. As an insider, he knew Yao Ming's physical condition very well. He had finished his last game. During the pre-match greetings, Yao Ming joked that the Knicks should hold back and not win too much against the Rockets, so as not to lose face. The worst game Yao Ming lost in his NBA career was the 40-point defeat to the Mavericks in the 2005 playoffs. With the Knicks' current state against the Rockets, it is really possible to break this record. Yao Ming is not like himself, who has only one season left in his career and still suffered such a great humiliation. Maybe it was because Yao Ming surrendered and lost half on behalf of the Rockets, or maybe Kellyan really took into account the feelings of the Rockets fans in China, and the Knicks, who were trying to break the record, really didn't kill them. James and Curry were replaced after 2.5 quarters, while Jeremy Lin, Landry, and Mahinmi, who were all water coolers, got more than half a quarter of playing time. Landry even received applause from Rockets fans after a dunk 103:126. The Rockets lost by 23 points, just less than half of the Lakers' net loss. Don't fight back when you meet the Knicks, and leave with a smile on face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, and is worse than pigs and dogs. Having tied the record for consecutive wins at the start of the season, the next step is naturally to surpass it. At the press conference after the game, Kellyan made similar remarks. Among the Knicks players, Curry and James are likely to be the players who will be constantly mentioned 50 years later, 100 years later, or even longer, but others may not have the opportunity to engrave their names into the long river of NBA history. If I want to be constantly mentioned in the name of a team, I hope the team can do something big this season. In the ears of others, this probably means breaking the record for consecutive wins at the start of the season, but Kellyan's idea is not only to break the record of 15 consecutive wins at the start, but it is best to raise this result to a height that is difficult for later players to reach. At the same time, lay a foundation for the team to fight for the best record in the regular season. Compared with the past, Kellyan's domineering this season. In addition to his outstanding record that can't be kept low-key, he is also desperately competing with James for a sense of presence. Maybe there may be some judging a gentleman by one's own heart, but the opponent is James, who bypassed him and intervened in the team's trade during the offseason. If Kellyan gives in, maybe James and his team will take a step forward. So Kellyan must stand up and warn everyone who has the final say in the Knicks. In addition to lamenting the strength of the Knicks, the media is also discussing which team has the hope of giving the Knicks their first defeat of the season. The Knicks' opponents in the next 6 games are the Trail Blazers, Timberwolves, Nuggets, Pistons, Hawks, and Hornets. Among them, the Trail Blazers, Hawks, and Hornets basically do not have the strength to confront the Knicks head-on. Unless something happens to the Knicks themselves, they will most likely win. The Timberwolves have an average record, but their inside combination of Bynum plus Love is very destructive and can suppress the Knicks' relatively weak inside line. At the same time, if Tyler Lawson and Beasley on the outside get excited, they also have a certain amount of explosive power, and the Nuggets, the 18th opponent of the season, is a team that can really go head to head with the Knicks. Anthony has a high winning rate against James in his career, and he can consume James on the offensive end. Billups is good at dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction against young point guards, and Curry is at a disadvantage against him in terms of strength. At the same time, the Nuggets beasts have strong athletic ability and big defensive moves, and Junior Smith, an occasional all-star, is definitely an unstable factor. It can be said that, if there is a team that Kellyanne does not want to meet the most in the entire league, it is the Nuggets. Fortunately, it is indeed basically impossible to meet. On November 28th, the Knicks visited the Rose Garden Arena and challenged the Portland Trail Blazers away. Compared with the extraordinary potential 2 years ago, the Trail Blazers' young guards who were once highly expected have died due to injuries. Roy had part of his meniscus removed, and he, who had no athletic ability, became a pure floor player. Ogden was out for the season and had been basically abandoned by the team. Although some fans argued that he was ruined by injuries, at most he could avoid being with a lower Candy and Kwame Brown. In essence, he was still a real parallel import. In addition, Bayless, Fernandez and others did not play well, and Blake switched to the Lakers. The Trail Blazers basically only had Aldridge to support the team. The second in command of the team was even the nearly 40-year-old veteran Andre Miller. Such a broken Trail Blazers team is difficult to fight against the strong Knicks. Although the Knicks, who have won 15 consecutive games, have become the target of public criticism, including the strict requirements of the referees. Although Aldridge beat the combination of Horford and West in this game, and scored 41 points and 13 rebounds to prove his ability. But all this is futile in the face of the huge gap in strength between the two sides. On the offensive end, Miller can support his output with his own skillful skills and good static strength, but on the defensive end, he is really played by Curry. Whether it is defending off ball or pick and roll, Curry frequently finds opportunities to fire from the outside. Curry's touch is bursting, and the entire Knicks team also cooperates with Curry to brush data and strive to break records. In the whole game, Curry made 12 of 17 shots from the outside, 12 3-pointers tied the NBA record, and scored 54 points, defeating the Trail Blazers. The important thing is that we won. The Knicks created the best start in NBA history, which is much more important than my 12 3-pointers. Moreover, I'm still young, and I'm confident that I can break more records in the future, just like my teammate LeBron. In response to the reporter's question, Curry responded with high emotional intelligence. In the open and secret struggles between Kellyanne and James, Curry supports Kellyanne more, but he himself has no intention of competing with James at this stage. His only hope is to help the team achieve good results. Kellyanne expressed his support for McMillan. Any coach who encounters Nate's situation will have a hard time. In my last year with the Hawks, when I learned that Garnett was out for the season, I knew that the team would most likely not be able to complete the 3 consecutive championships this season. This is also a regret for myself. Are you confident that you can win 3 consecutive championships with the Knicks? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 7 inches. Kellyanne imitated James, amusing the reporters on the scene, and then said seriously, I haven't won a championship yet. You ask me to look forward to 3 consecutive championships. I'm very scared. A temporary good fortune does not mean that we are invincible. On the contrary, we are now being studied under a microscope. In the following seasons, we will face more challenges. On the last day of November, the Knicks continued their road trip and came to the Target Center to face the Timberwolves. According to previous media predictions, the Timberwolves should be a stumbling block on the Knicks' winning streak. Although the Timberwolves are not strong enough to compete with the Knicks, they are somewhat restrained in their lineup. Both the fans and the league expect the Timberwolves to cause some trouble for the Knicks. However, the media has overestimated the inside combination of Bynum and Love. Whether they can suppress Horford and West on the offensive end is still unknown, but on the defensive end, facing Curry's small too big game, they can only be at ease, stand at attention, and march in step. They were played with in various ways. The Timberwolves have never lacked talent in the reconstruction for so many years, but they lack the culture of winning. Once they enter adversity, the young players will quickly enter the stage of fighting for themselves and brushing data, as if they don't know how to play. Even though the referee gave the Timberwolves a lot of free throws, they still couldn't make it through the third quarter. Killian also replaced Curry, James and others in the 9th minute of the third quarter to prepare for the tough battle at the Pepsi Center the day after tomorrow. However, just as Curry and his teammates were celebrating their victory on the bench, a tragedy happened on the court. In a breakthrough after a pick and roll, Bynum elbowed Holiday in the ribs, knocking Holiday to the ground, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. Although he competed with Holiday in position and even had the idea of leaving the team, Matthews, Holiday, and Curry were all brought back by Killian in the same draft. Last season, Holiday, as a first-round pick, had no complaints about being a substitute for Matthews. The three of them had a really good relationship. Matthews suddenly jumped up from the ground, rushed towards Bynum, and pushed him to the ground with hatred. "Wesley, calm down." Love hugged Holiday. At this time, he had the most difficult thing to do. No matter how wrong Bynum was, he was still his teammate, but Holiday was also a comrade in arms who worked hard together last season. The other players on both sides quickly gathered around, and the referee controlled the scene with the help of the staff, and then sent Bynum off the court without hesitation. When he left the court, Bynum, who had no regrets, kept waving his hands upwards to incite the fans. "This is forcing me to do something dirty," Killian cursed, and decided to destroy Bynum every time he saw him in the future. The team doctor pushed Holiday on a stretcher to the ambulance, ready to go to the hospital for examination, but in the passage out of the Target Center, they were told that the gate was locked, and they needed to go through other exits. This practice can only be described as disgusting. Holiday was injured. Matthews stood up and pushed Bynum down as a counterattack, and Curry applied to play to help his good friend vent his anger. Killian originally planned to use Jeremy Lin to survive the rest of the game and settle the account with the Timberwolves later, but seeing the raging fighting spirit emanating from Curry's body, he still approved Curry's request to play. After entering the court, Curry was also very fierce, making shots from inside and outside, and hitting them frequently, and the referee also escorted Curry at this time, and came to the Timberwolves bench to repeatedly order the Timberwolves not to take lethal fouls against Curry. At the same time, the Timberwolves players on the court were repeatedly told to play well. In the final quarter, Curry scored 17 points in a single quarter, increasing his total score by 47 points. He scored 50 plus 40 in 2 consecutive games, which is not achieved by many people in history. But none of this is important. The entire Knicks team is more concerned about Holiday's injury, especially Killian. He knows that Elvis Gerald Wallace had his ribs broken by Bynum's elbow, and the broken ribs were directly inserted into the lungs, causing a decline in cardiopulmonary function and ultimately serious damage to his athletic ability. Holiday's condition may not be as serious as Wallace's, but it is not light, and Killian still feels sorry for the player he chose. Forgiving the abuser is an additional harm to the victim. I hope the league will severely punish Bynum to serve as a warning to others. At the press conference after the game, Killian publicly dissed Bynum and proposed severe punishment. Otherwise, more and more basketball geniuses will make some lethal moves. Chapter 400 My rules are the rules. When Killian rushed to the hospital, Holiday's MRI results were out. His ribs were fractured. He didn't need surgery. He just needed to rest and recover for about 3 to 4 weeks. Thank God. Killian sighed in his heart. This result was slightly better than he expected. In his previous life, Gerald Wallace was hit by Bynum's elbow, and his athletic ability dropped by 1/3. He fell directly from a player on the edge of an all-star to the level of an ordinary player. Killian really couldn't handle Holiday, a new player he had carefully trained, suffering from such a disaster. Take a good rest and play again in 2011. Killian comforted him. I hope that, when I come back, we will still be on a winning streak. Professional players will inevitably encounter injuries. Holiday's mentality is quite good, and he comforted Killian in return. Believe in your teammates, they can do it. If they can kill through the entire 2010, the Knicks can break the Lakers record of the longest 33-game winning streak. Frankly speaking, Killian found this difficult, especially in the case of personnel loss. And a day later, the Knicks suffered another blow. Because Matthews stood up for his teammates and pushed Bynum in the game against the Timberwolves. He was suspended for 1 game and fined $5,000. This is clearly not letting us continue to win. Kellyanne cursed after hearing the news. A fine of $5,000 is not a big deal for the team, but a 1-game suspension, and it happened to be a suspension against the Nuggets, is a bit hurtful. After all, Matthews has defense and a body, which can more or less cause some trouble for Anthony. If he can't play, the Knicks can only use Korver or Stevenson at the second position. The Knicks' strength, since the start of the season, has reached the point of destroying the balance of the game. It's time for the league to make it more difficult for them. However, a team can't always be smooth sailing in a season. There will always be some ups and downs. Only after experiencing this kind of mental training can it withstand the pressure at a more critical time. On the morning of December 1st, the Knicks came to the Pepsi Center for on-court training, and Kellyanne chose Stevenson to move into the starting lineup. People who are familiar with him know that this is Kellyanne's usual practice, trying not to adjust the team's regular rotation due to short-term personnel loss. Moreover, in terms of the targeted style of play, Stevenson, who has better physical fitness and stronger ball-holding ability, can indeed withstand the Nuggets beasts better than Korver. Korver is not clay after all. With high altitude plus high intensity confrontation, he may not be able to assist Curry in shooting through his opponents. However, Kellyanne's arrangement aroused James' doubts. After the training, James found Kellyanne and put forward his opinions. I think when Keller and Steven play together, we have more space on the court. Whether it's breaking into the basket or passing the ball to the outside, it's more threatening. Why not let Keller start? Because the Nuggets are a very tough team. If we can't show enough strength, we will suffer. And Keller is more adapted to the current rotation position. I don't think it's necessary to change the rotation rashly, Kellyanne explained in a good voice. But Lance is better at holding the ball. His catch and shot are not stable, and his defense is not that good, James insisted. Kellyanne raised his head and looked at James with a puzzled look. Keller has a role that he is suitable for, and so do you. Do your part as a player. Kellyanne was able to explain to him the first time, because James was still working diligently during this period. As a result, the other party didn't know anything and insisted on his own opinion. Kellyanne had to tell the other party, who had the final say in the locker room. James paused, feeling the hostility in Kellyanne's words again, and then turned away angrily, shouting, "Okay, okay. New York is not Cleveland. If you want to find a babysitter, you've come to the wrong place." Kellyanne pressed back without any politeness. The Knicks committed a big taboo by having a fallout between the generals and the commanders before the war. Until the start of the game, James ignored Kellyanne. During the warm-up, he shot a few shots and then sat on the bench to rest. He didn't even listen to Kellyanne's final tactical arrangements. Even when the players gathered together to cheer, James stood on the outermost side with a cold face and only extended his arms symbolically. Since entering the court, James's expression has always been wrong. He is not as flamboyant as before. This time, he has almost no communication with the coach and teammates, and his expression is so serious. Obviously, there is something wrong. The starting lineup of the Knicks is 5 people: Curry, Stevenson, James, West, and Horford. The Nuggets are 5 people: Billups, Dan Jones, Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Neen. Horford won the jump ball, and the Knicks attacked first, and the perimeter formation was stretched. Horford screened Curry from the side, helping him get rid of Billups. Curry received the ball, and Neen came out to defend. Before the game, the Nuggets focused on studying the Knicks off-ball screens, and the defense must be switched quickly. Curry took the ball and paused, then changed direction, and went to the right to pass Neen, and stopped sharply in the high position. Dan Jones chased up from the side, but Curry didn't shoot. He jumped up and gently passed the ball to Horford, who was cutting to the left. The cook strode into the basket, attracting Anthony to make up for the defense but didn't shoot. The ball was passed to James on the right. James didn't waste the opportunity and made an open three-pointer, 0:3. The Nuggets attacked, and the formation was also stretched. Billups dribbled the ball across half court and passed it to Martin in the middle, then ran to the bottom corner. Neen passed the ball to Anthony on the right, and James and Anthony were directly matched. Anthony broke through with the ball, but failed to pass James in one step. He took the ball to 45 degrees, and leaned against the back, and quickly connected with a turnaround jump shot, hitting it accurately. The Knicks attacked again. James held the ball, and used West's pick and roll to complete the first step. He broke into the basket to attract help defense, and then passed the ball. Horford's close-range shot missed, and Martin grabbed the rebound. Anthony took the ball on the right side, and made a fake hand-to-hand match with Anthony, who was running over. When James and Curry's attention turned to Billups, he suddenly opened up the breakthrough space, and stopped in the middle distance, attracting West to pass the ball to the basket. Kenny and Martin jumped up, and put the ball into the basket, causing Horford to foul. In this shot, Anthony's handling was a bit like James. With Kenyan's understanding of Anthony, he really didn't expect Anthony to choose to pass the ball in this situation. The Knicks attacked. Kenyan stood up and shouted a few times to the sidelines, and the players on the court understood and changed their formation. Curry holds the ball. James first settles in the bottom corner, and then follows West to the corner and cuts upward. West screens Anthony without the ball, and Curry passes the ball to James, who is around the free throw line, and then moves to the left. James pushes the ball to West, who is blocking Anthony, and the latter makes an accurate mid-range shot. 5:5. Against an old opponent like James, Anthony can mobilize himself to defend hard in 1v1. Once he enters the off-ball defense and is blocked by the pick and roll, Anthony can't find his way around. This is a problem of consciousness, not your level of commitment on the court. The Nuggets attack. Neen pulls to the corner to single out Horford, and skillfully turns his back to the basket and scores with a left-handed layup. Neen, who has a big testicle, is an underestimated inside player. He is very skilled in face two-frame singles, and also has a mid-range shot, which can magnify his offensive threat. Although the defensive habits of inside players are not very good, his physical fitness is there, and the effect is actually not bad. The reason why people think that the defense is poor is that on the one hand, it cannot defend against top technical players such as Gasol and Nowitzki. On the other hand, it also has the disadvantage of cleaning up Anthony's butt. But the question is, who can clean up Anthony's butt on the defensive end? The Knicks attacked. James held the ball and launched a pick and roll with James and Curry, and then passed the ball to Curry after a mismatch. The latter shook Anthony by running, stepped back and shot a three-pointer, hitting it accurately 8-7. Looking back, Billups wanted to fight back and took advantage of the Knicks' unstable defense to shoot a three-pointer, but failed to hit it. Billups is similar to Gasol. He is a player who can make the right decision at any time on the court. Such a player gives people the impression of a team player with a high basketball IQ. But they both have a weakness, that is, the hit rate and efficiency value are average, especially when they are the main players. Take Billups for example. This season is the second highest season in his career with a hit rate of about 43%, slightly higher than the average level of point guards. The Knicks attacked. Horford screened for James. This time Anthony was very active in circumventing the defense. James broke through to the free throw line and passed the ball back to the middle. Horford took the ball and shot, making a long two-pointer 10-7. Not only Curry, but all the Knicks players can shoot, which makes the opponent very headache, except Stevenson. Just talking about Stevenson, the junior brother who didn't perform well on the court, made an amazing move. He ambushed behind Anthony and took advantage of Anthony's carelessness when receiving the serve to complete the steal. Then he jumped high to Kenny and Martin, who were serving the ball, and completed the confrontation in the air and completed a two-handed dunk. With both hands hanging on the basket, the junior brother's feet scratched Martin's neck twice, almost causing another conflict. Although he escaped Kenny and Martin's counter-attack, he still received a technical foul because of the unnecessary rim action. Anthony executed the technical foul and made a free throw. Well, at least I earned a point. Kenyan comforted himself. Junior brother is a person who likes to show off. You can't expect him to not make any mistakes in a game. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.